On the dead, crackling earth, flooded with the merciless sun, there are mysterious traces of creatures that have disappeared long ago. Among the endless desert, the young rider on a horse thoughtfully looks at the lifeless landscape. In the air, the echo of the long-lasting era is dominated, which is imperceptibly reminded of its presence. And right now his path begins. Prologue tells that it has been over 1,000 years. The millennial period has passed since the Central Plains have been united into one. At that time, it was more than enough for the Emperor's iron reign with supernatural abilities and skill in the martial arts rapidly, as quickly as it appeared. During this time, heroes appeared on the guard of peace, as well as talented masters of martial arts. And brave guards who could not put up with injustice but instead of overcoming tyranny. Many people seeking power became loyal servants of the empire. In those days, simple peasants plunged into boundless despair. And so, when people seemed to have recognized their unfair fate and resigned to the fact that the remnant of their lives will be in this hopeless hell, the discovery of a new continent was a ray of hope for them. However, the path to the new continent was not easy. The boundless ocean on the ship had to be boiled. A city surrounded by majestic forests and wide plains, framed by the majestic mountains and hidden in deep valleys. In these inaccurate expanses, unconfigured deserts and quiet rivers were combined, lands that promised endless opportunities. Numerous enslaved peasants, underground martial arts, descendants of once majestic royal dynasties who have long been considered missing, as well as dangerous criminals and even obsessed who were experimenting with sinister demonic arts. These versatile personalities from different sections of society have gone through the ocean, everyone with their own purpose in the way. Various beliefs and values, selfishness, envy, and desire to achieve their own ambitions have led to the emergence of wars. In this world, everyone sought to extinguish the ambitions of rivals, using all possible arts, pouring oils into the fire for the sake of becoming a new combat kingdom. Without the playing power of the empire, the martyrs of the martial arts felt the flames in the heart, inflamed by the struggle for their own faith. The new combat kingdom began to form after the millennium rest, and even the emperor with all his military forces is not able to extinguish his flame so easily. These events were recorded in the blood of the soaked book, which was held by the young ruler. Flipping through the pages of the book, the young ruler realized how far these events remained in the past. Turning his gaze, he saw on the body of the dead chaos, which was embodied in this mad reality. The young master dreamed of a perfect life that was comfortable to settle in bed, to have a snack with something delicious, and to immerse himself in fascinating novels about martial arts, written by some mysterious author. Considering the deceased, the new moon thought about how the dynasty of Hanbana had to exist for only 500 years. But thanks to the cursed art of battle, the empire lasted for more than a millennium. He was surprised to look at the author, wondering why he romanticizes these events. However, the writer was no longer concerned because he was motionless on the ground, deprived of the opportunity to interfere in the event. The young ruler decided to get up to see the surrounding land. It was only the beginning. The soldiers found their last shelter here. Walking past the caravan, he noticed that many of those who remained are no longer able to tell about their experiences. The remains were already circling crows. The young owner went towards one of the carriages. Judging by the prints of empty suitcases and the absence of dead horses, there were ordinary robbers here. They robbed the caravan, taking away all the values. However, one of the chests was especially stood out, attracting the attention of the young owner. Opening it, he found a few jewelry. There were children's things in the chest, testifying that there was a baby among travelers. With sadness, he carefully raises baby clothes, recognizing that the child will either become a commodity for sale or is brought up as a future offender, such as the reality of this ruthless world. But what does he have to do? His horse is approaching and he puts his cap on his head. Setting up to depart, he is preparing to go on the road. He jumps on his faithful jump. The look focuses on the horizon where its goal is. He encourages his horse to move, lightly hitting 5. The horse eagerly inhales the hot airflow of the desert. The young rider continues its journey further. Rocking on sandy dunes, he quietly hangs a tune known to him. In the ruthless world, this simple entertainment is the only source of comfort. In these harsh lands, where the fight for survival prevails instead of comfort. This manga is called On Western Murim, and it is now the first section. The arid wind that pierces the city in the west leaves many non-correspondences. The empty streets are accompanied by only the noise from the bar. The hum of the voices of the citizens who dive into the game fills the air of this establishment. Talking to each other, visitors to the bar are discussing the latest news. Cruel clashes and robbery have become a commonplace. The most popular rumor now is the news of the robbery of the brand Caravan. This was surprising, because the trading caravan was protected by numerous security, which turned out to be powerless. Only one carrier survived, which managed to go back. The military was outraged by the inaction of this damn alliance, which is only lazy. Eastless gangs wander the world with impunity, and no one tries to stop them, and the bandits are enough in the village itself and around it. One of the visitors of bar noted that the man became too talkative. He advised to calm down, because if someone does not hear it, there may be problems. However, the man did not pay attention to the reservation, noting, "Let them listen. People pass pollution not from fear, but because of it." Still, his words were bold. Talking in the bar is one thing, and telling them it is quite different. It was at this time that the young owner entered the bar. As soon as the young man opened the door, a fresh gust of wind broke up freely. All those present abandoned his eyes, filled with curiosity, as if he were newcomers. A stranger in their terrain always threatens. Hardly young owner stepped onto the bar as all the conversation subsided. He just wanted to know if you could sit somewhere. Kellner, wiping his hands with a napkin, greeted the guest and suggested to choose any convenient place for himself. When the young man was walking between the tables, all his eyes watched carefully from different sides. It seemed to him that the views of the audience penetrate him to the bones, like the X-ray. The waiter quietly advised the visitor not to pay attention to the curious views. Rare visits to visitors to their city are always concerned, especially in the current troubled times, so local residents are not used to strangers. However, the waiter did not resist and asked what brought the stranger to their institution and what he wanted to order. The young man asked to prepare something from the menu that could be served quickly. The waiter suggested that the young man was probably very hungry and suggested that he quickly prepare a bowl of noodles so he could look forward to treating. The stranger asked the waiter whether other visitors were other than him. Suddenly their conversation breaks the exclamation of a man at a nearby table. "Damn!" Against the backdrop of the scene, you can see a few men busy playing, and suddenly one of them decided to deceive the opponents. As soon as all the views focused on the source of noise, it became clear that there was a conflict. The young master pulled his drink, watching the events with an impermeable face. A strong blow to his fist on the table indicated that one of the players tried to frantic. Angry shouting, one of the players accuses the other, calling him son of a dog, in an attempt to deceive all present. The man, wiping his ear carefully, does not admit in his guilt. Is it possible to blame him for fraud if he doesn't even know? Indeed, this man strengthened his position throughout the day, while his opponent was constantly defeated. The winner, without holding back his sarcasm, noted that his opponent, they say, just a failure who is unable to play. After all of him wins, and he always leaves a game with a bad mood. The young master is watching what is happening nearby, and he obviously appealed to a sharp replica at the next table, because it was here that he finally found the trick that he has been looking for. The attendees begin the dispute, accusing each other of fraud, while denying all the charges, since there is no evidence. The man states that without specific evidence of fraud, accusations are groundless, and hints that problems with reason may be concerned with his opponent. The insult to her address brought the man out of balance, and he could no longer hold back, pushing the abuser. Although he tried to behave with caution all the time, he eventually took him out of him. So, if he does not agree, let him go to the duel, and only one guy considers himself unreasonable, that he allowed this fraudster to take part in the game. As soon as he put his fist, a stranger approaches him and says, "Well, "Hi, Jiang Guyan." Hearing this, he fades in surprise. The surprised Jiang Guyan asks a stranger to retreat, noting that he may not notice that he was busy. However, the young man confidently states that he finally searched him. At that moment, Jiang Guyan comes aware of who stands in front of him, and fear fills his heart because it is Jiang Qian. A person who was preparing to learn a fraudster understands that perhaps their conversation is still ahead, because now it is more important to solve existing problems. Jiang Tian, casting his gaze on this man, states that he has no claims and therefore offers simply silent. Jiang Guyan was in a panic because he did not expect to meet that person in such a place. Jiang Tian asks the guy how he was running for the last 2 months. He replies that he feels well and asks how Jiang's brother is doing. Jiang Tian, rubbing his hand, confesses that he does not go the best, but he notes that Jiang Guyan has everything well, as in his comrades. Jiang Guan realizes that this young man probably already found his comrades. Jiang Tian announced him that he was the only one who remained of all. Jiang Guan is nervously justified, assuring that he did not persuade them to take the case. He understood that deceiving martial arts was a deadly mistake, aware of what the consequences could be. After all, they were ruthlessly killed. Jiang Tian seems to be insincere because, understanding the possible consequences, he still decided to such a risky step. Aware of the consequences of his actions, Yang becomes even more nervous. Realizing that it is impossible to avoid the situation, he instantly dares to escape from that place. The young master, realizing that the situation is developing in the usual scenario, only sighs deeply. Some hand attacked the hair of the restless Jiang Guan, holding it firmly. He dismisses him back, tearing his attempt to escape. The young man powerfully hit the face of Yana Guan against the next table. All others are aware that the situation is serious and it is inappropriate to joke. And now everyone realized that the mysterious stranger who was in their bar has an extraordinary power. Jiang Guan, being face on the table, assures everyone that he did not do anything wrong. In addition, he was the only one who lingered until the last, until he was forced to give all his money. He is feverishly looking for a way to get out of the situation. He explains that if he decided to go during the game, no one would try to prevent him. Now he asks forgiveness and compassion for his situation. Jiang Tian takes a chip and demonstrates Jiang Guan that he was able to falsify during the game. Players around cannot believe their eyes. Jiang Tian asks Jiang Guan where his money went. Face to the table, Jiang Guan justifies that he spent his money on repayment of the debt to the alliance. In the look of the young owner, hatred appears, and he asks why Jiang Guan did so recklessly, because in this way he only paid his own arrest. But what else could Yan do? There is a branch of the alliance, and he at least wants to go to Tavern to eat. After that, Jiang Qian removes him from the tavern. Grazing him for his clothes and focusing in his eyes, he proclaims that in this case, he does not have a single penny for Jiang Tian. However, he has a little money he has recently won, so he can use them. Jiang Tian quickly turns the environment, carefully analyzing the situation. Aware of the hopelessness of the situation, Jiang Tian repels Jan's side, leaving John in the middle of a floor full of shame. One of the attendees is trying to prevent Jiang Tian, saying that the money Jiang Guan was deceived. The present states that they belong to him. Jiang Tian casts a look at the interlocutor and notes that it is not his concern. And he adds that he will return his debt from Jiang Guan later. It is covered with frantic fury. The man does not perceive Jiang's words at all, considering them empty. Notwithstanding, with a passionate hatred, he rushes to him, emphasizing that he may not understand the situation at all. Jiang Tian instantly intercepts the extended hand that was already on the way to him, and easily knocks the man from his feet, sending him to the ground. It is powerfully crashing into the floor. There is a great deal in the bar. One of the fighters believes that Zhang exceeds his opportunities. His attempt to strike does not produce results. However, the young master quickly intercepts him and neutralizes instantly. Another one who tries to intervene in the fight is the same fate. He grabs them firmly for their clothes, attracting closer to himself, forcing them to face their heads with each other. After such a powerful collision, they lose control of themselves. Other visitors quickly conclude that it is better not to interfere with this fight. Zhang Guan, understanding the power of this stranger, finds no words. Zhang Tian returns, as if feeling triumph, and focused on the defeat of his victim. Going closer, Zhang Tian makes Zhan die of fear, depriving his ability to utter a word. Zhang Tian looks into the eyes of his opponent and asks, "You think it's not enough? But I don't have any more." Suddenly, they are captured by the attention of a new participant who interferes with their conversation. With a bloody nose, he points to a young man who dared to strike him, threatening that he was doomed. Zhang Tian begs for a blow, but emphasizes that he lost much more than a small amount of money. At the same moment, the man leaves the premises rapidly. Zhang Tian cannot understand what is wrong with this man, and learns that his name is Jin Yang Suk. The young master has only one question to this scoundrel. How does he plan to act in such a tense situation? After all, he needs, in all circumstances, to restore his finances. If he does not cease to evade, the young master promises to snatch him and make him swallow. Yang is aware that the presence of a little energy of qi gives him some advantage. The young master, however, is not a joke, full of determination, penetrates his cold look into the soul of the opponent. Yang begins to reflect deeply. Watching his fist coming to him, Jan realizes that the situation is much worse than he hoped. He asks to give at least a small break because he has a certain amount of money with him. When looking for money, it becomes even more stressful. This is its only value, a jade ring. He found this jade ring in New Sichuan. It is a real precious stone that can bring a lot of money if you find a good buyer. After that, Zhan asks Zhang's brother whether this money will be enough. Zhang has already clenched the jade ring in his hand. Having realized the value of the ring, Zhang agrees to accept it as payment. However, the situation is complicated. He turns his head and sees unexpectedly. Suddenly, several detractors occur in his way. These unknown guests appeared purposefully. They were caused by the insidious Qin Yang Suk. Despite the detractors, Zhang already asks the waiter about his portion of noodles, because from unbearable hunger, cannot think about anything else. For a while, a strange silence reigned at the bar. Miso ramen was already waiting on the table, filling the air with an appetizing aroma. Zhang Xiana is approached by a man who sacrificed to everyone who had to pay off the debt. He noted that the moment is clearly not suitable for consumption of noodles. And he added that it would be better if they left this place immediately. Zhang Tian did not give the meaning of the interlocutor's words and continued to enjoy his ramen quietly. His friend noted that he warns only from goodwill, because the case concerns the person whose nose he once broke. Although it would be better not to touch it, it seemed that the young owner is not important these warnings. Zhang Tian wanted only one thing, that his interlocutor would not stop talking. At the same time, the interlocutor reported that although Yang Suk may seem silly, no one is affected here, and there is reason to believe that his older brother is a true master of martial arts. Zhang Tian did not feel fear, because he had the martial arts. His friend was well aware that Zhang Tian's difficulties were not frightened, because the glory of the young owner from the Ami Valley is known to all. For others, his sword seemed simply a decoration until he showed his true skill. So why is such a problem with that brazen? Let it come directly to him and express everything in the face. His friend noted that it was the brother of this fool who is a true threat, because Chang Suk belongs to the Cadavra clan from the Hao sect. The young owner became interested in why the Hao sect appeared on the territory of the Alliance. Noticing interest in the eyes of the interlocutor, Guyan asked in exchange for his erection of several silver coins. Zhang Tian noted that the most valuable reward for him is the right to strike in the face. Gwen, as a cunning, advised his friend to maintain calm and not use gross power. It seemed that his interlocutor was inflammatory, so he agreed to share the information for free. It is said that the leaders of the Hao sect and the Alliance have some connections. The Alliance's combat alliance closes their eyes to their presence if they do not create problems. Chan Suk is their main representative. Zhang Tian could not understand why Guyen came in contact with their younger brother. However, this was the reason. Guyen was aware that it was necessary to be careful. But the fact that they have crushed the nose to the boy is a completely different story. However, the young owner is aware that once the Battle Alliance operated much more efficiently than in the present. Guyen agreed that local residents have the same view of the situation, forcing them to live with their mouths closed and constantly feel fear. Alongside, at the next table, the warriors cast distrustful views on the young owner and his companion. The constant oblique glances cast by warriors did not pass the attention of our hero. Guyen was aware that their reputation had a serious blow, and the situation left much to be desired. They were constantly surrounded by suspicious views, and it seemed that something was rising. All this caused the stranger, who made a great deal. Walking past, passers-by realized that this place could be a source of serious problems, so you need to stay away from doubtful persons who have settled in this bar. The owner of the establishment approached the young owner with a request, and throwing his money for noodles on the table, he departed. He is not going to tolerate the riots, so he returns money for soup with noodles and for a room. He insists that they immediately leave his institution. Gwen, with a smile on his mouth, noted that they were about to return, because if the representatives of the Cadavra clan will appear here, then it will be difficult to get out of it. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian calmly eaten his ramen despite the events around. He remained indifferent to the words of both the owner of the institution and his partner. His indecently noisy chewing annoyed everyone around. His loud soup was irritated by the audience. And finally, when he finished the meal, he burst loudly, looking at them. He was convinced that everything was in his favor and began to slide his teeth, clearing the remnants of food. However, his friend began to be aware that the Imperial Army has a huge power, and there are more than 20 people in the Cadavra. What plan does he have against them? Guyen actively persuaded his friend to leave the institution with him, otherwise he would have to go. Zhang Tian was easy to pour a glass of alcohol, lost himself, and told his friend to run away himself, not wasting his time on chats because it is too late. Suddenly, behind their backs, there is a human figure. The figure that appeared speaks in a powerful voice, confirming that it is actually late for escape. It was obvious that he was configured with all seriousness. He immediately realized that before him the scoundrels who beat his brother's faces. As a rat in the corner, he pointed his finger on his abusers, pleading his brother Han Nima to deal with these scoundrels, who cheated on him. Han Naun looked at his brother with surprise, asking how they cheated him. The brother explained that these were real fraudsters who have appropriated not only their funds, but also much more valuable. Han Noon, waving his hand, acknowledged that his brother with a mutilated nose was an unworthy and pathetic creature. Going to the boys, he noted that they were not local here, and asked if they were aware of what consequences could expect them if they walk in a foreign territory. The owner of the establishment addressed to Khan Nima with apology, but reported that he refused to buy new tables. The man looked so strictly that it seemed as if he could set his whole building on fire. The owner realized that his words and actions were unjustified, and sighing with relief, he left the premises, hoping that his establishment would remain unharmed. Gwen, in confusion, jumped, planning to make a noise, but his friend put him back, hinted that a quiet voice was the key to their safety. How can he sit quietly when such a mess is raging around? Warriors began to approach from all sides. The warriors were not approaching empty hands. Everyone in their hands had a weapon. It seemed that these chunky young men were clearly not going to play baseball. They came with the obvious intention of someone to clean the sides well, and although Gwen felt in no way guilty, the feeling was that he could also reach him, and it could be fatal for him. Chan-suk named strangers with his friends, dreaming of getting to know them closer, although he was aware that he was trying to set up this difficult situation in the village. This place always seemed to him cozy and quiet, so he spent most of his time in kayaks, since there was almost no business. But today the situation has changed. More cases have been launched, and among them the task is to punish criminals. Zhang Tian did not pay attention to the one who, after the sun, hanging his shadow over it. Despite his efforts, Chang could not help but feel the powerful energy that came from this person, even if she ignored his attempts to communicate. Guyan, having introduced himself, tried to explain that there was a misunderstanding and sought to somehow discharge the tense atmosphere. Having said that he had recently arrived in this town and had heard many stories about the truth of this man, Guyan confessed that he really deserved respect. And thinking about how their meeting was, he noted that it is not accidental, it is part of his fate. He told that he was faced with Zhang Qian, who recently arrived in this place, and seemed to show no attention to his words. Chan pointed his finger on this attacker, and he asked his brother whether he was a fraudulent. As the vat was realized, the man sitting on the left is undoubtedly a robbery. These fraudsters suddenly invaded our quiet town, deceiving the trusting residents. When my brother expressed their outrage, they met him fists. "These are not simple criminals," he said. Chan, as a decent person, cannot simply ignore this situation. It is not in his character. He decided to accompany them to the fighting alliance. If they decide not to resist, it will benefit their health. Hearing these words, the young master shone with a smile. It is unclear why they do not immediately confess in their intentions to kill them. Chan explained his position, emphasizing that as a righteous person, he would never have committed murder in broad daylight at the hotel. However, the abuse of his brother was caused by indignation. Chan was adamant in his intentions and assured that the attackers would not leave the city intact. Chan developed a plan, at least to break their arms and legs, and if they refuse to obey, he is ready to resort to even more stringent methods. Having realized all the seriousness, Guyan is frightened. Chan fighters exploded with laughter, hearing his speech. The young owner Zhang noted in these words, some limited. When someone remains calm in such a tense situation, is the opponent should not be alert and assume that this stranger has some special secret. Can this mysterious person be a soldier of the Imperial Army? Or do such questions not concern the vat? Catching his gaze, Chang felt he was covered by unspeakable fear. He asked Zhang, asking whether he was serving in the Imperial Army. Looking at him and not recognizing, he respectfully made a bow, recognizing his mistake. However, Zhang refrained to reveal his belonging to the Imperial Army. He seemed to be trying to give an experienced warrior. "If you decide to play with me in jokes, then you are a real abomination," Chan replied. Zhang, skillfully taking advantage of the moment, applied his strength and rapidly jumped up. He struck the gentleman of the jaw. From the blow, Chan flew towards his wars, losing control and moving chaotic. Zhang, observing the consequences of his blow, reflected on further actions. Their commander, covered with blood, flies on the table, breaking it completely. With one blow, their leader dumped off. He was unconscious, as if inanimate. On the floor, he was lying with blood. He lay with his teeth knocked out, and his eyes rolled. At that moment, the fear took possession of the army, which he brought with him. The situation came out of control, and a similar result was a complete surprise. For example, Guyan almost lost consciousness. A young master with a smart smile said, "Is there no person in this place that can withstand, except for the Emperor's troops?" When these words were heard, one of the warriors immediately ordered to destroy the daring enemy. Armed with sticks, they were convinced that they would be able to quickly deal with him. One of the warriors, lifting the stick, exclaimed that he would soon put an end to the life of the boulder. For Zhang, it was just an inept gesture. All these attackers were ordinary robbers without excellent skills. They easily take on his fist. He uses them as a boxing pair, hovering their blows on them. Whatever a lot of them are, it is only an exciting game for him. For him, it is reminiscent of a training in which he is happy to participate. A shot from the young owner breaks the false ideas of the warrior into the piles. However, there were still a lot on the battlefield. He throws one sideways, but several more are coming into his place. It was difficult to cope with them, but he effortlessly put them on the ground one by one. The teeth of the opponents flew like bullets from their jaws. Those who only seemed to be powerful, they faced the enemy that they could overcome their entire crowd. Whatever the avid efforts may not catch it, they did not achieve anything. Zhang, in response, defeated their face. It seems that he was particularly pleased with this process, especially when it came to shocks. In a few minutes, even the strongest warriors jumped their teeth from impotence. The enemies fell without consciousness, unable to withstand even a one-time stroke. Got a lesson watching the young owner. They realized that if they consider fighting with him, the stranger who had previously hidden his power was incredibly powerful, and they were afraid after what happened. However, this chaos was stopped by a man that one only expression attracted all his attention to himself. All the views focused on it. Zhang looked closely at the stranger, asking himself, who could still join this chaos? This symbol testified that it was persons serving in the Alliance. It appeared here for a certain purpose, and the events in this bar created great resonance in the district. Gaina's forehead was covered with sweat as he saw this man. However, Zhang did not bother it, although he also watched this person closely. This man did not come alone. He was accompanied by experienced warriors with swords who threatened enemies. His appearance was official and powerful, which hinted at its importance. The young master guessed that this man is probably the head of the Alliance. After all, this icon glittered on his honorable chest. The chief smiled, realizing that this icon speaks for himself, especially when it turned out that this stranger was the head of the Alliance, which became an obvious answer. This sloping man just learned of the complaint that Zhang had attacked the locals. Jan Suk stressed that this is much more than just an attack. It just poured the oil into the fire, aggravating the situation that was already in the bar. After all, his brother remained unconscious and with broken teeth that do not even allow him to eat normally. The commander approached Zhang, catching his gaze, and directly asked if it was true. The young owner noted that no one has canceled the right to self-defense. But the commander was skeptical of the word self-defense. Zhang noticed the commander that he was in a situation where he was forced to withstand 9 opponents, of whom 8 armed with doubles. The commander also noted that Zhang looks completely intact. For Zhang, this gang of 9 people seemed to him full fools. Hearing these words, the commander even inadvertently smiled. Zhang showed that all present lie unconscious but alive. Jansuk could not understand why Zhang was not arrested, because his older brother remains unconscious. He suffered such an injury that even his nose was broken. The commander dropped his eye on the situation and thought about its development. He eventually ordered his soldiers to arrest Zhang. The soldiers immediately executed the team. Jan Suk, with comfort, noted that the thief would finally get under arrest. Before his eyes, the commander's warriors begin to surround the territory from the flanks, and he is interested in see if the young guy can resist the forces of the Alliance. However, the soldiers performed a maneuver that surprised all those present. The warriors pulled out their swords, but to the surprise of all those present, the blades stopped near the throat of Yanasuka, not Zhang, whom they should be directed to. Watching the events, Zhang himself began to think about what was really going on. However, Jansuk never realized what plans the commander is carrying. The commander explained that 9 people, including the leader, were defeated. If this is true, why to endure him such a reference as he? These words were heard for Yang a bit strictly and with a tinge of rest. Due to the fact that only Jin, Jansuk, and Manju showed their combat skills, the commander believes that if they were defeated, then the responsibility for it lies with themselves. After all, the rest of the participants of the battle will be done by his subordinates. Janabich's patience was exhausted, and he decisively stated that as soon as his brother came to his senses, he would certainly take revenge on the sheriff. However, the commander, with his fingers, signaled to his soldiers. By his sign, the soldiers humbly, with their heads lowered, entered the building. After all, when his brother comes to his senses, the first thing that appears before his eyes is the iron lattice of prison. And this is the complexity. None of the brothers thought that they would find themselves in such a difficult situation. The commander gave his warriors the order to pick up the bodies of overthrown soldiers. Meanwhile, the young owner put a cap on his head. He was already going to go, but suddenly the sheriff stopped him. The sheriff drew attention to his considerable potential and how skillfully he dealt with these scoundrels. "Your abilities leave no doubt. Where did you master such skills?" Sheriff asked. Zhang wondered if it was better to leave the answer to this question. He plunged his hand into his pocket in search of something significant. He passes money to the owner of the institution to compensate for the inconvenience caused. He laid down the bill on the table, receiving sincere gratitude from the owner of the establishment. In the end, the answer to the sheriff's questions remained unspoken. He opened the door quietly, disappearing from the room. The commander noted that this young man is not prone to unnecessary words. Only a slight atmosphere of disorder prevailed in the bar. Once on an infinite desert, the young man went on the way on his faithful horse. However, Guyan rushed after, shouting him to stop and wait. Zhang's behavior aroused anxiety from Guyan, although he revealed all the intricacies of the situation in the city, but his actions were reminiscent of a person who had to leave a place under pressure. He was surprised by the behavior of the chief. It is logical that the offender can be among the staff of the alliance, and if he made so much noise, it is better to depart. Guyan hesitates, thinking about the plans of the young manager. Even if he copes with his duties, it will not prevent the residents from discussing it outside the eyes. As he knew, a special detachment of the alliance was fulfilled somewhere nearby. As soon as the leader made the movement, as the patrol was ready for action. However, it was then that Zhang Tian appeared, and a shot was neutralized by a shot. Was it luck? All you have to do is think about how patient the Battle Alliance was. Among the unscrupulous members of the Combat Alliance, he did not meet any intelligent and thinking person. Looking forward, Zhang suddenly found something unknown. Gwen did not stop mocking the Alliance warriors, calling them intellectually limited, stating that truly smart people would never join the Alliance. It was a real wonder for him that Zhang did not want to cooperate with Gainin. They stopped at the pointing sign that showed the directions of the paths. When Zhang asked the young man about his end purpose of the journey, he, in turn, took care of where Zhang himself was heading. The young man said with a smile that his path was leading away from this place. It caused Guyan smile as if nothing had happened. However, Zhang did not seek again to meet him. If he decides to pursue him, he is threatened with an unpleasant loss of his legs, so let him go in any direction he wants. Gwen made an effort to convince the young owner to pay attention to him. However, the young man leaves the deceiver without hesitation, never turning back, leaving him so that he thinks on his own thoughts. Recognizing how arrogant and self-confident this new moon behaves, it differs among other residents of the valley. Gwen has no choice but to find out more about it. It is time to go on the road because the sun will come soon, and he was behind the city walls. That's already a real dishonor. The night soon fell, and the lunar light became a guarantee for warriors. However, for Zhang, there was a moment when he could ignite a campfire. Pour a little strong tube. Leave your sword near you and fully enjoy this evening. However, this evening everything was not developed as planned, and Zhang tried. The tube turned out to taste quite unpleasant. He did not like it. At this point, the young man suspected that his horse could be conspired. It was noticeable that this liquid was some residual mixture. The horse made nothing happen, falling to the ground and pretending to be sleeping. Zhang decided that sooner or later it would definitely get rid of this cunning plot. Standing a glass, it remains only to spend the night here, and with the first rays of the sun to go on the road. However, the words of the sheriff do not rest. The question of where Zhang has mastered the martial arts does not leave his thoughts. The young man mastered the martial arts, admiring the stories of legendary warriors. I need further instructions to continue the census of the text, taking into account the previous context. If you need a particular text, please provide it. At the age of young, when he was in a completely different world, in the world where his attention was constantly chained to the phone, he watched the flashing of traffic lights. He watched the modern world with its numerous hassle. The young man stepped forward, neglecting the guitar over his shoulder. Suddenly, a mysterious car arose at the pedestrian crossing. Suddenly, the car raced at them at a frantic speed. Next to him was a girl who was surprised to open her mouth wide. The guy Russell rushed to help, trying to make the situation in any way. However, his lot began to get under the wheels when he pushed the young woman to the side, saving her from danger. The car came to him, leaving a young man to lie in a puddle of blood. Panic covered people around. After all, everyone witnessed how the young man risked his life for the girl, but now he was still lying on the asphalt. Looking at the starry sky, memories have awakened in Zhanga unspeakable anxiety. He needed to throw his cap on his head, so that the fire does not dazzle it with light while sleeping. However, the light warmed it without letting freeze at night. This is exactly how he was in this mysterious world. The next morning, the young owner went on the road, which promised to be difficult. This journey was a difficult test for both the young man and his right skaka. The nearest city was still far away, and the unbearable heat only complicated their journey. Moving through the desert, the young man unexpectedly captured a familiar aroma. The young man ordered his skasan to stop and froze without making any movement. The wind conveyed the smell of blood, and it was not only one victim. Following the aroma, the young owner encountered a deserted camp. On the territory of the camp were motionless people, frozen in an eternal dream. Their bodies remained stationary, imbued with enemy weapons. One of the camp once asked to leave him alive, offering everything he had. The robber called him a fool, noting that the truth he grasped late. It was necessary to pray for his life a few minutes ago when everyone was still alive. Helpless and broken, he did not stop praying for mercy. But the boldness of the robber did not know the limits. He coldly completed his ruthless job. Bloody moisture flooded the sand. Bullying, the robber advised the man to ask for a mercy immediately, because he lacked patience for unnecessary delay. Taking a giant sword on his shoulders, the robber wondered if his comrades had already finished their dark affairs. If their plan succeeded, time was in weight of gold. It was necessary to run out of here as soon as possible. The robbers could not be launched today, because these reserves guaranteed them enough provisions for a long period. However, they still had to search the last cart. Suddenly on the horizon appeared the figure of the rider. They assumed that this rider in a cap could be a spy that has long been watching them. Zhang realized that the situation was becoming dangerous. Dishonest robbers noticed him. Without trying to attention, he decided that the most intelligent would be if the robbers would choose a different way. However, the robbers turned sharply, deciding to direct their blades directly to it. Having prepared their horses, the bandits began to prepare for the attack. It became obvious that they did not intend to allow him to escape without interference. In the event of an attack, he will have to take action. He pushes his mare to greater aggression, and it makes her rush even faster, not paying attention to any obstacles. Launched by the sands of the desert, like the true ruler of these spaces, he raced away from the pursuers. The robbers were not going to allow this brave to escape, so they decided to catch up with him at any cost. Angry, they decided to force him to regret their choice. Pursuing him, they enjoyed the thought of how they would make him ask for a quick death. But unexpectedly, the young master makes a steep turn, demonstrating their unwavering determination. His eyes are stubbornly grabbing one of the assaults. Squeezing his sword firmly, he flies directly on them, trying to meet the eyes of enemies. With grace, but relentlessly, it causes 3 devastating strokes, leaving behind several fallen enemies. The robbers, breaking their gaze on all sides, could not believe their eyes. Their comrades were destroyed in just a moment. One of them, the passionate one of them, squeezed in his hands the noprits, swearing revenge. Swigging one by one, the bold thug tries to hit the young owner on his head. However, the hatchet will only absorb into the ground, leaving a bloody imprint behind. Nagging for a moment, our hero is rapidly rushed to 2 hated enemies who have long caused him aversion. He decided that it was time for them to pay for their crimes, and without delaying, he raced past them at the speed of lightning. And he, like a martial arts master in the style of Wild Event, mixed the robbers in a chaotic ball. After that, his actions turned the heat of the desert into even more burning and unbearable. Those few surviving realized that they were facing the real martial arts master, and their fate was at risk of inevitable death. He turned into a real monster in their eyes, from which they, at risk of their lives, desperately tried to escape. Their leader looked at the one who had previously considered a pathetic failure. The soldiers realized that they could not win them, and decided that the retreat was their only hope. Realizing that they still have part of the prey, they decided to take a chance and escape, while there was still such an opportunity. However, the leader annoyed the cowardice of his subordinates, and he, demanding, forced one of them to accept his sword. The rider, watching it, looked at the leader in surprise, as if he had lost his common sense. He pleaded with the leader to stop the fight and find at least a crumb of mercy. However, the leader, despite the pleas, ruthlessly struck the sword, hitting directly into the head of his subordinate, instantly forcing him to feel harmful for all his actions. The leader firmly stood on the ground, removing his sword from the vagina. Now they have come face to face, tuned to the final battle. One insightful look of the leader was enough to carefully evaluate his opponent. The young master looked closely at his opponent, and a few moments between them were silenced. The leader of the robbers noticed exceptional potential in the young owner and asked why he decided to intervene without belonging to the combat alliance. The owner replied that he only fulfilled his duty of a virtuous person, accidentally being in the right place. However, these words caused only a mockery of the robber, and he and irony asked, "Why didn't you continue your way?" Zhang, choosing a direct glance at a cheeky enemy, explained that he could not simply turn away when he was attacked. The man tried to justify himself, noting that it was just their work and you will not change anything here. The young master cunningly quit the question. "So it turns out murder and robberies are your profession?" It was noticeable that his rival was known in such cases. "And what else did we have to do?" the robber replied with the sarcasm. "It has been a century since we rushed to conquer this continent. During this time, extremely bold outlines were established on the continent. The empire provided its support for the alliance. The mysterious clan of the last dynasty has intensified its old contacts and accumulates wealth, gaining useful resources and values. Didn't you fill your pockets mocking those who tried to settle here in the last century?" He finished with a shade of bitterness. The leader tried to justify his actions, claiming that it was just his work. Cunningly looking at the bloody sword, he asked why he, as a robber, had no right to consider it his craft. For our hero, these words were heard as an unpleasant justification for ruthless cruelty. He simply noted that the words of his opponent did not stand any criticism. The reality was extremely simple. There was an obsessed killer in front of him. Looking around every few steps, the young knight prepared his spear for the offensive. However, having suddenly changed his plans, he noted the robber's reaction and decided to ask if he belonged to the military union. The leader was alert when his opponent suddenly made a sharp maneuver. The young knight said, "Heard that a considerable reward was promised for the head of this crazy killer." Hearing this news, the leader exploded with laughter and trembled from admiration. It was an indisputable truth for him. His head was really promised a solid reward. His presence was filled with red glitter and lived on the body, tensely pulsated from power. It was clear that he had mastered powerful martial arts and did not intend to spend time on empty chats. In his hatred, this desperate madman accumulated incredible power, claiming that the reward for his head would only grow. He was convinced that his actions would greatly increase his value, but he was also interested in what reward was assigned for his opponent's head. The young knight, watching the enemy carefully, came to the conclusion that this battle should be completed until the last blow. "Since it is so disturbing, I will give you an answer," he said, adjusting to active actions. "He will not show any sympathy. If the enemy is ready for the battle with the sword in his hand, then why not go into battle himself?" They stood face to face, both tense and ready for battle, expecting a moment when someone dared to attack first. The frenzy of the flashing with energy and the desire for bloodshed. The invisible spark ran between them, anticipating the inevitable beginning of the battle. The crow carelessly descended on one of the abandoned bodies that rest on sandy soil, remaining indifferent to everything around. She remained indifferent to what happened behind. However, feeling something dangerous, suddenly starred in the air and disappeared in heavenly depth. Suddenly, this crazy man is rapidly rushing at our hero with an attack. Like a lightning flash, he snatches the sword and blinks past the young knight. In an instant, the fate of one of them was determined, and this fleeting blow will show who was destined to stay alive. Suddenly, the hat on the hero's head began to crack. Suddenly, the murderer's smile went out, and his face froze for a moment. And in a moment, blood flowed on his skin from numerous cuts. The madman with a roar falls on the ground, deadly struck by a powerful blow. Handling the enemy who was burning with frantic energy, Zhang felt relief. He realized that he triumphantly completed this battle. The bold robber paid a high price for his reckless words. He was lying on cold sand, shabby and without strength. However, suddenly Zhang felt someone's presence behind his back. Returning, he noticed the silhouette who addressed him. It was one of the surviving Caravan warriors. Despite the weakness and exhaustion, the strength of the spirit prompted him to seek help and take advantage of the chance that he had fallen before him. Zhang plunged into reflections, weighing whether to help this man. Watching him, Zhang felt some pity for this man. The warrior asked for a noble Zhang for help in this difficult situation. Zhang did not possess specific medical knowledge. However, he still decided to extend the hand of helping this needy. Having gained his gaze, Zhang noticed that vital organs had not undergone damage, but the man was very much desperate due to significant blood loss. He confessed that in this state the man would not withstand. The man, aware of the complexity of his position, expressed his gratitude for his frankness. Despite their short time, the man expressed an important request. Carefully pointing, the warrior noted that under the cart, his son was hiding among the debris. When everything unfolded, the man hid his baby under the cart. Although he was embarrassed to ask, however, seeing how Zhang was able to cope with the bandits, he hoped that he could help and dying. The boy is very small, only 8 years old. It is sensitive and easily scared, but smart and will not interfere with the young master. When asked about the boy's mother, the man told that she died during childbirth. The relatives of his wife accused the child, so the husband decided to leave everything behind and go to a new continent to start a new life with her son. Looking at his wound, he could not realize that fate in such a cruel way had changed his life. 3 days of the way from this place is the village of Cheongsangok, where the boy's aunt lives, the only relative who sincerely takes care of him. She has the skills of martial arts and is a beautifully educated person. If Zhang accompanies the baby to her, he will be generously rewarded. The young wizard was not sure whether he could make contact with the boy, so he suggested that the father resolve the case on his own. The man broke up from rage, thinking that Zhang laughs at him, but when the young master sewered his energy and touched his body, the man suddenly felt a powerful lingering abdominal pain, which made him immediately subside. Zhang's energy shone in the areas where the wounds were. The man realized that Zhang used the technique of acupuncture with his bare hands so skillfully that now the only way out was to see a doctor for further treatment. If medicines or bandages were available, they could facilitate the situation. However, the man impressed the ability to perform acupuncture at such a high level without any tools. In this world, acupuncture is usually performed by experienced doctors who accurately determine the location of the blood vessels and use special thick needles. Mastering this art requires long-term training, and only experienced professionals are able to perform acupuncture. Even the residents of Marima are familiar with the concept of acupuncture. However, no one would think that it was possible to stop bleeding or affect the body only with one hand. The Imperial Army is known for its lightning attacks, which are considered to be the most powerful martial art. The man realized that his life is now safe and felt the desire to thank his savior for help. Zhang smiled and jokingly noted that the best way to express gratitude is a monetary reward. The man immediately agreed, realizing that such gratitude was quite fair. However, the man appealed to Zhang to assist him in meeting his son. Putting his wounded on his shoulder, Zhang moved to carry it. The man called his son loudly. He worried about whether all is well with him and whether he was still alive. With tears in his eyes, the boy jumped out of the cart. The boy radiated joy when he saw his father, who almost did not stand on his feet. The father confessed to his son that his state of health leaves much to be desired. When the son asked what happened to him, the father replied that he was struck by the sword, and when asked if everything would be fine, the father just hugged his son and pressed him firmly to his heart. It seemed to the boy that his father was barely holding on to his life, and he pleaded desperately that he would not leave him. The young owner, finding a place after the battle, explained the honorary that his father was simply fainted with relief. The bun tried to restrain his cry, but the tears were stubbornly rolled across his face. Zhang said that his father had suffered significant blood loss. Paying attention to another man nearby, the whole wondered who this stranger was. The young master called his name, Zhanggon, but added that the boy could turn to him just a pump. The boy stopped for a wave, and he confessed that he did not know what that means. Gon looked intently at the guy and smiled. Carefully closing the box, he gently put his hand on her. At the same time, the fracture was staring at his father's face with anxiety, thinking in confusion of how to proceed. Gon advised the boy not to be distracted by extraneous thoughts, but to focus on the treatment of his father's wounds and bandages. When Gon asked what exactly he was planning to do, Gon explained that he would bring them horses, because the cart was broken, so it would not work. He assured that gather all the necessary things. The wreck asked them to stay still and wait for his return. Hannah barely believed to his eyes. This benefactor really intended to send them directly to the village. The young master was carefully examining the outskirts. Gon noted that several horses were freely roaming nearby. He began to catch horses, hoping to help them get out of here unlike their owners. Gon noted that a plate was attached to one of the horses. After reading the plate, Gon learned that the horse was the property of the captain of the 3rd Detachment, who was called Sundok. The name Soundok seemed too simple for such a giant. It is logical to assume that if there is a captain of the 3rd Detachment, then there should be representatives of the 1st and 2nd Detachments. This person's head has been declared a remuneration, and even a plate with his name can be sufficient confirmation of his death. Turning your head in the other way, the young master noticed his father with his son, who had already prepared for the road. Jang-un fixed the head of the deceased on his horse, but could not understand why he demanded that from him a stranger. However, the stranger just smiled insidiously, as if confirming that everything is that way. They moved on the road through the desert. Jang-un was ahead, while his father and son followed him. The boy who survived in this battle looked at time, looked at the place where the bodies were resting. More recently, these people have fought for their lives, and now they lay as a discarded. The father noted how the son reacts to the events, but could he change something? Noticing how the hand is shaking, he just took it with his own and squeezed it in his palms. Wrap his son in strong embrace, his father tried to warm him, giving a piece of heat. Everything left behind will soon disappear under the pressure of wind, rain, and wild animals. No one can tell if they will turn into dark ghosts of this world or revive people in another. However, the hope of overcoming life trials has never left them. Only these unintentional reflections serve them with support, keeping from the final immersion in despair in the conditions of hopelessness. With the onset of the night, they had to look for a suitable place to relax. As usual, they laid out the camp near the burning campfire. Sitting opposite each other, they looked silently at the flames, and various questions began to emerge in their heads. Jang-un was aware that a child traveling with them would not withstand this situation for a long time. Sitting on a horse, he felt at the threshold of death. It is only necessary to accelerate a little as the wounds of his father are poured again with blood. A man needs medical care immediately, as any delay can be fatal for him. Jang-un was interested in having a doctor in the villages lying on their route to Non-Sanka. The old man replied that there was one village where they planned to stop for the night. It is a small settlement near Lake Jakaho, a place where travelers rarely visit. However, it was a priority to find out how far the doctor was, because his help was essential. The man noted that if they adhere to today's speed, tomorrow they should reach the destination tomorrow. Otherwise, the arrival will be postponed by the evening. Therefore, it would be better to stop today to restore strength, and tomorrow to go with new energy for treatment. The man apologized to the fact that his survival causes so many hassle. However, Gangan had his own goals in this journey, and the case was not only about the salvation of his father. He stared at the head of the defeated bandit, hoping to receive a well-deserved reward for her. The remnants of the bonfire slowly fade away, and the 3 travelers decided to stay at night. Waking up with dawn, the travelers gathered on the road. At this time, the troops of the Battle Alliance came across bodies in the desert. Undoubtedly, these people died yesterday after the afternoon. All of them were killed almost simultaneously. However, it turned out that these dead did not belong to the desired gang. It seems that someone has already punished them for robbery. The military realized that they greatly overestimated the power of these bandits. No one had no idea that they were eliminated so quickly. However, another question arose. Usually the bandits were divided into 3 separate groups, and then united to divide the looted. However, only one group was found this time. Although the threat decreased, one of the soldiers immediately realized that only 2 people could not destroy all enemies at the same time. The Union will cover the cost of medicines and treatment, and if you need more, they will be able to pay an additional fee. However, one of the soldiers had another involvement. He noted that the Caravanians did not show significant resistance. What really happened? There may be another person among them who did not travel with the caravan. The commander was convinced that it was all a matter of just one person, not a whole group. The journey seemed difficult. During the transition through the desert, the man noted that Jangun's horse looks extremely exhausted and ready to fall. The young master also noticed this detail, but did not fully realize what was the matter. It seemed that the horse spent all night, putting his tongue as a man that was so unusual that even the boy remembered that his grandfather once had the same bull. Jangon explained that his horse had found a common language with him and decided that they became friends. The whole remembered how his grandfather had a bull who behaved almost humanly, which often provoked quarrels with animals. It has been 5 years since the grandfather went into eternity, but the memories of those events remained alive with his son. Hun kunne ikke glemme disse øjeblikkene, fordi han altid fandt speciel glæde i at observere dem. The young master cast his gaze on a man with a pale, like a dead man, face and realized that he was urgently needed to find a doctor, otherwise he would not live until tomorrow. Gone frozen, hearing a distant noise, robbers appeared on the horizon. They sighed a little lightly, believing that the threat was behind, but the criminals caught up with them earlier than the young master could predict. When asked about the distance to the village, it turned out that the path is still long. They had no chance of shelter because they were constantly chasing a flock of persistent pursuers. The man was stunned by what he saw. He managed to survive one dangerous clash, but the other will become fatal. He even wondered if they were allies, but on them it became clear to them these people did not come as friends. The young master helped the man and the boy get out of the horse, ordering them to quickly go to the village without him. He promised to distract the robbers and then catch up with them. The man pressed his son, who did not stop shaking with fear of future events. He was aware that the trip to the village was risky, but in their situation, there was no choice. The young owner would take care of them. If you want to live, listen to it. These criminals arrived with venerable intentions and will not stop until they capture them. Gon recalled that the man promised to deliver them to the village, so both the man and his child should remain alive. If they do not waste time with such gloomy faces, but faster, Jangan said. In the end, they decided to escape, assuring that they would be waiting for him and provide housing and food. Therefore, he should not be delayed. Jangon addressed the man with the guidance, "You should take care of your son. When arriving in the village, consult your doctor immediately." The instructions were clear, so the man immediately rushed. The young master focused on these, and his eyes shone with fire. The desert mercilessly revealed its arms, while the falcon smoothly outlined circles above them as if anticipating new casualties. And now the young master found himself on himself with a whole flock of robbers. They caught each other's views without burdening themselves, and quickly became alert. The robbers pursued a monster that deprived their brother of life, and in the end, this path brought them to him. Kim San-jong, the captain of the first detachment, responded sharply to the loss, asking how best to act in this situation. The young master was aware that the words were superfluous, so only they were thrown by a cherished smile. He raised the head of the failure, which they eventually found. Jangan threw his head to their feet and said, "This is your brother from a big detachment of Sundok." The head, like a ball, rolled on cold sand, stopping at their feet. The warriors, stunned, did not believe their eyes. It was exactly the man embodied in the flesh. Previously, they considered him invincible, but his head, like a ball, rolled on the ground. Seeing such a painting, the captain of the first detachment swept a fierce rage. His eyes were lit. The loss of such a fighter has become a devastating blow for their detachment and the whole organization as a whole. Some of the robbers paved their cheeks. The realization that Sundok really died struck them as a thunder in the clear sky. The warriors looked at, realizing that the killer Sundok was much more dangerous than they could imagine. The captain decided that this enemy should have a rigid punishment and ordered his fighters to seize him alive to force him to beg for mercy. The fighters, without spending time, raised their spears, ready to execute the order received. As soon as the second captain gave oath, "They will certainly catch this villain alive to honor the memory of the third captain and his comrades." The warriors raised their swords, glowing with the desire of revenge. For them, the loss was enormous, but they were ready for everything to restore justice. The young master remained calm, ignoring all their threats. He looked at the soldiers calmly, as if at light prey, realizing that if they were at risk of approaching, he would meet them with full readiness. His eyes were slowly examined by each of those present. Meanwhile, the scouts of the Alliance carefully monitored the traces, trying to find out the person of the one they are persecuted. Senior, moving with the partner, carefully explored the murder and eventually came to the conclusion that it was a matter of the hands of hostile gangs related to other detachments. If one of them was beheaded, then he was probably their leader. The killer acted skillfully, coldly eliminating each of his victims at incredible speed. This man had an incredible power, perhaps even surpassed the captain by power. Perhaps he will become a new leader of their detachment, because the current leader depends too much on personal leadership sympathies. Saint carefully studied all the traces and noted that they had a huge number. Undoubtedly, a large group of pursuers followed the guy. Senior commanded that the partner would keep his silence and focus, because it was difficult for her to work in such a noise. He clenched his horse, forcing him to rush faster, and then eagerly fulfilled the order. In any way, she could not understand who this mysterious, powerful stranger was, who took possession of such power in these territories. It was unclear as he was able to overcome the gang so easily the demonic force. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the young master raced like a storm on his horse, forcing robbers to pay for their attempts to chase him. Despite the fact that the blades of their swords were directly threatened by his life, he skillfully evaded every blow. He avoided every hostile blow as if they were involved in their actions before they became a reality. His lightning counterattacks were so fast that the opponents did not even have time to notice them. His attacks were so rapid that the warriors did not have time to realize how they were disarmed. These meaningless hostile actions, when they were attacking all together, became a fatal solution for them. The young owner quickly realized that it was their fatal mistake. Without hesitation, he would destroy all opponents. The first confronted with the captain, he felt unrestrained immediately to this villain who mercilessly killed his friends. It was worth the captain for a moment to lose vigilance, as the sword of the young owner pierced his shoulder. The young master played on a horse, standing on his back with his feet. Pushing from his horse's back, he flew past the captain, depriving him of all confidence. His sword was moving at such a lightning speed that it was impossible to follow his eye. It is not only the air but also the face of this scoundrel with such accuracy. After completing the maneuver, the Gon laid the ground cleverly. Overlooking the battlefield, he found that the earth became red from spilled blood. The captain's eyes remained stationary without even having to react. His body was powerless to the ground and thus ended his life path. On this day, the whole earth was impregnated with red. The young master realized that the whole gang of the villains relied on demonic force. The first captain, witnessing his friend turned into a dead man, has already begun to be nervous. Jangon, overflowing with anger and determination, directed his view of thieves, seeking to destroy them to the last. Considering the demonic captain, the warriors felt both fear and the capture of his power. The captain could not realize how some pathetic target was able to defeat his innumerable army. He removed his blade, charging it with demonic energy. He firmly swore to destroy this brazen, who thought that he had mastered the martial arts. Gon stared at the captain, realizing that there is no place here, Only in battle he will prove his power. However, watching the captain, Gon noticed that his aura was no different from the aura of other demonic soldiers. Suddenly, the earth under her feet began to tremble. The captain realized that his opponent skillfully possessed martial arts, and that promised a fascinating duel. The case was that the captain's strength was remarkable. His energy was striking. Gon glanced at this scum, realizing that there was neither lies nor exaggeration. Although the captain's strength seemed indistinct, his sword radiated a weak but significantly threatening glow. The fighter collision was gaining momentum and approaching its climax. The young owner had no other way but to take off his hat. He did not intend to indulge in his opponent because he called him in a duel. The Gonus thundered the hat that spinned in the air. The moment came to put an end to this pack. What is known about demonic forces? They allow you to accumulate combat energy more quickly than possible by conventional methods. There is a temptation that few people are able to resist. It is a demonic force. From the time when the high demon Hani was captured by the throne, people began to use demonic force to rapidly accumulate combat energy. However, even Chuck Hanya was not able to cope with the uncontrolled power of demonic forces. Now the young owner is meeting a direct challenge from the enemy that draws a power of demonic energy. To achieve impressive results, they turn to this energy, enduring themselves. Many, practicing demonic arts, eventually lose common sense, because their cruelty and mysteriousness turn practitioners into true demons. However, the main question remains: what purpose does this power need? A power that can move the mountains and split the seas. If there has been a human transformation into a beast, a monster who seeks bloodshed and is unable to recognize even his mother or child, the young owner instantly causes a lightning blow penetrating the demon's hand. It causes frantic anger from a demon, and he begins to wave his demonic sword at an incredible speed. The demon smiles with the fascination with battle, seeking to check whether the young man is able to avoid his next powerful blow. Gon feels a strong resistance with each subsequent blow. Suddenly, the young owner's sword begins to split. The energy, which was originally turbid, now became clean and filled the demon of the demon. The enemy's power has grown so rapidly that Gon felt his confidence began to shake. The demonic captain, laughing and shouting, said that some cockroach would never be able to stop their detachment and would certainly be punished for his attempts. The strength of the demon has reached its climax, but failed to destroy our hero. The young master said that he had never encountered such a powerful enemy in these parts. It was a much more difficult task than he assumed. He firmly swore to himself that he would certainly return and overcome this obstacle, but during one of the blows, when his sword met with a demon's weapon, he was surprised to watch his sword split in half, turning into a helpless bell. The demonic warrior, wrapped in the flames of his chakra, watched him closely. When the weapon is scattered into parts, only one question remains: is it really an end? However, the young master no longer needs a sword, confidently lowers it to the ground. The demonic warrior struck a direct blow that rushed simply to the young owner. The young owner, full of inner confidence, understood that the battle of the sword would be difficult, so he decided to rely on his lightning speed. He warned his opponent, "It will hurt a little." Outing the opponent behind, Gon made considerable effort to strike a powerful blow to his fist in the enemy's spine. The demonic warrior, from an unexpected blow, only exhausted hoarsely. He survived many blows that left him without being able to recover. Each of the blows was accurately attached to its acupuncture points. However, only one sighting blow to the jaw radically broke the course of the fight. The young master stunned his enemy with this accurate blow. He managed to overcome a considerable distance full of difficulties that almost led him to victory. The power of the blow resembled the destructive power of the imperial blow of thunder. It was striking. The power of the impact was so destructive that the enemy collapsed to the ground. It seemed that after this blow, his demonic soul just left the body. A lively demonic warrior found the strength to ask whether his opponent belongs to the imperial army. However, the young master calmly stated that he was in no way related to the imperial army. He developed this technique, known as internal destruction, on his own. The commander was surprised by the unusual name of the technique. However, Jangon advised not to worry about it, because it does not matter for a dying person, thus ending the fate of this mighty enemy who ended up in hopelessness. At that moment, the soldiers appeared on the site of the destroyed arena, where there was a fierce battle. The warriors inspected the place of battle, overflowing with the horrific consequences of the battle. The view of this spectacle caused them the same at once as the scenes that happened that morning. Sen pointed to her partner to remain silent. She noticed him. It was the man who they tried so long to find. After the battle, the young master eagerly drank water, quenching a strong thirst. Senior came to him with the question, "Did you destroy all these people?" The young owner, not begging and with complete confidence, confirmed, "Yes, it was really me." She voiced her name and confidently approached the young owner. She, with a hat with sincere respect, turned to him. She began to look in her pocket, feeling that there is something extremely important there. She introduced herself as Juk Sen, a member of the 71st Patrol Detachment of the Union of Muse. However, she could not guess who really was before her. From the mouth of the young owner, only his name sounded. "My name is Jangon." After receiving this information, Sen in the inspection of the leader, who headed one of the gangs. She looked in his pocket, causing a slight surprise to the young owner who could not understand why she needed it. To the surprise of the young owner, his companion explained that the notion of demonic force, which the leaders of such gangs are often hidden in themselves. Soon I found that she found a source of demonic power, a bloody book, which she immediately threw her partner. She immediately ordered the partner to destroy the book found by fire, as their suspicions came true. The young owner wondered if this book was the true reason for their persecution. The partner of the lady, who had not previously introduced himself, said that his name is Ho, and expressed gratitude to the young master for having overcome the ominous demon. They had to complete this task on their own, but they were a little delayed. Jangon heard that there are many demons on the new continent, but did not assume that the roads were actually filled with them. Seni confirmed that it was this young man who eliminated the first captain of the detachment stationed in the west nearby. So if he overcame the first captain, then it is likely that he coped with the second. She pointed her hand at the place where the second captain was nearby. The detachment was stunned by events. The HO dream was the task of making sure that the second captain does not hide another book. They looked at the young owner with distrust, realizing that he managed to overcome almost 30 soldiers on his own. Jangon, noting that these people belonged to the patrol detachment of the Union of Musent, decided to ask them one single question, whether he received a reward for his efforts. The young owner knew that the elimination of these bandits was rewarded, so he sought to find out the location of the Union's branch, where they could be handed over. The young owner reported that he wanted only to receive a reward. Protecting himself from the attacks of these scoundrels, he is forced to kill them and protects them, although they pursue him as a criminal. The lady quickly identified the cause of his actions, and, fortunately, had the opportunity to pay him a reward for the destruction of demons and his work. Instead, she had only the bonds she suggested, explaining that they could be transferred in cash in the trade association or in the capital of the empire. Jangon hesitated about the bonds, but eventually agreed to accept them. In the current situation, it is worth using what is available. As a result, Jangon realized that he could exchange bonds for cash over time, so he asked to give him all the bonds available to him. Without a moment, he quickly took the bonds and went on the road. Ho Dream was surprised how easily he was released without checking. Could he not steal a demonic book? At the same time, the Sen was aware that the abilities of this man largely exceeding any demonic arts. He did not need demonic force, because he could effectively deal with scoundrels even without weapons. Now is the time to investigate the Alliance's activities or find out other suspicious cases. However, the partner was interested in what was their first goal. Looking at Kim San-chan's body, Sen In-yi found that his internal organs had serious damage. The impact that the opponent caused was like a devastating thunder, which caused the woman to think that this young man could be a soldier of the Imperial Army. This issue deserves a thorough investigation. The partner could not understand why they had so many urgent tasks. It may be worth a pause, but in you, I found a map of the bandits, hidden by the commander of demonic abomination. Usually, these robbers kill adults and kidnap. These children should be released urgently. They saddled the horses for a moment and rushed forward. Senior had no idea whether a young man who eliminated these robbers was aware of their cruel acts. However, one thing was undoubted. This young warrior possesses incredible force, and their paths will still intersect. She believed in it. At the same time, the plot brings us to the village of Yahello. The young host was welcomed by the boy with his father. They met him with joy, everything was fine. The young master was pleased to watch their sincere smiles. Before going to Chesan Gokok, they took care of Jangon. They examined his wounds, provided first aid, and put the horse in a stable and fed. They decided to rest a little and deal with urgent affairs. The young owner was aware that tomorrow would be able to complete all things and hoped to find a little time to relax. He became aware that tomorrow in the village of Chang Sangok there will be a fair. The city was raging from a life full of merchants that filled the streets with their goods and attractive offers. The fair was a common sight for locals and warriors who came here. The young master accompanied the boy with winding streets, leading him to his aunt. They walked through numerous quarters, attracting the views of the locals who considered them aliens. However, it was such a charming village that the young master was struck by the art of placing several shops in such a cozy corner. The husband noted that his wife differs among others. Aunt, having come to meet, was pleasantly surprised by their rapid arrival, because she had not seen them for a long time and did not expect such an early visit. Aunt invited them to go to the house and climb to the second floor, noticing that they did not come. She also invited Jangon's warrior to make them a company in the house. The young master focused on this woman. The man began to tell a fascinating story about how Jangon, this brave warrior, saved his life. Everyone thanked for the salvation of their son-in-law's life, and in gratitude they raised a bag of money for their kindness. Aunt handed this gift to Jangon. Jangon gratefully received a gift and expressed his sincere gratitude for his generosity. Aunt emphasized that this gift is much smaller than the importance of Jangon's act for them. She sincerely invited him to stay for a few days to rest. But Jangon's most important curiosity was where you can find a local smithy or trade association. Hearing about his desire, her aunt gladly agreed to point his way. They decided to go on the road, but the boy Hassan wanted to accompany Jan, despite the fact that he was asked to stay with his father. Boy, trying to hold on boldly, asked the young owner. He asked the young owner where he mastered the martial arts, because he was impressed with his power. Jan replied to this that he acquired knowledge here or there. He has often asked about it lately. He mentioned that there are several masters in Chonvan who convey their skills for payment. Although their abilities are not the best, they teach quite good. The boy was surprised when he learned that it was possible to master the martial arts not only in specialized schools. He learned that on the new continent, traditional schools and family estates are usually preparatory courses for those who seek to join the imperial army. Only after the entry begins the real training of martial arts, which opens up opportunities for earnings. It is because of this that the imperial army soldiers are recognized masters in the martial arts. Soon they came to the planned place. The woman has announced that it was the most prestigious forge in the whole of Sanguk. The young owner made gratitude to the woman and looked at the Kuznaya emblem with interest, which every time caused him amaze. He entered the master's office, carefully examining the swords that were put up for sale. As a payment, he put the bonds on the table in exchange for the sword. After that, he went in search of a new hat who would seem to him. Finding the right hat, he paid a few coins to the seller. This place appealed to him much more than the previous settlement. When all his affairs were completed before the sunset, he was offered a wonderful wine. However, he politely refused, as it was time to move on. The young man tried to detain him, assuring that his aunt had a talent for cooking, and at the same time expressed his desire to study his martial arts. However, Jangon noted that he does not have a specific teaching method, so it will not be easy for the boy. In the event of such a situation, it will be better if he is taught by her aunt, because she is also a talented master. The bun was surprised to look at his aunt, not believing that she is really a master of martial arts. However, Aunt realized that her secret was revealed because this warrior showed great insight. Jangon expressed his gratitude for delicious food, care, and help in choosing the way. Overweight the guy with his eye, he wished him success. With these words, he said goodbye and drove his horse to a faster movement. Ant sadly watched the moving warrior, and the trash, with tears in his eyes, watched how this courageous hero leaves their life. Aunt noted that Homan could not look away from a warrior who gradually disappeared in the valley. She reminded him that tears were not for courageous guys. However, Hin denied that he was not crying, although this moment would probably remain in his memory forever. Understanding his talent for martial arts, the guy asked his aunt to teach him everything she knows. It was an opportunity to fulfill the dream of a boy, so the young master left the village with a light heart, completing all his business. Moving away from the city, Jangon decided to visit one institution. He did not suspect how meaty-auctioned the domino. The criminals at the bar conspired against him, trying in all ways to ensure his defeat. They tried to justify themselves, arguing that conspiracy was pointless, because his play in dominoes is truly unimaginable. Jangon was upset because of the unsuccessful result of this game. In the bar, everyone drew attention to the fact that the man had a good, natured appearance, but the situation was more complicated than it seemed. After they were the winners of his money, invited another bottle from the owner. Jangon thought to find out the possible deception of these people with the help of combat energy, but unfortunately, they seemed absolutely honest in the game. This indicated that his domino skills were just horrible. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." The warning sounded strictly, "One day your words can cost you life." But the young master replied with confidence that he could take care of himself. Having lost finally, he decided that it was time to leave this place. Saying goodbye to him, the men smiled, satisfied, rejoicing in the money. "To new meetings," they said, "inviting you to visit again." These words went like an arrow in his heart, and Jangon was forced to confess to himself that he was never a skilled player. Turning, his eyes caught a mysterious silhouette. The man sat, throwing his legs on the table, and watched everything that happened around. The mysterious tune was around, and Jangon tried unsuccessfully to understand where she came from. The man pulled melody sounds from the mandolins that filled the sleepy noon with charming harmony. The gentle sounds of the music were so fascinated by the young owner that he was delighted with every note. And not only Jangon was fascinated, the whole audience in the bar focused, listened to magical sounds. The whole institution plunged into the enchantment of this mysterious melody. The melody fascinated everyone around, giving an atmosphere of mystical peace and fascinating. Jangon thought about the life of this musician, who seems to be traveling from city to city. Is it possible that she just travels the world like a free bird without having a constant shelter? And if it is true, is it capable of giving joy? The young man realized that he was sitting lonely, delving in the opinion, "Look at me, I dream here after I lost all my money." Soon a company of Surov young people came to the bar. 3 young men entered the bar and began to look closely at each visitors. Various and suspicious views pursued a specific goal among visitors. Soon the Trinity came across the purpose of her search, leaving the young owner in complete misunderstanding of what is happening around. They approached the musician, convinced that her name is Ju. The girl noticed their presence and asked, "What do you need from me?" One of the boys introduced himself as Gel Yen, a member of the famous clan of Sud. Although his name could be unknown to her, he was convinced that his family was well known to her. She realized what she brought them here, and when she apologized, noted that their master behaved unworthy, creating a problem in an empty place. Hearing this, the warriors began to blame her loudly, calling her a thankless slave, and asking how she can afford to speak about their master. However, all her activities were reduced to a mandolin game, making her earning a living. She was not obliged to be responsible for his heart suffering. The warriors urged the girl to stop these nonsense because they have already begun to attract the attention of those present in the bar. They were convinced that Zhu Yen deliberately fascinated their master. The young owner also noticed these brazen, who, through his appearance, interrupted his enjoyment of music and spoiled his mood. They not only violated his quiet vacation but also insisted that the girl explains how she fascinated their master. They were most concerned with the fact that she allegedly slammed the female treasure from a young owner. Zhu Yen could not imagine that these shameless bitches were seriously saying. She considered it a complete nonsense. "What treasures can this fool be?" she asked with irony. She suggested that they ask their master in more detail if it really took place. One of the warriors did not resist and ordered her to be silent, calling her shameless, because he was convinced that their master would never be deceived about it. The warriors were so angry that they threatened to apply swords to force the girl to open the truth. She seemed mysterious because there was such a fuss through a teenager. The opponents insisted on their own, assuring that their master is an heir who would soon celebrate his majority this year. In her opinion, a 16-year-old young man is still a child, and honestly, she had doubts whether these men really represent the interests of his family. When asked why she thinks, the girl replied that if his family really took care of him, they would not have entrusted the case as three as they were. They would appoint this mission of a real warrior to carry a family name with honor and pride. Similar remarks were annoyed by the warriors. It seemed to them that the girl had neglected their importance. In response, they were indignant that they had a high rank and enough experience to handle it. The young master, watching the situation from his place, noted that if everything is said, 3 men will be forced to oppose 1 girl. Having gained the swords in their hands, they presented, "Destroy it!" The girl immediately broke from the chair and struck one of them in a leg. The next warrior who swung on her with his sword. She did not even have time to understand what happened, because she was already over his head. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. Unfortunately, I can't create a continuation of your text by fragments provided. However, if you have other questions or need help, let you know." As 3 throw knives target his head. He only managed to take these blows without being able to protect himself. These hits were so powerful that they completely deprived its opportunities for protection. After that, the girl carefully landed on the table nearby. One of the brothers remained motionless, and the girl warned them that they were the first to take their weapons, and she only defended themselves. Visitors to the bar, seeing chaos, began to think that it was time to call the sheriff urgently because the situation became increasingly dangerous. The taverna owner, watching his establishment again turned into a battlefield, realized that he would be forced to spend again on recovery after such reckless visitors. The waitress turned to her uncle, noting that if such devastations continue, their business may collapse, and they should think about moving, as long as there was an opportunity to keep something. The young owner quietly watched the girl, slowly to taste her drink. He confessed that she not only skillfully possessed combat skills, but also impressively. The girl masterfully managed the sword, directing him to those who offended her. When the 2 brothers suddenly rushed to her, she was moving like a clear swallow in the sky, a fast and light feat, giving the impression that she had the art of combat movements. Jangan never met people capable of using the art of flight in this new world. However, this woman had every chance of becoming a pioneer in the art of combat flights on this continent. She skillfully and gracefully reached out to her sword. Her eyes were burning with the glitter of martial arts. She is already tired of these obsessive paddles, and her stretched sword instantly pierced the head of one of the opponents, leaving one enemy to remain silent forever, and the other to turn into an inanimate body. They just had time to bite when the sword. He destroyed them as they could never think, entering this place. She skillfully defended herself. She cleverly pulled her cold sword in the vagina, and she said that they deserve such a fate through their young master. In her opinion, these 3 soldiers received what they deserved. She was tired of persecution and continuous fights that have soaked her every day. Jangon quietly came from behind and standing under applause, honoring her impressive skill. He was elucidated by her eyes and gave her a light smile. Looking at him in surprise, the girl asked herself internally, "What, in fact, is this guy not?" After all this bustle, It is time to collect your things. The girl leaned behind her hat, who sat perfectly on her head. However, its tool was torn away and may have even been damaged. The owner of the establishment was stunned by the chaos that prevailed after the fight. However, all remained not only alive but also without any damage, which was a real relief. It apologized to everyone for the chaos caused by these scoundrels in Tavern. The taverna owner expressed his gratitude for the apology, but noted that such situations happen quite often, so you should not worry. However, the girl felt guilt and said that if she did not come here, nothing would happen. Having extracted the money, she contributed to the restoration of the institution after the damage caused. The owner, watching everything carefully, noticed that the conscience of the girl was still. However, there was uncertainty if she had time to discuss. Even if it was a self-defense, there is a risk of punishment, because only one person can testify if the chairman of the union arrives, the bridge. To avoid even greater problems, she should go, and this also applies to Jangon. Jangon saddled his horse and went into the road through the forest pants. Even the picturesque landscapes of this earth could not calm his restless heart. The continuous wanderers are Jangon's tire. Reflections on lost in gambling, considerable sums of money made Jangon feverishly look for new ways of paying. In order to make a living, Jangon was forced to seek dangers. Such was the bitter reality of the warrior. Suddenly the horse was noticing something and stopping. Jangon, feeling the changes in the behavior of the horse, looked at where he stared. Next to the rock in the depths of the forest appeared the same girl from the bar, and her enemy insisted on her consequences for refusing to cooperate. It claimed that she did not feel any guilt and did not see the point in her involvement in this situation. However, the man stood on his own, emphasizing that the heir of the family committed suicide, not even leaving even properly decorated testament. The testament was made in favor of a simple dancer. Fortunately, he managed to survive, and he still gives signs of life. There is a chance that it will be taken away. However, does she not think that senior family members have the right to explain? The man emphasized that he was responsible for the child, and even if she decided to assign on her own, can it be considered an excuse? The young master did not take a look, watching the girl constantly persecuted. The man insisted on his own, noting that the young Miss Shim Jian accused Yen, claiming that she had too close relations with the young master. Let it not be true, they were convinced of its involvement in this case. If she is convinced of her honesty, he should appear in the family house and prove her right. However, Yen explained that the return there would be equivalent to the signing of the death sentence. She considers the young owner a real suicide and is convinced that the charges against her are unfounded. Yen does not believe that he will be able to leave this place alive. The man argued that if she was confident in her innocence, then of course he has every chance to get out of there safely. Despite her faithfulness, she could not get rid of the threat, because the words of a man seemed full of nonsense. She also killed her horse immediately after arriving, leaving her almost without choice. Jangon watched closely at the development of interest events. Jangon immediately noted that this man had attracted his attention with his extraordinariness. Unlike those minor fries that he faced earlier, this stranger was a prominent master of ancient martial arts. Despite excellent combat skills, it may not have enough strength to resist it. For Jangon, it served just a fascinating sight. As he just remarked, if she is convinced of his innocence, the likelihood of trouble is significantly reduced. As soon as the owner was going to go in his business, his horse suddenly rushed to them. The horse forced his master to intervene, but Jangon did not want to get involved in the situation, because this mysterious man was impressed by his skill, and it seemed that it was better to leave everything as it was. However, the horse was not going to give up. He seemed to be just forced to intervene. In such perseverance, it was impossible to refuse, so Jangon decided to intervene. Jangon, like a ghost, slides smoothly from the mountain. Sinking into the abyss, it hangs smoothly in the air. When he finally touches the earth, it splits under its weight. With ease, he interferes with their discussion, holding his hat. The appearance of a mysterious young man on the battlefield was a surprise for all present. However, this young man caused them a sense of acquaintance. The young owner noted that if he is called a guy, then let his name, Changon. The girl surrendered that this is the young man from the tavern, and was amazed at his unexpected appearance here. The martial arts master drew attention to how Changon made a jump from a huge height and was a lot impressed with all his landing. The martial arts master warned Changon, if he understands his good, let him choose his own path and does not interfere, because the consequences can be disappointing. However, Changon understood that the young man was saying threatening things, so he decided to stay and find out what was really going on and what challenges were waiting for him. The warrior reported that Changon faces the choice to be detained or imprisoned. The girl realized that this question directly concerns her. She was promised freedom provided that he proves innocence. It turned out that she was still in prison, and one of the boys tried to stop Changon, calling him not to interfere. Despite this, he was warned. If Changon intervenes again, his name will remain in memory as the name of the dead. The warrior had already reached out to the sword. Changon does not intend to waste time. Although he was involuntarily involved in this senseless situation, there was no return. He is aware that he cannot allow an innocent person to be taken away. Changon perceives his enemy as if he were a predator. For the martial arts master, everything that happened seemed illogical. He did not suggest that he could come across such a careless desperate, ready to play with life so lightly. Both opponents watched each other closely. The voltage reached the peak. Just a sword with a slight rustle came out of the vagina. All those present listened to this sound. The young lady was embarrassed because she could not understand what prompted this stranger to follow her and emerge from nowhere. Both soldiers were marked by the incredible force and insurmountable thirst for battle. It was a duel that was not stopped. Their views were so sharp that it seemed as if they were cut through each other. This fight had to determine which of them was really stronger, and as if it were solving the fate of everything around. The martial arts master was overwhelmed by incredible force, but an even more striking event took place. Changon overshadowed his rival with a cruel fury like a red lightning that had flashed past him. With lightning speed, he snatched the sword and, skillfully wrapping it, struck the body of the enemy. What to resist such a force was how to try to keep the water in the palms. He was aware that to challenge such a powerful rival as this sophisticated warrior means to doom himself to defeat. Where did this undefeated fighter come from? The warrior was the idea that maybe Changon is part of the imperial army because his capacity was striking, but he had never heard of this new moon before. The look of the young ruler Changon coldly leaned the battlefield, and his rival barely resisted the covering fear. He immediately realized the danger of this young man, thinking whether he was serving in the imperial army, because the experienced eye of the warrior had already seen what the battle would end. The young bishop, noticing his opponent, realized that he has a sharp premonition that arises only after long training in the martial arts. It was only necessary to observe what next steps he would take. The man specified if the name of the young ruler was really Changon. He drew attention to Changon's outstanding abilities and became interested in which clans belonged to this young man. At the same time, his sword returned to the vagina. The woman was amazed when she saw Chen Inoni suddenly retreating, and her face expressed a great surprise. The young ruler Changon, noticing that the duel is postponed, calmly says, "Yes, I am Changon, but if you have not heard about me, then I'm not from yours." The man suggested that if Changon was not included in the famous clan, then his path may be connected with the imperial army. However, Changon, smiling, denied, "No, I am not from the imperial ranks. There are not many masters who do not serve the emperor." So, there was only one important question. Who was this mysterious warrior who unexpectedly intervened in their fight? Chen Inon realized his fate and decided to leave the battlefield that day. However, this did not rule out the intention of his clan to continue the fight for this woman. The man named his name, warning that the next time they would be better prepared and see whether Changon would resist the power of his kind. Changon watched his enemy headed to his horse, and with a slight indifference said, "If you decided to avoid a fight, this is your right, apparently, even better for you." Yen could not understand what was going around. She could not believe that this brave man would simply retreat without any fight. However, in the end, everything happened. Master Changon was aware that the martial arts skill of these famous clans is actually extremely high. They are able to anticipate critical moments. As soon as the sword came out of the vagina, it is impossible to restrain it without blood. Moreover, in their enlightened clan, family honor sometimes recedes into the background. It is clear that these warriors were distinguished among everyone who was met in the world by Murima. Changon from Yen remained alone, studying each other's views. After a long pause, Changon said that he just fulfilled his duty and did not gratify. However, Jaran fell into a cry, outraged by the fact that Changon had not struck. Changon, embarrassed, asked what happened and why she was so annoyed. She explained that these attackers do not intend to retreat, and now the whole clan will seek their death. If they were neutralized in time who escaped, they would have more time to escape. Changon looked at her with surprise, not understanding how to discuss the murder as if it were a daily cause. However, he quickly realized that in the world, Murima was a common thing. He put the horse in order and sighed. He thought that probably nothing would have changed, even if they had eliminated that warrior. Despite all this, Eren stubbornly argued that they could have had more time. Changon never comprehended the meaning of this dialogue and still did not wait for the words of gratitude from her. In the end, she decided to recommend, "I am a Jaran from the clan Gamson Sleep. I am very grateful to you for help, because thanks to you I managed to avoid unjust captivity." Changon asked with curiosity if Gamson Sleep was her native place. She confessed that she did not sympathize with the emperor. Although she acknowledged that the city had reached prosperity thanks to the imperial dynasty, it did not change its attitude. If her life were better, she would not have to wander the world in search of fate. Changon nodded in agreement and was about to leave. He advised her to go as soon as possible, because Gen's Inon threatened to kill them. It seems that the first they will decide to pursue it. The surprised Iran asked why he decided to help her. Changon said why he generally took care of saving others in danger. Lady Eren could not believe that in the world as Muse, there were still people who were able to express such words. He ordered his horse Jojo to speed up the step, finally leaving this place behind. Eren was thinking about how skillful this man was, because he forced the warrior to retreat without even crossing his swords with him. She couldn't just let him disappear. She rushed after him, seeking support, because their acquaintance since Gamson, in her opinion, was a fate. She assured that she would thank him generously if he was attached to her request for help, because without his support, he would not be able to cope with the scoundrels. Interested in the possibility of remuneration, Changon decided to listen carefully to her proposal. Eren persistently assured Changon that he would reward him for his help. She noted that Changon probably had to work a lot because he was not tied to either any respectable school or to the famous kind. If he agrees to help, she promises to teach him unique martial arts. Changon just smiled. When asked why he laughs, the guy jokingly said that she may need to study if she knows something really exceptional. However, Eren strongly argued that this martial art belongs to the Imperial Army, emphasizing that it is extremely difficult to learn in its ranks. This requires not only outstanding abilities, but also irreconcilable loyalty to the Emperor, which is a major factor. Changon listened with some interest, but not too enthusiastic. Changon noted that the training of civilian martial arts, which belongs to the Imperial Army, is considered a state betrayal. However, Eren explained that this is not quite the case, because it can only teach the art of 4th class, the basic technique, which is transmitted for freelance students. She noted that despite the fact that this martial art is not the most perfect, it is inherited by emperors from generation to generation. Her knowledge can become valuable and useful for him. She noticed how her proposal gradually began to interest Changon. However, he was concerned about the devotion to the emperor. Eran asegurado que sería solo un estudiante formal, y asegurado que todo estaba asentado. She even promised that she would make her mentor teach him using the debt that he has to her. However, Chang'an had doubts about the trust in Iran. She confidently assured him that she would not jeopardize her life for deception. Sitting on a stone, he plunged into reflections. He was aware of stories about retired soldiers from the imperial army who sold their knowledge for considerable money. Being a formal student, no one will doubt the source of his skills. Once he has helped her, perhaps it is worth taking the opportunity and improving her martial arts. However, he was still tormented by the question, who else is he able to assist? Aaron noted that in 2 days on the road, they would encounter rivers and valleys that will become the perfect shelter for them to help disappear without a trace. Aaron was very grateful to Chang'an for his generosity, but he sought only one thing, that she would fulfill her promise. Eran asegurada de que no cambiaría su decisión, pero notó que su caballo había muerto. She asked permission to go with him on his horse until she found another. None of them even guessed that their journey was already watching carefully. Jen's clan members planned to ambush this evening. Their leader ordered not to strain too much, only to test their abilities. They did not enter their plans. The leader carefully developed a strategy, and for everything that happened, a close watched by the eagle. From a height, the eagle watched them, and its owner thought, who was this mysterious warrior? Is it just mortal or carrier of special abilities? Soon they will find out this by trying the brave man who dared to get them in an obstacle. Ms. Yeren wanted to stay on vacation, but Chang'an considered it a dangerous idea, given the threat that they were constantly waiting. She insisted that the traces of their journey had disappeared without a trace, and no one would be able to find them. However, it seemed that the enemies were already breathing in their back. Although her appearance was carefree, Chang'an noted that something had changed in her behavior. If she really thought that the enemies were chasing them, she would not remain so calm. The lady thought that by informing the Union of Murim or the Empire, you could get help. But will it really work? And is it worth contacting them at all? She hesitated in her decisions, especially given that witnesses could confirm the fact of persecution. Among the witnesses was a girl named Catfish Jean, the fiancée of a young master. Iran could not believe that the girl was so envious of her musical talent that she decided to destroy her reputation, talking to her fiancé. Jian's catfish convinced the master of fictional stories about Iran, which made it the object of attention of the pursuers, and was in trouble. The lady was convinced that because of the envy and hatred of the catfish, Jian began all this chaos. Because of this, Iran now has to hide and constantly fight for his life. Gon looked intently into the girl's eyes, seeking to understand her intentions. She did not seem prone to the approach, which only increased his doubts. The guy said, "Will he regret his participation in this story? After all, he may have to face the warriors of the Jen's clan." However, if he really regretted, he would hardly intervene. Lady Aaron hinted that people with his type of character usually did not live long, and these words have affected Gon. Gon suddenly exploded with indignation. How could she say that? However, the girl just smiled, turning the situation into a joke, trying to relieve tension. However, it became clear soon that something strange was happening. They began to surround the feeling of extraneous energies, which were significantly flowing from all sides. Suddenly, from the shadow came ninja with burning red eyes. They rapidly appeared on all sides, instantly surrounding the heroes. Gon realized that their opponent Gindream was much faster and more aggressive than they imagined. Soon they were in a hopeless position, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Lady Aaron was stunned by how quickly they were discovered. She was convinced that their traces had disappeared without a trace, but the foundation showed that they underestimated the cunning and skill of opponents. Unexpectedly being in the forest, they were stunned by the sudden appearance of enemies, not even knowing that they were in danger. Nothing hinted that their path would end with such an unexpected attack. Lady Yen could no longer put up with it. She decided that they would just get to Gamson, immediately contact the Union of Murim or the Empire. She was ready to risk all her property to bring information about these mysterious soldiers to the governor. And then these scoundrels will understand the consequences of their actions, even if they belong to the famous clan. However, it is clear that the warriors remained indifferent to her speeches. The warriors ignored the meaningless threats of a woman. Their sole purpose was to destroy her. Gon carefully evaluated the situation. Although there were only 10 fighters among the enemies, the leader is absent. He remained mysterious about their intentions. Most likely it is just a check, and if they die here, the clan will not even express any care about them. Gon has not yet had time to conclude when one of the soldiers rapidly rushed to the attack, encouraging all others. On different sides, the opponents hit them, and the battle broke out. Yen has reached the limit of her forces. These abominations really seek her death, and do not even think about the possibility of leaving her alive. Their only idea is to destroy it immediately. Gon, with a barely noticeable smile, encouraged Yen, reminding her of the courage she demonstrated in Taverna. This is a moment when her skills can become decisive. Yen squeezed metal knives in her hands, carefully choosing the target among her enemies. She threw the knives lightly, and they kissed the target unmistakably. One of the knives with a glare flew from the shining flame, forming a dazzling flash. Throwing the knife, she accurately impressed one of the fighters. The warrior knocked the flames from the panthelic, and he could not appreciate where it was struck. Only the sharp sword of the young owner, who was lightning through one of the opponents, made his way through the radiance of a burning flame. The burning flames rejected a ghostly glare on his face, giving him a sinister determination. Nevertheless, the attacks of the opponents were constantly on all sides. With every moment, avoiding attacks became increasingly difficult. It seemed that the darkness would appear from the darkness. The threat was constantly, and the ruthless warriors were not inferior. Their desperation and skillful possession of weapons impressed the imagination. Their combat presence embodied unbridled power, which even the most experienced fighters made it shudder. The young owner, unable to endure these scoundrels, showing unusual speed, jumped through 3 opponents. His deadly blows immediately dealt with the enemies, and he rushed to the hostess to keep her from the threat of a dangerous attack from the side. Yen did not even have time to notice how the young owner disappeared on her side. She only sighed with relief, realizing that the young owner had protected her from a deadly stroke of the sword. Of the whole group of 10 soldiers, there were only 2. They froze fixed, sharing confused views, realizing that their chances of surviving are scanty. Although their ability to win was minimal, they could still risk attack if they dared. Now, watching the threatening glitter of the dark blade of a young master, they hesitated, realizing that their weapons are noticeably inferior in sharpness. They showed great negligence in their actions, and now only the question remained whether they really came to kill. Their leader, Chen Dream, sent them to the right death, and they could not understand what purpose. Gon offered them the opportunity to pick up the wounded comrades and retreat. It suggested that her partner had lost her sense, because these scoundrels appeared with the intention of destroying them. However, the young man decisively ordered the enemies to get away immediately if they seek to save their lives. Realizing that the opportunity received is the only chance of salvation, the warriors decided not to seduce fate. Having grabbed the wounded, they lived hope that not everything is lost, and companions could be saved. Ladies and Chengan watched the opponents withdrawing those who could still be saved. After that, they hastily retreated in the direction where they could provide medical care. Laying the way through the forest, the warriors hurried to move away as far as possible, carrying on their shoulders wounded comrades who still had a chance for salvation. The icy wind pierced them through, reminiscent of danger that threatened. Chen suggested that the time of their carelessness has come to an end, and now the moment has come to order all things and move on. However, the girl could not understand what he was in mind. The young master tried not to pay attention to her confusion and called his horse not to waste time. The warriors were in a hurry, fearing that they could come across a new ambush at any time. However, the girl could not understand why he was mowing over the enemies, because they could catch up again. Throughout the journey, the girl did not rest the Gon, constantly asking why he chose to spare enemies and would not be wiser to destroy them once and for all. She guessed that their path could be revealed, and enemies could easily track them again. However, he was already operating a headache from endless conversations. Nevertheless, they moved on, realizing that they should be ready to defend themselves at any time. Finally, they reached the city and began to stroll through its streets slowly. Children who traded various goods tried to encourage them to buy them. Detecting generosity, the woman presented a coin to one of the toddlers, asking him to buy a treat for her comrades. Gan noticed that she has a sincere heart and undoubtedly has a great kindness to children. Her stories of the brothers testified that she grew in a cozy atmosphere of warmth and family love. All of her 4 brothers were distinguished by his mind and rich imagination, always causing her a sincere smile. If the conditions of their lives were more favorable, they would have grown worthy, confident adults. Her sad eyes clearly reflected the hidden pain she tried to hide. Watching the baby, she felt something excited about the depths of her soul. Despite the fact that they first stepped on the streets of this unfamiliar city, her view published a different story, a story full of pain and secrets. Gan felt some anxiety, but did not dare to ask about it directly. He just looked in her eyes silently, trying to grasp the depth of her feelings. She remembered that she had been here before, and her knowledge of the city, especially about post offices, was obvious. This meant that when they admired the city from the top of the mountain together, she was falsely assured him that she was her first trip here. The woman realized that Gan had unraveled her deception, and realized that it was time to reveal the truth. She urged him not to waste his time and immediately send a letter to a pigeon mail to have a response next morning. But the young man just stood motionless, feeling that the situation was hiding in something jagged. Golubina Mail took a letter to a remote musician in the mountains, and 3 coins were enough for this service. Aaron only sent a request for help, hoping that the addressee would come to see her. The name of the sender was indicated by Iran, and the local postman accepted the departure and handed it over. Aaron made payment for departure. The dove took the letter and immediately went to flight for its delivery. The pigeon flew into a long journey to deliver the letter. In the city, it was possible to find horses, so Aaron purchased one that stood out for its endurance. The young man considered the circumstances carefully and noted that there were no persecutors around. But why is it so strange in the streets? It seemed all around the calm, but if the enemies planned to stop them, the city would be the perfect place to attack. Gan realized that their enemy dream was much smarter than Gan first thought. His further intentions remained a mystery. Yet, they had to continue their journey because there was a storage that they knew well. The hiding place was in a cave hidden among the harsh Rocky Mountains. They stopped in place and ignited the campfire to warm up. Yaran could not get rid of thoughts about the case. It seemed that maybe their enemies had decided to retreat. She suggested that the dream realized the skill of Gan, who exceeded all expectations, and because of this, he either retreated or decided to wait for a more favorable moment for attack. However, in the morning, she had to meet with his comrades, and Aaron believed that with their arrival, all the troubles would remain behind. Jangan, although agreed with Iran, still remained a little skeptical, because the demonstrations of the martial arts of the Imperial Army did not cause him much admiration. Undoubtedly, the opportunity to see the Imperial heritage will be a truly exciting event. Iran could not understand why Gan, having such a prominent talent, did not become part of the Murim Union, and therefore decided to ask him about it. Thanks to his skills, Gan could easily achieve considerable success in any combat faction, whether in the Empire or in Murim. However, he seemed to wander aimlessly, entangled in these matters. Gan explained that his life credo is freedom, and he does not want to be connected with any organization or group. His image embodied the spirit of the nomad with a shrewd look, which had no desire for glory or grandeur. Yerain died into his eyes, which were calm like a quiet lake, and realized that this man was perceived by the world with incredible peace. Her fervent desire to find out the true cause of his help did not subscribe. She sought to answer her frankly. Even in a joke, she suggested that his help may be due to her. Gan was a little shot at such a replica, because he was embarrassed as Aaron could assume that. However, this was somewhat true. Aaron laughed, assuming that if it is indeed the reason, then one more. She expressed the opinion that Gan may have been interested in her skill in the martial arts of the Empire, but he strongly rejected such an assumption. In fact, his motivation hid in self-defense. He doubted whether these enemies were threatened only to her, whether he could attack him, so he decided to act in advance. However, in his soul, he always felt the presence of a vigilant look, which carefully followed everything that happened around. These eyes could not act, only unattached in the void. Compared to the natural power that filled the world, these eyes seemed powerless and helpless, like an involuntary view. He once found himself in a similar position when his gaze was desperately asking for help. These eyes, who watched him tirelessly, were silently begged for help if they tried to shout without words. His statement seemed strange, giving rise to many questions in the mind of Iran. She realized that she had affected something deeply hidden and painful. Gan confessed that his words may seem strange, as if those eyes were begging for helping voice, although it was not what he was preparing throughout his life. However, these eyes were unbelievable, and if he ignores them, they were not able to cause him any harm. Gan said that his purpose was to assist. He could not remain indifferent to these inner sensations. Such relentless vulnerability settled in his soul, which he understood. It is only necessary to despise this call, these views will lose their influence. And perhaps they will disappear forever, just as youthful carelessness gradually evaporates with the advent of adulthood. Watching the cotton tongues of the flame, it covered a sense of deep uncertainty. He could not be indifferent and allow these views that accompanied him throughout his life just disappear. After all, these eyes belonged to him himself, and if they disappear, part of his past, which cannot be returned. Therefore, he decided to act and assist, because it was his way to retain a part of his essence. This help was actually not only an act of nobility, but also an attempt to protect its essence. It is because of these eyes that he looks at it now, and it encourages help. This special connection prompted him to stay nearby, despite the fact that it could seem strange. After his words, the silence reigned that she was enveloping the space, giving rise to many questions instead of answers. Aaron looked carefully into his eyes, trying to solve their hidden content. It was really unusual, and she couldn't disagree with it. However, this strangeness had something that fascinated it. Without resisting, she rushed to Ghana and lit him a passionate kiss. Gan did not protest, only responded to her kiss in the quiet setting of the cave. At the moment when their lips merged in a kiss, there was a change between them. In this cave, there was an event that surpassed a regular kiss. Even Gyoje, who calmly pinched the grass nearby, heard unusual sounds from the cave and delved into a quiet anxiety. He could not understand what was happening inside the cave. In the morning, the sun rays hugged the landscapes of Murima, breathing freshness and new life on the day. The echo of the change in the cave has left the alarming atmosphere. Changan got up, pulled his hands, thinking about the exhausting work he was doing yesterday. He noted that Mrs. Yen Ran had left a note for him. Not having an idea for what reason she did so, he undertook to read the note. In Mrs. Yen's note, she sincerely thanked the last few days, adding not to chase it, as it may be too dangerous. Changan was stunned, realizing that he was ruthlessly deceived. He jumped into his horse immediately, shouting, John, we have trouble!" Yan Wound disappeared without a trace. The most upset was that she also appropriated his horse. Curse! He raged in his thoughts when he realized the seriousness of the situation. He could not realize that his beloved horse was in the hands of that tricky woman. What he understood caused a fierce anger in it. After all, his horse John was a small trader, and it additionally broke his peace. Quickly evaluating the situation, Gan began to move along the edges of this Murima, choosing the most convenient way. Although at one time the martial art of the flight was his main advantage in contractions, he has not used it for a long time. Today's circumstances have persistently prompted him to act immediately, without giving thought or hesitation. Of course, there were reasons why he refrained from flight techniques. They harmed his body, which made the ability to fly long distances not too perfect. Today the weather was truly beautiful, which would mean a wonderful reincarnation into a cloud after death. not a person who annoyed him. He moved so rapidly that he soon came to the traces of his faithful horse. This has given the confidence in him that he was moving in the right direction, although uncertainty still made itself known. Probably the woman was racing all night, so it was possible to move a considerable distance. It was difficult to imagine that she had released her horse and saddled another. Although he was not convinced of all aspects of the situation, he was firm in his determination to return Jogyo. His horse for many years ahead, young, smart, is able to serve him for another 10 years. After thinking, the young owner did not have time to react, and his opponent struck him. The collision occurred, a powerful explosion that flew the fragments in all sides. As soon as the whip was squeezed nearby, he immediately felt a threat and jumped back. This was a serious danger, so he tried to avoid such circumstances. Thoughting abruptly, he turned away the death, but the threat was still hanging over him. The blow of the wad was provoked by a real chaos that could be guessed on the destroyed tree. The Wizard of Ownership focused on all his power in this blow, showing his unwavering power. He focused all his passion in the wicked and at incredible speed. After the stroke, the master cleverly assembled a whistle in his hands, ready for a new attack. He could not comprehend how this scoundrel managed to evade his blow, demonstrating his incredible speed. Changan instinctively reached out to his sword, in surprise to think about who this brawlery, who suddenly arose in his field of view. His outfit testified that he was not a random robber at all, but a person of significant status. It was likely that it belonged to the famous clan, and the Gens clan may have tracked it. A well-known person who asked to calm down and make hasty decisions appeared from the bushes. The young master was stunned by her unexpected appearance, not hoping to see her in this place. She immediately expressed his dissatisfaction with him, raising the question of why he followed her, why he took her horse, and why he made it. However, he, nevertheless, managed to overcome such a distance that was truly impressive. The man realized that he was the one she mentioned in her letter 2 days ago. During his clash with Sun, he came to her help, saving from the killers that night. However, the man who stood next to her could not understand how this brave is still living among her. The girl could not find the words for the answer. It turned out that the dream was much restrained than she expected. After the first day when he checked their opportunities, he no longer tried to attack. The girl suggested that if he decided to wait for everyone to disperse, she could use him as a bait to turn away Sun for a certain time. So she just left him. I am convinced that there would be no need to kill him. She decided that if he appropriated his horse, it would help to maintain anonymity and hide them both from prying eyes, leaving her plans under the cover of mystery. The man laughed, addressing Yan Yan, they say. She absolutely vaguely understands the situation. Her task was to bring him to them. If he failed to kill on his own, the brothers could always come to the rescue. However, she was too merciful in her decision, and after returning to the punishment clan, was inevitable. Gon, listening to their nonsense, caught the word clan, which immediately made him alert. The man noted that the girl mentioned the master who accompanied her and was able to defeat Sun without even getting a sword. It was a striking trick. In addition, he said, he did not study in any imperial army or a famous clan. Gan noted that this man was striking with his genius, and they are really interested in it. If fate brought them in other circumstances, he would gladly invite him to his clan as an honorable guest. Opening his belonging to the Henbei clan, he was politely and respectfully bowed to him. The young master realized the fragility of his situation and comprehended that he was in a rather dangerous situation. Clan Yen, one of the big and famous, like Gen's clan. However, unlike the Gen's clan, which has been almost kicked out to the new continent, the clan still retains its influence. It turned out that Zhu Yenran was also a member of the Yen clan. Now he was at the epicenter of the confrontation between the two influential clans, all this again through the new continent. He is in this mess, and now the situation looks even more complicated. All this imperial fuss around martial arts and similar things has long lost any meaning. The young master confessed that the whole situation was only deception. Yen explained that all that she said really truth. Her lies were not a voluntary choice, but a forced step, because she had to be released from Jen's clan. She did not even hope that someone from the street, a casual passerby, would be able to withstand a powerful clan, and was sure that he would not survive in this dangerous adventure. However, by some miracle, he was able to bypass the trap that he was arranged. "And really, are you probably surprised now?" said the young owner. "This is the reason for her lightning escape." But what is the story of this young master from Jen's clan? All words were only a fiction, part of its complex intrigue. At first, she seduced that young man, stopping the secret book of the clan. And then she pushed him to a desperate act, suicide when he realized his own mistakes. Now, the young man realized the truth. The bride of Jian has never deceived him. Yen Yan stressed that the young owner was really just lucky. He asked the young man to question whether he realized why Iran had just shared it all. At the same moment, his hand grabbed a whirlpool. The young man corrected his hat on his head and decided to look more closely at what was happening. The young owner suggested that they were just looking for a reason for his murder. Yan Yan stressed that his opponent had shown a great wit, exceeding all expectations. He considered the young man a pro standing because of his wandering lifestyle, but he seems to be much smarter than expected. The hero realized that they were really watching him. The anticipation did not let down. The back seemed to be itching from the feeling of the presence of someone invisible. From afar, a man with a huge spear was approaching, loudly proclaiming that the resistance was meaningless, since the ordinary vagrant could not resist the warriors of the clan. In evaluating the circumstances, the young man realized that he got into a real trap. He found himself between the two warriors of the ancient clan. Once in such a disadvantage, the young man realized that it could be his last test. The guy laughed that the powerful warriors of the clan Yan are so convinced of their power that they were forced to fight together, and they also call it execution. This is certainly more confused with the sun if they manage to find the place of residence of this new moon and follow him. Imagine, he was not only able to give them a sister of Iran safely, but also brought Sun directly into the trap. They even expressed gratitude on behalf of the family, to which Chang'an said, "These guys were really good." But today is the time when his life can end. Eran sinceramente se disculpó. Lo siento que tuvo que robar su caballo para que no pudiera perseguirla. However, somewhere in the depths of his soul, the young man felt that something imperceptibly changed. It was really unfortunate, but its brothers did not bother it at all. They advised Iran to retreat, assuring it that they would do everything quickly and perfectly. Chang'an gained his gaze to heaven and realized that everything unfolded exactly as he predicted. He is once again tempted by deception and trying to destroy Marima in this unpredictable world. Why, to the hell I did not become the dreamy cloud, but instead find myself in the human body, where these cunnings attack from all sides. A mighty blow of the wart rides directly to the head of our hero, forcing him to act lightly. A mighty blow destroys his hat, flying on the ground. However, the powerful energy that envelops it creates an invisible barrier around the young man, saving from significant damage. The powerful force begins to rotate his body as if it were jigging, trying to remove him from the state of balance. Despite his skills, he already sees the warrior with a copy on the opposite side, ready to strike a fatal blow. Finding a way out of the difficult situation, he rapidly removes the crushed hat, turning it into a makeshift weapon. Aptly tossed the hat in the enemy with a copy, he charges him with energy, turning into a dangerous weapon. The QE energy filled, the hat begins to rotate like a jig and is rapidly approaching the enemy. The warrior with a copy, without predicting such a turn of events, quickly raises his weapon, trying to repel a sudden attack. With his copy, the warrior cuts the hat in half, at first glance eliminating the threat. However, it is easy to see that he seemed to have driven the threat. The warrior only partially blocked the attack, and the tension was still erupting around. This warrior demonstrated striking combat abilities that could be amazed by even experienced craftsmen. Yanran was closely monitored by the battle from the beginning, waiting for the moment that had to determine the further fate. She was amazed that even members of the clan were not able to push this new moon. The blows were so powerful that anyone else would not have resisted and died for a long time. However, the young man tirelessly and skillfully reflected each attack, demonstrating impressive accuracy and speed of response to any movement of opponents. For every attack of this ominous slaughter, he found a way to counter-attack, sometimes even going into an active offensive. He not only defended himself, but was actively moving towards the blows, showing incredible courage and perfect skill. Yen Yang could not believe his own eyes. This monster flew just on him, but the guy skillfully flew the attacker's wad. Who is this guy and where does he have such incredible abilities? He thought, not knowing any answers. He always wanted to keep a distance in battle and could not allow this young man to come. He directed his wand so that he wrapped around the hands of a young warrior, limiting his opportunities to move. The bump struck seemed to stop the time when he wrapped around the enemy's body, instantly immobilizing him. However, the energy charged with energy still directed directly to this villain. He did not assume that the young man was able to concentrate such powerful energy and direct it directly on it. When the young man met with Yanjan's body, blood began to flow from his mouth. The clothes on it began to break and twist under the influence of a powerful energy wave that pierced his body. The power of the young warrior broke through the protection, destroying it from the inside. Yin Yang with a gupot settled on the ground, releasing a whistle from weakened hands. His body could not stand the devastating stroke. However, the warrior with the spear was already waiting for his moment, and there was no way to avoid his powerful attack. The young man failed to avoid a fatal blow to the spear. The spear pierced it through, and the pain, like an explosion, spread throughout the body, filling each cell. The young man realized that the spear had passed through his body, and blood began to flow from the wound, but a little unexpected happened, which no one had hoped. The warrior with the spear did not expect such an unexpected development of the situation. Although the spear was still in his body, a young warrior cut the face of the enemy with one sweeping blow of his sword. After that, he struck a series of devastating blows, seeking to finally neutralize the enemy. A man with a copy fell to the ground, already dead, but cold steel weapons still pierced the body of a young warrior, limiting his movements. The opponents who opposed him were lying on the ground one by one. Their bodies fell on the ground with a roar, and it seemed that the warriors of the clan had exhausted the strength for further struggle. The Lord Yanran, who observed the events, was amazed at the appearance of breathless bodies. She notices her brother Yana, covered with blood, that is still looking at her enemy with a burning look. Zhonggan, with a stuck in the shoulder, squeezes the sword, trying to stay on his feet and not get out of balance. The realization that the wound causes unbearable pain gives it even more suffering. Spreading blood, Yanjan addressed the young man. "Where do you have a fist of heavenly thunder?" Although this art reminded him of a familiar style, it was distinguished by its power and skill. This, of course, was not a demonic art. Its level was much higher than known skills. Meanwhile, the young man grabbed his hand a damn sword that was still making his way through his body and began to carefully pull the weapon from the wound. Yan Yang, all in the blood, asked Avatgon with a question about his true personality, noting that his skills are striking with his incompatibility with his youth. It seemed to him that the young man was a powerful battle. Changon, with difficulty pulling the damn dig from his body, felt the blood, as if the river began to flow out of the wound. He confirmed the correct assumption. Many of his peers could create martial art, based only on his imagination. However, this did not put his family in a special position among others. However, it did not matter. It fell to the ground, breathless. In this battle, a young master, standing among the bodies of fallen enemies, was triumphant, watching the consequences of his triumph. Lady Yanran spoke, recognizing the extraordinary abilities of the young man. She couldn't even think that two skilled warriors from her clan would prove powerless against him. It was evident that she exposed her sword, preparing obviously for a duel with him. Watching her attentive look, the young man wondered, "I am sure that your abilities are so strong?" Yen wounds with courage assured that the young man had properly unraveled her intentions. Meanwhile, the boys from the Jen's clan carefully monitored the events from the distant and realized that they had come to act. They did not hurry, watching the duel between the young master and Lady Yen Ran, waiting for a favorable moment for their actions. They planned to go down only when everything was finally cleared. The soldiers, without hesitation, obeyed the order. Soon, John Gan struck the opponent, leaving a deep wound on her body. Despite the inner pain, the young man could not afford to retreat. Why did she decide to start this battle? He flashed in his mind when she fell to the ground and began to cough. The young man approached her and watched with anxiety as she fought for her breath when her lungs filled the blood. As they breathed, she whispered that martial arts may be different, and she was amazed at his power, despite his wounds. Zhonggan looked at her and said that the bleeding was insignificant. It has a technique that can stop blood flow and give it a chance to survive. She realized that Zhonggan deliberately passed vital points on her body. This thought did not give her rest. Her mind involuntarily plunged into the memories of the night that changed her whole life. On the unforgettable night, when she did what could no longer be corrected. The young man confessed that he was feeling views, as if the invisible forces were watching his every movement. It suddenly seemed to her that she was experiencing such a feeling again, something familiar but almost forgotten. The feeling was the same as when she deprived the life of a man she once fascinated. His look at the last moment was so insightful and strong that it seemed as if he were seeking to look into the depth of her soul. At that fatal moment, his eyes glowed brightly, burning life and passion, striking with force even at the threshold of death. A considerable crowd gathered behind her. These were the views of those whom she once appreciated above all, both adults and children whose destiny she betrayed. However, when she turned her head to see them, she noticed the same views that seemed always followed her. At that moment she realized that she wiped away from the memory of the face of people who once occupied a special place in her heart, taking with her their images. Gradually, these views disappeared, leaving more and more blood on her hands. After all, unlike the young owner, she could not protect these views, a reflection of the past which would remain with her forever. She realized this by listening to his story about how he managed to keep the same views that he always followed him. She realized that these views will disappear only with her death, because although her body still lives, the soul has long gone away. Changon listened carefully to her story, but remained silent, only contemplating her torment. She instead apologized to him, expressing her last request. She sought to complete it. Together with her brothers and sisters, she could go to eternity. Raising his sword, tainted with blood, the young master fulfilled her last request. He could never imagine that this story would end this way. At her request, he helped her leave this world. Only a slight shade of pity pierced his soul, mixing with the blood of the enemies, forever leaving the imprint in the heart. Overlooking the environment, Yonggon realized that the circumstances had been changed. Nearby, the army of the clan Jina closely monitored his actions. The leader of the detachment stood aside, fascinated by the skill of John Gon. He did not leave them any opportunity to intervene in the battle. Dipping his sword in the vagina, Zhonggan wondered if his clan Jen was chaired, trying to kill. It turned out that their lord, Sanchon, who recently surrendered, finally came to her senses. It was thanks to him that they received confirmation of the intentions of this woman and the Yen clan, and also learned that Zhonggan intervened in this situation. Although it happened unforeseen, could this actually affect their plans? At first, their intention was to destroy anyone who had a connection with this woman. That is why they were only pleased with the observation, waiting for the right opportunity for action. They decided to stay away, carefully watching the events corresponded to their plan. They planned to come to the chase for help if the circumstances were threatening, as a sign of gratitude for the information received from him. The wound from the copy seemed serious, so they decided to offer him effective medicines. Suddenly, a rider appeared on the horizon, who was crazy, forcing the warriors of the clan Jen to become ready. The horse raced at full speed, and Yonggan immediately recognized the person in the saddle, the same villain. He immediately realized that he was the insidious traitor who finally decided to appear. Where did this scoundrel hide before? He thought, annoyed by the sudden appearance of the traitor. How did this thief have the courage to even think about betrayal to his master? If this traitor breaks faithfulness or changes his intentions, Yonggan promised to punish him by sending to work on the farm. The young ruler, looking angry, reached out to him. He slowly moved to his direction, but suddenly there was an unexpected obstacle. The cursed wound on the shoulder was poisoning, and its condition deteriorated rapidly. The commander has finally decided to warn John. An organization that supported ENA's conspiracy, without hesitation, uses poison and other insidious methods to deal with opponents. He offered John's help, saying that the refusal could be threatened with great danger. Before saddle a horse, Yonggan ordered the mandolin to be carefully inspected. He suggested that it was there that she hid important documents. The warriors of the clan immediately took up the case, carefully checking the mandolin. The horse on a horse, with a wounded shoulder, the young man thoughtfully watched what was happening, trying to understand the essence of these events. He did not think that events could unfold in this way. In the end, everything happened exactly how it was enough, even if it was a surprise. The servant, when he came to the commander, asked if he had to release John in that state. It would be much easier to use the poison to get rid of it. On this commander, the dream noted that it is better not to touch Yonggan because he does not consider him an enemy. In addition, the young man left secret documents without any difficulty. Let him move in his own way, the commander decided. He will either break out or will pass this way to the end. The commander was interested to see how further events in the life of John would unfold. Meanwhile, the Alliance was actively engaged in collecting information about John. The woman found that the young man is almost 20 years old, and his combat skills correspond to the level of the Master Patrol of the Union of Seas. This information was the only one that they were able to collect, because if Yonggan is indeed a secret agent of the Union of Seas, then their data about it was very limited. He only recently began to fulfill his tasks after the long-lasting persecution of senior officers. The information about it was extremely limited, as it did not belong to any known kind or to the famous military clan. The desert is now filled with martial arts, but finding this young man managed to have awarded the awards several times. Sanho said that the alien from Junjuan can be a local resident and probably has a family or belongs to a particular peasant or city clan. However, the secret agent noted that to find out the origin of the young man before his arrival here, the ship, it is necessary to turn to intelligence. This young man who trades information is not a simple master and has no possessions. Sanho acknowledged that this information partially corresponds to the truth. At the same time, the group sought to learn more about the possible secret connections of this young man with other clans. However, it was the only information that the agent was able to provide. In addition, he never used the technique of the heavenly thunder. Although the body of the killed bandit at first glance was without damage, its organs turned into minced meat. This martial art was different from the fist of the heavenly thunder of the Imperial Army, less sophisticated, but incredibly deadly. Both of these techniques make fatal blows to the internal organs of the victims. This is especially effective for the fist of heavenly thunder. Receiving this fist, the victim's body is covered with numerous horrific bruises, and the blood begins to flow from every time, which clearly emphasizes the true destructive power of this technique. The power of energy transmitted to one blow of the heavenly thunder fist is so huge that only experienced veterans of the Imperial Army are able to grasp it and use it. The woman suggested that it is probably a new style of martial art, created on the basis of the technique of Fist of Thunder. However, the man assured that the use of the heavenly thunder fist requires such a huge amount of internal energy that even the Imperial Army knows about this technique only from literature. According to him, at one time, such energy could allow up to 10 powerful blows with a sword. Despite the fact that these techniques have a similar power, they belong to the martial arts of the level and are under state protection. He could not understand why there were suspicions that this guy was a master of martial arts of the Empire. After all, even being a young and experienced fighter, it does not indicate his connection with the Imperial Army. Perhaps this young man is just a congenital talent in the martial arts. Obviously, this young man is fond of heading the head of the head. In principle, it is clear, because he actively cooperates with the Union. St. Yu confirmed this version and wondered if the boy managed to learn something about the Red Division, an organization that deals with human trafficking. There were rolled-ups on the table, which gathered all the information about 6 missing children and the city, where the criminals were eventually sent. The volume of data was so large that the partner of the young owner decided that it is better to understand this in more detail. For her, this seemed to be a promising task, and they decided to study this issue in more detail in the process of their travels. She apologized for taking so much time of this mysterious man. Saying goodbye to him, they went on. When the warriors left the office, the mysterious man removed his hat, sighed deeply, and realized that Chan Khan had gained true glory. It is now known that Yan Guyan is a secret agent of the Union Moody, who works closely with the Dark Dragon Intelligence Organization on the new continent. Jan Gayan realized that he did not disclose all the details about that young man, and that he had no significant information for the exchange. He only had information that Chan Gan was the second son of the Chang family of Hanam, who had been impressed by his extraordinary talent in the martial arts from a young age. Although his father was a merchant and dreamed of seeing his son with an imperial soldier, there were differences between them for a long time. After long conflicts, he traveled the new continent, learning from numerous martial arts mentors. However, none of them was a real craftsman who would exceed ordinary soldiers. Why do everyone want to know more about this young man? Yang perceived it as a minor problem, but realized that it was a family conflict that was a key part of his life history. The guy overcame a monster who overhang more than 30 opponents on his own, and used a technique similar to the Fist of Heavenly Thunder. Although the imperial family and the Union of Musimus can be proud of their numbers, they lack the deep essence. The imperial dynasty and the Union of Muram still do not realize that John Gon, it may become one of the legendary soldiers of the next generations. It seems that the secret union has finally come across a real find. The next morning, near the river, a local resident came to freshen up. Water from the river gave freshness, and it has become a pleasant daily habit for her. However, suddenly, she paid attention to something unusual. The surface of the water was flooded with a red liquid that floated downstream. The woman was surprised and feared because she could not understand what could have caused such a sight. She was filled with horror when she realized that it was blood. The woman hurriedly examined the surrounding area, hoping to find the source of the bloody current. She noticed that the traces of blood led to a warrior laying near the shore. He slowly lost blood, lying in the water that shakes it to the very depths of the soul. In the mines, the vivid and clear memories came to life. In his imagination, paintings of childhood came to life when he was still small, contemplating the world, full of wonder. The world in which his parents created an atmosphere of warmth and love that protected him. He clenched his mother's hand firmly, enjoying the sincere smile of his father, who always filled him with joy. When he was still young, his life was filled with carelessness and happiness. The modern world constantly impressed his miracles, because every day he brought new discoveries. The balloon climbed up, and from below people waved her hands with delight, as if greeting the arrival of a new day. These unforgettable moments remained in his mind forever, as symbols of happy childhood. In his memory, the shadow of a woman whose image became expressive and unforgettable came to life. Her insightful look seemed to delve into the very essence of his soul. She stared at him with such tenderness and love that her look remained with him for life. She always greeted him with a sincere smile and tirelessly supported all his endeavors. It was his mother, whose warmth warmed him even on the most ending days. Suddenly, he heard the voice nearby. Look, he began to smile. He may dream of something nice, those who gathered around. He soon opened his eyes, and it caused a real surprise to the audience because no one was waiting for him to recover so quickly. Sleeping his eyes, the young man saw a wonderful environment around him, not at all what was preserved in his memoirs. As soon as he opened his eyes, everyone noticed how his appearance changed. He now seemed even more beautiful. Some even argued that it exceeds the beauty of the residents of Juniani who lived in the lower village. The young master lay with the wound tied on his shoulder, feeling pain, but gradually coming to consciousness. The parents advised her daughter that she did not focus on his appearance because it is not the main thing. But she simply expressed the obvious, because in these places there is a saying, "Good news is just a good thing." The guy rose slowly, holding his head and exhaling hard. He suddenly realized that he had heard this language earlier. Realizing that these benefactors gave him shelter, the young man asked water, feeling thirst. The attendees were surprised how this young man spoke in their language. The tribe leader also suffered a pleasant surprise when he heard a foreigner speaking their language fluently. It can't be that he has a language if he arrived from the mountains, the leader said thoughtfully, thinking about the situation. The young girl from the tribe has never encountered so that someone so easily and freely speak their language in their edges. It became clear to her that the guy effortlessly perceives most of her words, which he had a great deal. She realized that, understanding her language, he probably heard her admiring his beauty. She felt a wave of shame through her words about his appearance, which caused her a clear embarrassment. At that moment, someone from the tribe called a blue wolf, asking where it went. She replied timidly that she just went on the water, trying to hide embarrassment. The man laughed at her reaction, noticing how she was embarrassed because the young man heard her compliments about his beauty. For a girl, usually confident, it was quite unusual. Holding slightly for the wounded area, the young man wondered why they communicated in Chinese. The leader explained that there has been a connection between people who know each other well on both sides of the mountains. Noticing, the guy noted that his wounds would be covered with mud. The dirt gave up a rich aroma, similar to something more than just the earth. It was a serious injury that threatened to leave him with a disabled person, if not provided with proper medical care. He expressed gratitude to the tribe by the leader and introduced himself. "My name is Avat." The leader smiled and said, "And my name is a Red Wind." The leader recalled the moment when they came across Avat. He was in the river, unconscious. The leader was puzzled when the blue wolf first found him. However, in the last 2 days he has witnessed an incredible recovery of the young man. Looking on his wound, it was clear that the young man was able to recover on his own, because he has incredible regenerative abilities. It was evident that the young man had an innate talent for martial arts. The leader suggested that the young man could be persecuted because such abilities are usually not ignored. The young man assured that all is well, no danger is haunted. "What then led to the fact that you were wounded by the river?" asked the leader, seeking to understand whether the young man was dangerous. The leader not only asked, he sought to make sure that the guest that their tribe was sheltered did not pose a threat to their community. Changon felt that in this man, even in his name, there was a real warrior. Changon assured that there was no cause for anxiety. Those who pursued him were already killed, and the tribe is in complete security. Outing out, he watched how a beautiful tribe lives in peace and harmony, and at that moment he realized that he was the pioneer who discovered this land, known long before he entered official chronicles. Overflowing with a wonderful feeling, he realized that his presence is not accidental here. This moment, no doubt, was part of his fate. These people led a carefree life, different from the helpless and weak natives whom he mentioned from his past. Their strength and confidence became the discovery for him, different from all the stories he heard earlier. They happily took care of his horse, feeding him, and offered a shelter, finding a sincere, hospitable reception. Changon expressed his admiration for the taste of the porridge and was amazed at his ability to get out of bed due to their care. The young owner approached his horse Jogio and noted that this wicked stain looks great. The girl wondered if his horse was named, because he looked smart, though he did not allow her to be allowed at the beginning. He replied that his horse was likely to be cunning than smart, and his name is Gioje. The girl seemed strange how people from generation at all choosing names, but she noted that the name had an interesting pronunciation. Changon explained that he chose such a name because it sounds funny, but now, when he realized how smart his horse was, he wondered if he made the choice. The problem was not so much in the content of the name, but in its first owner. When the girl wondered the origin of the horse name, he thought for several moments, because the story would require the restoration of history forgotten through years. However, as soon as he began the story, he was interrupted by the leader of the tribe, noting that Changhon had already recovered enough to move on his own. The young master agreed, recognizing the merit of others, but noted that for complete recovery it is necessary to move actively. The leader noted that this is great because the elder wants to meet him for conversation. The elder of their tribe, the wisest and most ancient among them, which has a connection with the world of spirits and insisted on its recovery. The young master went to a meeting with the elder without hesitation, and the leader showed him the way they walked together. At that moment, the girl almost followed him, and her father immediately noticed it. He asked her to stay, explaining that he wanted to see Changon himself. The girl was a little scattered, but she resigned to it and did not deny it. The young master looked at the girl and felt a strange ray in his soul, as if something important slipped from him. He recalled that he did not give her an official gratitude for the assistance provided. He expressed his sincere gratitude to the girl, calling her a rescuer. The girl was moved by his words, realizing that he made the right step to pay her respect. Recognizing, the girl replied that she did nothing special, but in exchange for his gratitude, I would like to know more stories about Junian. After that, the young man hurried to a meeting with an elder, with whom he had an agreement to see. The elder lived a little apart from the village, in a lonely corner hidden from extraneous views. In a small but unique tent, which is not like no other, the elder. The tribe honored this place as sacred, surrounding him with special respect. The place testified to a priest or a person endowed with a special connection with the spiritual world. As they crossed the threshold of the tent, they were wrapped in thick smoke filled with an unusual aroma of herbs. By this smoke, the elder, who was a monk, noticed the presence of a vat gon, said, "You finally came." His only eye flashed with unusual energy that seemed a surprisingly famous vat. The elder realized that before him, the young man who was mentioned in the ancient prophecies. Chin entered the tent and announced the elder that he appeared at his invitation. The elder was struck by hearing how the young man speaks the language perfectly and asked interested in where he learned to speak so. Chin explained that he had mastered the language on the southwestern coast, in Chun, the largest of the newly built cities of the empire, founded on the orders of the emperor. Many residents of these lands work in that city. They have the opportunity to improve their knowledge of breeding languages for a fee, and the elder realized that Chin probably studied with someone from the central region. Most of them have lost their dignity and much more through financial hunger. Chin noted that the elder had a new southern accent, and it seemed to him that the inhabitants of this region were found to be regional pride. The elder called himself a one-eyed breeze, emphasizing that he is the oldest resident of this village. He is such a good age that among all the surrounding clans, it is impossible to find the elder. Some are wondering how he managed to live for so long. Some are convinced that he is due to his longevity to demonic practices, although the elder himself claims that it is a merit of patronage of his ancestors. Of course, he did not calm down and appealed to his countrymen with a request for support. He always believed that representatives of different clans should adhere to etiquette and respect for each other. In the past, it was a witch on this settlement. Young people often deviate from the right path, being influenced by such statements. Chin was aware that if you do not take action, these words would be heard invariably. The young man interrupted her when she asked him to stay here for treatment. He sought to understand the cause of her actions. She recalled that she instructed the blue wolf to leave the young man to his or her little. However, she came to the conclusion that the one who owns the heart of the horse is not capable of evil. It was for this reason that it was necessary to assist him when he was harmful. Chin got to his feet. He realized her intentions and thought that there were no other reasons. although it seemed that she had a special interest in him. Chin could not hurt what she hinted at. At that moment, an elderly woman breathed a pleasant aroma of herbs that filled the room. She opened her eyes, opening a wonderful contrast. One eye was light, and the other was rich in red. It was a striking and somewhat spooky spectacle, but it felt some power. She noticed how the man's facial expression changed and said, "It is quite true, Chin." Her red eye emitted the pleasure of a newly made life. The guy was stunned by this sight. It took him a while to come after he saw all this unfolded in his eyes. However, the woman did not stop and continued her story. Like the world, not everyone likes such extraordinary abilities. The elderly woman continued to laugh with a barely noticeable taste of mystery, contemplating him with her sick eyes. The elderly woman did not realize that the young man was associated with demonic arts, although rumors about such events came to her quite often. Although she did not intend to witness such a spectacle, such moments occur only at a developed age. It is the mysterious nature of these events that has aroused particular interest in the young man. She acknowledged that Chin was a true uniqueness, and she wondered if she would be interested in how she was experiencing a second life inside. She was quite surprised by his face, which she suddenly noticed. At first it seemed to her that she was faced with a true demon. Chin found her gaze in a way of exciting, and suggested that a woman may see his soul or something like that. The old man will lack the strength if it reveals the secret of the mechanism of this phenomenon, so you should not ask such questions. Residents of the Central District are desperate to master the secrets of martial arts, risking their lives, but Chin wondered if they were looking for rest at the same time. The old woman guessed that the young man was making a living, teaching the martial arts. The young man frankly shared what he would want to do it, but it would create difficulties for him because he was grinding his abilities, doing various things. However, the grandmother did not see the problem in this. It would be enough for him to come to meet her personally. This was quite creepy. After a conversation with a wise woman, Chin settled on the road and looked carefully at the outline of the village, delving into his thoughts. He noted that this place is skillfully hidden from prying eyes, and thanks to this it retains its calm atmosphere and safety. The leader asked China that he told him an elder. The young man replied that the elder seeks to teach the residents of the art of battle against the master of martial arts, and it seems that she has important reasons to believe that something significant in the village may happen. The village head noted that Chin has a great ability to quickly capture the essence of what is happening around. However, such information is usually not disclosed by outsiders. However, this information should not be hidden at this time. One day, a young member of the clan, who was sent to a neighboring village. The new moon from the clan returned with a group of people from the Central District, insisting on the sale of this land. However, their family lives in this valley for over a century. How can you get rid of land that is home to them? Where would they settle if they decided on such a step? This land is not subject to sale. It can neither buy nor sell. They were quite surprised by this situation. Visitors from the lower village have long tried to persuade the clan of the agreement. Their arguments sounded so strange that the leader barely restrained the desire to stop these negotiations. He suspected that they were hidden a danger similar to a snake in the crowd. Men from the Central District listened to their refusal, retreated quietly. However, they were not going to appear so easy. After a while, these villains have returned, already armed. They announced that they have already owned this land and the clan should leave it immediately. They demonstrated some absurd document. The document was a letter stating that a fast crow had transferred the rights to this land in exchange for 500 silver coins. He betrayed his clan and fled. His betrayal has condemned them to live in danger throughout the year. Therefore, they were severely deceived. For the clan, this land is part of their heritage. This land is a heritage derived from ancestors. They perceive it as an invaluable gift of nature and cannot understand how residents of the Central District can claim it. Chin asked the leader whether he kept the name of the organization that put the seal on the documents. The leader thought, trying to remember, but the exact name slipped out of memory. However, the thought came in her head that it was something like a trading union. He heard that it is an association that defends the rights of traders and ensures their authority. Qin felt a relief from this guess because dishonest trade agreements were prohibited by both trade union and imperial laws. Qin suspected that the persons who designed this document may have cooperated with individual members of the trade union for deception, and the leader provided such a turn of events. The best solution would be to send someone to the Union of Muri to arouse interest and distract. They also visited the chief of the local branch of the Union Murim. Although the leader himself was not an evil man, it was interesting how he would behave when he would face their bribes. This bribery could give them a chance to destroy their entire clan. Qin was greeted why this land was so important to them. Although at first glance the place did not seem promising, the reasons for their interest still existed. Perhaps the answer was that in this valley, somewhere in the mountains, the hidden gold lived. The young owner was aware of the value of golden lives. Along with all the possible consequences it can cause, he was concerned because the situation was very dangerous. However, tomorrow he felt that he could act more confidently because he would finally begin to restore his mobility. He urged the leader to gather all the inhabitants to begin the protection of their golden lives and find a way to preserve it. The next morning, all the warriors of the tribe were called. They gathered with all their strength and endurance, ready for a fight. They were in a fairly good physical shape. Evaluating these young men, it was possible to observe that there were about 10. The most important event was that the young master noticed the presence of a blue wolf. Her attention was attracted by his insightful look, which was a little embarrassed. The young man could not imagine that she was actually a warrior. Qin began his speech, noting that even those differences in cities did not give the impression such as these soldiers, because they probably seek to win at their expense. If there are only 2 or 3 opponents, they will easily repel them, but even if there are more enemies, confidence in their own will help them withstand. However, the young man did not show such confidence, assuming the possibility of avoiding combat, even with their numerous advantage. If they are so worried about why not hold a duel? One of the men, known as the Medved Salolas Klusny and Strong, decided to find out that the young man understood by the martial arts. Looking at the giant, the young master laughed. Despite the formidable look, Medved Skalalas did not impress China. Despite the fact that he considered it not the worst start, the beginning was somewhat sharp. However, he decided to act immediately. All the views focused on it. The Sokolanovists began to catch, asking why the blue wolf led the dead man, trying to bring the holiday feeling to the situation. She looked absolutely calm. Everyone wanted to see the skills of the young master, so he was presented with a new opponent. The young man realized that from the beginning they intend to test his ability. If they are so insisting, he will demonstrate their abilities. The blue wolf has repeatedly reached rumors about the young owner. His main trump card was a quick recovery, but she did not expect the recovery to happen so rapidly. The enormous man stood in front of him, ready to attack. The young man, while maintaining his usual peace, watched the giant carefully, evaluating his every movement. As soon as the duel began, he immediately struck his foot, throwing a giant to the ground. Suddenly struck, the giant missed, losing his balance. He looked stunned at the opponent, unable to understand how the young man appeared at such amazing speed. Qin flew past him with the ease of wind. Observers of the match were stunned by the incredible speed of China. The mountain medalist was struck by suffering such a slight defeat. The power of this young man impressed everyone with his incredibility. Medved looked at China in surprise, trying to understand what happened to his leg. The blow was so powerful that it was tied to a heavy weight. As soon as he tried to strike his foot, his head sounded in his head, as if he had just been hit by a stone. The young man suggested that he may have decided not to continue the fight. However, the mountain medalum continued the attack. However, he failed to stop any of Qin's movements. All his attempts to attack were in vain for a young master. Qin realized that his forces were rapidly depleted because the enemy impressed with his remarkable power and exclusivity. He suggested Medved to stop the fight because he was convinced that he had already demonstrated his power. However, Medved, determined, sought to show his true power and could not stop. Even the members of his clan were amazed when they heard these words. What did he mean by true force? Is it going to lay out all their trumps? It was visible, like a medulid, full of fierce, emitting aura of incomparable power. If his tribesmen did not take steps to restrain him, the ominously strong opponent rushed to China. His fist flew like a stonemason with such a force that it seemed that he was able to destroy everything in his path. Qin realized that this blow was marked by lightning speed and considerable power. Qin successfully parried every impact of the opponent, but could not get rid of the impression that such force did not come from the central lands. It was a unique power that was only inherent in his clan. Having survived this power on himself, Qin realized that his suspicions had been confirmed. These were not just empty baranges. Even in humorous conversations, it was argued that each of them was able to withstand 2 or 3 masters of martial arts at the same time. Although the continuation of the fight was not included in his plans, Qin had to put an end to this immediately. At the same moment, the young man struck the enemy with an instant elbow movement accurately involved in the kidney. There is no time for a long struggle, and these people annoyed it. The blow rejected the big bead far back. He raced the ground like a small sand, leaving a considerable distance. The big honey stopped only when it crashed into a stone flying about 10 meters. All comrades were frozen in surprise, watching the awkward fall of the giant. Friends did not leave surprise, trying to understand what happened to him. China's martial arts impressed with its perfection. Qin hoped that his blow, though strong, did not become deadly to the enemy. However, Medved showed endurance and acknowledged that the young man was really worth respect. When he rushed to the pine, he was covered by the feeling of unusual energy that surrounded and protected the enemy. The guy noted that this technique is incredibly interesting and they needed explanations for further training. Such unusual energy was rarely found among the inhabitants of the Central Lands. Medved dubbed her with the power of spirits. The name Power of Spirits has caused some wonder. However, it was true. Not only the inhabitants of the Central Lands were able to possess mysterious forces. As a result, the mountain bead had to be taken to the village, and fortunately, he was only fainted. Of course, it will not be easy to return the mountain bead, but Qin has never encountered representatives of the tribe who possessed this power. Only a few of the tribe managed to master the power of spirits, because it is not as easily accessible as it seems at first glance. This energy reminded him of his own inner strength, but Qin could not understand why he did not feel its sources. This caused him amazement. The blue wolf approached him and explained that in order to master the power of spirits, he must first establish contact with these spirits. If he turns to them with a pure heart, he will be able to grasp the spirits of all living things on earth and feel the power of their ancestors. The tribe leader began to shout loudly at the girl, demanding that she fell silent, but she did not understand what she said wrong. The tribe members were angry because she so carelessly gave their secrets, despite her intention to share it with a stranger. However, the leader was about to hint at their existence, but now it seemed that she made mistakes. This secret was known exclusively to members of the tribe. However, once the mystery was already revealed, the tribe decided to continue cooperation, since it was their request that it was necessary to gain knowledge of the fight against martial arts. The leader ordered all the soldiers to gather again. One of the men asked about the blue wolf. Does the leader think that he would benefit them? She directed her insightful look. Qin agreed that the blue wolf would come in handy and expressed confidence that his help would be valuable in the future, so he decided to leave the girl with the group. Qin discussed the most effective strategies for tribe in battles against martyrs of martial arts. Martial arts masters acted in the way, so the most effective strategy was to introduce them into the forest, where trees could serve as natural shields. Thus, they will be able to neutralize the most powerful blows of enemies. The strong energy of the spirits used by it has already proven effective in practice, so Qin was sure of a positive result. However, there was some uncertainty in the strategy. The guy would feel much more confident if he knew the power of his opponents. He intended to find out if the case he had previously violated. 2 soldiers were assigned to protect the village when returning to the village. According to the agreement, they place traps in the forest, so everything goes according to the plan. However, if these measures are not enough, they will have to fight without sparing their lives. They have hoped that the victory will help ease their hard life. The blue wolf looked carefully at the weapon, choosing the best option for the future battle. Suddenly, a young ruler appeared on the horizon. She wondered how he felt, but he assured that the weapon he had suited to him, and he knew that she owns it skillfully. He noted that she was the youngest among all the soldiers. The girl noted that his view was full of some superiority. It's all about her youth. Among all the soldiers of this tribe, only her uncle and martial arts master can match her at speed. None of them will catch up with the arrow before she impresses her target. Qin was surprised by her ability to use arrows skillfully, but did not restrain the smile, watching her perseverance, which he had not predicted before. However, the girl was exhausted by the fact that everyone had the same opinion about her. She took the arrows, carefully preparing them. Is he not interested in what exactly she is thinking about? However, it seemed that it did not impress him. Other tribes also showed interest in their skill in the possession of arrows. She frankly wanted the young ruler to ask it. Understanding her hint, he decided to learn more. She, smiling, replied that if he really wants to know, it was a secret. And she added that perhaps when an hour of spirits came, they would turn to him first. At this point, he has to open his heart to become a real warrior. It is unclear what she meant by the words "open her heart," and what value it really becomes. She seemed not to fully understand how to explain it, and began to doubt. She hesitated without knowing how to answer, and scratched her head thoughtfully. It was fun to watch how she tried to explain something, though she did not fully understand what she was talking about. What really does she mean when it speaks of opening of the heart? She reasoned how to explain the discovery of her heart, because she could not fully understand this process. Her confusion was obvious. However, Qin did not worry about the course of events. He approached her, aiming to check everything, in fact. With an unusual expression on his face, Qin asked the girl to give him a hand. His actions seemed as if they were of great importance to her. Without hesitation, she immediately reached out to him. The guy decided to apologize in advance. And at the moment his fingers slightly slid along her veins, the girl noticed the absence of any unusual sensations. And Qin, closing his eyes, began to concentrate, collecting all his strength and energy. Everything unfolded in the same way as Qin suggested. The meridian in her veins was open. The vessels united around the heart, forming the central center of energy. It is not just a movement of energy, but a real breakthrough point, through which her body could be thrown into unison with her own energy. The girl was amazed, realizing that the guy was really able to feel it. He slowly removed his hand. Qin did not see it, but his feeling was surprisingly accurate. She did not fully realize that she was trying to determine the guy, but he realized that it was not what he had hoped for. However, if one of the masters of martial arts tries to take her hand, she should not allow it. Only real masters are able to easily neutralize it simply by grabbing a hand. She must always be careful. Do not release your hands from view was the main rule. The girl immediately stated that she would never allow anyone to touch her hands. She became discouraged, confessing that the only one to whom it allows is the young master. China was not clear what the girl was in mind using the words, "except for him." Suddenly she ran out rapidly, feeling embarrassed. Well, she is definitely unusual, Qin sighed, resigned to this fact. That night he thoughtfully watched the starry sky. He seemed to recognize the source of the flames due to the blue wolf, but the meridians and nuclei that were inherent in her remained mysterious and unattainable. He has already formed an energy nucleus in his center, but as soon as the veins open, this energy will gradually flow. Despite the fact that he did not hope for support from the outside, he managed to achieve such a result on his own. It was only necessary to look at the energy slipped out of the open vein, and he had to think about how to work with it. Time stepped forward, and the changes did not wait. Qin has found many treasures in this clan, gems, gold, and other values. He taught them the art of making intricate traps. The warriors expressed his sincere gratitude for his knowledge. Her skill in archery has reached new heights. She aimed to show the young master her strength and skill. 4 days later, what everyone was waiting for, the gorge broke out an unexpected noise. The army was accompanied by falcons, which carefully checked the route. Masters of martial arts raced on horseback, wanting to overcome the foolish tribes they intended to win. However, the girl and her uncle were closely monitored for every movement from the remote horizon. Many numerous warriors were aware that they had to act instantly. They needed to convey this information to Qin and the rest of the warriors as soon as possible. Without spending time, the girl rushed to accomplish the task. "Maybe this battle will not be in our favor," Qin said. The warriors were so many that the gaze turned away from them. At the head of the army was moving that hated merchant, blinded by a thirst to destroy this tribe to the end. The army was moving forward, not knowing the possible resistance from the tribe. The owner of the black snake was asked if this member of the union should be killed, but he waved, explaining that it was pointless. After all, that coward intends to arrest them all, including the head of the Murim branch, without showing any fear. However, the former leader of the group of Jade Pipes, Can Ren, was concerned about the state of affairs, so he went with his personal army, which consisted exclusively of uninitiated swords. The Black Snake emphasized that there is no point in spending time on the little things, it is just a burden to get rid of. After all, they will still achieve their goal. However, it was not easy to seize gold. The Black Snake believed that the prey would soon be in their hands, but this did not mean that they would be able to avoid the need to do a considerable amount of search. The areas that attracted their attention were a real gold source. However, this served only as a reason for the displacement of the locals. Hearing this, Kan Ren realized that only empty chats were in front of him. This man was not engaged in the real fortification of the army and did not contribute to its development. He spent all his money on mercenaries who had no idea of a true battle. He hoped that the stories of that primitive scoundrel would prove true. However, the Black Snake had already felt anxiety because of the inheritance of this young man, believing that his ancestry could not be so obvious. He was probably a divine creature with a majestic spirit. This was perfect for their plan, and the mother would be extremely happy to learn about it. However, he did not reveal his designs, and everything remained in the stagnation. He sought the local residents of the valleys to be afraid and quickly leave their lands, giving him the opportunity to form a new army. The military order was concise: keep positions. The earth suddenly began to melt in them under their feet. One of the horses was trapped and was in a deadly danger. The horse, along with the rider, fell into a pit filled with sharp thorns. The cry of the warrior was a signal for the rest. That starts a bloody massacre. After this event, the warriors finally realized the danger of hidden traps. The soldiers were shocked by unexpected resistance from the local population. Another trap was waiting for them, so everyone was forced to stay on the ground. The warriors are convinced that all this is the insidious of the natives of the unburdened. The soldiers were so impressed that a few moments could not pronounce a word. A mysterious figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. A young man whose image was barely noticeable came out of the darkness. His outfit could determine that he probably belonged to local residents. The warriors turned to him with shouting, asking for his personality. If he is a passerby, it is better for him to move carefully and slowly. Qin, walking from the darkness, turned to these scoundrels and all warriors. Dishonest agreements created by fraudsters against the locals would certainly lead to a strict punishment by the merchants and Murama Union. He advised them to retreat and voluntarily give up to spend the rest of their lives in Murim's prison. For the warriors who arrived to establish their order here, all this seemed meaningless. Some strange young man who came from nowhere has made incomprehensible things. The Black Serpent thought that the Dakar tribe, the inhabitants of the valley, consider this young man special, which only adds difficulties to their situation. Karen accused this stranger who appeared literally from nowhere, trying to prevent their plans and extort money. He sees no other way but to deprive him of his life. These statements gave a reason to believe that these criminals see only barbarians in the natives. Qin believed that if there were misunderstandings, then the best option would be to displace all the aliens. There is a gold mine in the valley, and although they can produce gold together, exchanging a share in the mine, even if all the locals are expelled, gold reserves will be sufficient to provide only a small community. However, Karen did not restrain himself, and exclaimed that he did not intend to give part of the gold deposit dear. He assured that it was senseless, because he acquired this territory for 500 silver coins. He was categorically opposed to sharing his treasures with locals who did not imagine their true value. Therefore, he decided to immediately get rid of these primitive opponents. He ruthlessly ordered his soldiers to immediately destroy the local residents if they did not go away immediately. For those who survive, they have already prepared fate, the sale of women in slavery and the seizure of their homes. His gaze stopped at the children who played around. He ominously noticed that they seemed too fruitful. But suddenly his speech stopped the arrow. The arrow with a whistle cut off the air. The arrow was put into the chest of Karen Commander, not allowing him to contract. The arrow pierced his heart mercilessly. It is clear that it was a trap. The natives began their attack. The warriors did not want to fight. After their wounded leader, they began a hasty retreat. The Conran reached out to the black snake, begging for salvation. In despair, he pleaded for any help to save his life. However, the black snake remained indifferent without showing any desire to act. The canner desperately reached for the clothing of a black snake, not stopping for salvation. However, Canran did not calculate the indifference of the black snake, which did not see any expediency in the rescue of his life. For a black snake, such a scoundrel like a cannery was superfluous among the living. The black snake smiled slightly, watching his former ally defeated. Canran's hand lowered powerlessly when he turned to a black snake in his last hope. He slid from his horse and laid on the ground with a roar. It was obvious that he lies without life on earth. His mercenaries, armed with swords, hid behind the trees. They watched their leader just left this world. Considering this scene, Chin, with sarcasm, said, "They really know how to leave a farewell trace." Overlooking his group of natives, he noted that the blue wolf was apt. The natives, hiding among the branches, radiated determination and strength, ready to enter the battle at any moment. If one of the warriors was interested, then the wild tribes, as they disdained them, were hidden in the depths of the forest. They were awaited with an unconcealed when the battle began. The uncle of the blue wolf approached and expressed her praise for her brilliant task. Even it was difficult for him to restrain his anger hearing the words of this scoundrel. Now that their leader has passed away, the curiosity of the tribe focused on how the swordsman would behave. The swordsman, hiding behind the trees, heard whether they should run. Who will pay them for the battle now if the commander was killed? There is no point in fighting when the reward is not obvious. The black snake did not restrain and called them all fools. Canran confidently stated that if they go up this way, they would find the village of Nizhnya, which is covered with gold. Hearing about gold, the swordsmen were immediately alert, because they were tempted by the opportunity to find a new golden vein. They could not afford to return with nothing after such a long journey, especially they had already put an end to the life of the barbarians. Of course, he was excessively speaking, but will he be in a missing residence? The black snake waited patiently until the warriors were inflating even more. The young owner noted the fraudster in black, who deliberately incited the audience. It is unclear why he went so far in his actions. But it seemed that his dark aura, like a mana, enveloped the warriors. She also captured the young owner. He felt this sinister energy. Her piercing aroma spread to all sides, and he could not believe that it was exactly what he thought. It was not just energy, but a poisonous poison spread for ignition of rage in the hearts of warriors. This poison spilled lightly with forest spaces. The young owner realized it too late, and the poison has already penetrated into the hearts of all warriors. He saw that this influence significantly changed their behavior. He tried to order them to hold their breath, but at that moment it was too late. To neutralize this poison, it is necessary to break its connection with the inner force. To do this, break the ligaments that hold the poison inside its body. The black snake carefully followed the spread of the poison without hiding the surprise when he saw the reaction of the young owner. Chin eagerly published a mighty cry, carrying his energy throughout the forest. Using his unsurpassed power, he broke the chains of poison that hanged in front of him. A powerful explosion swept through the forest, accelerating the poison on all sides. A powerful star glow swept the entire forest, scattering poisonous gas. A strong, stunning wind rose. The black snake was kept on a horse on the last forces, stunned to such an extent that he was almost ready to escape. It was exactly the technique that he once learned, Lion Rev. It was difficult for him to realize how this person was able to use such amazing skill as Lion Rick. If the young man was able to do such, then no doubt he should be a student of Shaolin. The Black Serpent mentioned that Lion Rick is only accessible to those who reach the level of the highest monks. A powerful roar led to injury to warriors who found themselves in the area of its influence. However, it is worth noting that Chin himself remained completely intact. However, this skill did not fully correspond to the Lion River, since its effect did not carry a devastating threat. The black snake was lost in assumptions on how to talk to Chin. It was not just a voice, it was so powerful that it dispersed poisonous effects. He wondered if Chin could share a mystery where he mastered this skill, because usually such a powerful sound was able to break the eardrums of everyone who is nearby. Chin said that with the help of internal energy, he was able to control the vibrations of his voice to prevent destructive effects and stabilize his body. After this mighty cry, even the locals began to check whether all remained intact. For example, the blue wolf was surprised without understanding what happened. Her uncle was also unknown, but suddenly, he was engulfed by an unrestrained rage, which overshadowed his mind until the loud sound pulled him out of this state. She realized that it was a Chin and felt that it was his cry that had released her and other soldiers from the poison. He released them, releasing a powerful voice. The Black Serpent assured his soldiers that he would generously reward them for the destruction of the locals, and revealed who was actually their leader. He called the swordsmen, convincing them that the destruction of the local population awaited them. However, the swordsman responded to a black snake, calling him a pathetic abomination, which only gives orders and does not seem to value his own life. Understanding the danger, they decided that it was better to retreat and not risk themselves. The black snake reminded that they consciously chose this path, realizing all the risks. They were aware that they went to kill and plunder the barbarians, and now sought to disappear as if they did not know it. He saw fear squeezing confidence out of them, although they remained on their tongues only chatty. They were radically different from their tenant, who was not afraid to speak openly. At this point, the black snake grabbed his sword, suddenly attacked the swordsmen who did not plan to obey him at all. Just started lifting their heads, and in a moment with one blow, a black snake deprived the life of one of them, stunning how quickly he lost consciousness, so suddenly that no one has noticed it. The loss of comrade swordsman was perceived with unconcealed embarrassment. Obviously, the black snake had a hidden weapon in stock. He was not an ordinary warrior. The Black Serpent again turned to the swords, ordering them to hide their tongues and fulfill their mission, to deprive their lives and to rock these scoundrels. If everything is as intended, then gold and women from the village will become their prey. The Black Serpent assured that he would deal with Chin, who stood opposite, and instructed the swordfish to destroy the defenseless ones. In despair, the swordsmen lifted their blankets thinking, "Why don't you take the risk? Trying is worth it." They decided to destroy everyone to a single and pick up gold, leaving no witness. Without hesitation, they were instantly formed for attack. Chin watched this scene and realized that everything was just beginning. He waved his hand, giving a sign to the local residents. Everyone instantly understood the meaning of his gesture and immediately began to prepare for actions. The battle unfolded according to the plan. The swords were able to lure the enemies into the forest thickets. All, including the blue wolf, took their positions for them according to the plan. Everything has been unfolding according to the plan, and today it will be known how everything will end. Chin turned his gaze on a young girl. She also thought about him, admiring his care and confidence. The swordsman watched the tribe rushing away from them. The black snake felt that the tribe was preparing some trap. Do these savages truly believe that they can overcome the skilled swordsman? The swordsman rushed after the tribe, leaving only the China and a black snake on the field. The black snake smiled, pleased with how his swordsman made the impression of ruthless warriors. But their fate did not worry at all. It would be much more important to worry about the situation in which he found himself, squeezing his sword. For the black snake, these words sounded like music, because he sought to estimate the speed of his enemy's sword and looked forward to a duel. The battle broke up and the black snake flew to the China like a rain. Qin cleverly mastered his sword, skillfully reflecting every attack of the enemy. The black serpent used unusual techniques of martial art, seeking to overcome China. When the arsenal of the techniques of the black snake was exhausted, the young owner began to dominate the duel. During the fierce clashes, Qin demonstrated such a power that the black snake realized he faced a real monster. His hidden techniques were unsuccessful, and he could not do any harm. Meanwhile, China's sword cut air with perfect accuracy, almost reaching his enemy. However, a black serpent, ghostly as a ghost, was able to evade, jumping high up. It turned out that gold was not his true goal. Qin exclaimed that he was not really a merchant, and all this game was just a cover. A black snake, smiling, remarked that gold can be found anywhere, and the real goal is hidden in this tribe. The black snake asked China to ask why he prevents him from plans, emphasizing that his death is inevitable, and advises not to interfere. However, his hidden techniques did not give the desired effect, so he took his sword. "Does anyone guess what force is hidden in this sword?" said the black serpent, intriguing his hint on the unusual power of weapons. From the black snake came a dark, icy aura of energy. He tried to deceive China, turning each blow to double thanks to secret techniques. He had hidden arsenals, poison, demonic arts, and secret weapons. The black snake seemed to be an invisible ghost. Who is he that after all? Qin reasoned. When the swords retreated, huge stones began to fall on them, flooding the road. They hoped for a warm reception, but instead came across insidious traps. However, instead of the hospitable reception, the natives met the swordsmen with armed ambushes and traps at every step. For local residents, these swordsmen seemed cursed insects, which needed to be driven from their territory. One of the locals suffered an unexpected blow to the back of the damn warrior. The swordsman exclaimed, "Bend, Dekar, Zrenya," and it seemed like a moment, and he would come true. However, the rapidly flew arrow cut the air like lightning, and she put an end to the sword and his daring smile. The bear remarked that the blue wolf was watching every movement, protecting them and controlling the situation from a height. She was a true warrior with a bow who would never allow one of her brothers to be harmful. Her whistling arrows were cutting the air, finding their target. Her arrows were ruthlessly stopped by the swords, instantly depriving them of their chances of answer. Soon the ranks of the swordsmen began to be thinner, and the axes of local residents have been increasingly disorder. One of the fighters mentioned the guidelines of China. "We surround them from all sides." Their task was to stay a little more to finally repel the enemy's attack. The black snake strongly rushed to our hero attack, showing an unusual martial art that you will not meet in the desert. It was a real martial art of Junwana, which was formed outside the borders of the Yu Empire. China had to dodge these deadly and lightning blows cleverly. The black snake sword was so strong that it could easily cut the tree into small pieces like that salad. This fierce collision with a demonic opponent has become the most responsible test for Qin. It was the most powerful opponent that our hero ever encountered. The fallen tree divided their boundaries and they remained in their positions, looking closely at each other's eyes. Qin realized that his opponent was endowed with a huge inner force and looks slightly angry, but unlike the leader of the Red Division, he did not lose his self-control. Judging by the skill of possession of the sword, the black serpent was undoubtedly a real master. The black snake drew attention to the relentless luck of China and suggested that he did not belong to any of the famous clans. Qin may have the support of the Murim Union or is part of a secret detachment. Qin was not going to spend time on empty chats. His opponent confidently believed that there was a hidden plan in China. Qin only stated that he was a simple traveler, laughing in a black snake. The black snake could not understand who he was dealing with. whether it is a dangerous opponent or just a daring Duracite. In any case, such persons are not at all liked. The black snake threatened Chin, which would make him shut down, leaving without one hand. They rush towards each other in a rapid rush, ready to prove which of them will be alive from this deadly duel. At a moment, the black serpent felt as if he had taken the initiative in this battle. If the black serpent did not belong to any union, he would love to take a chain to his team to jointly master the new martial arts. However, he was aware that the inner strength of China exceeded his own, and if he continued to press hard, it could turn into him unfavorable. The black snake decided to complete the duel. His sword suddenly shined with incredible force, pointing to his intention to put a point in this fight. At that moment, the rival rapidly jumped on the tree, pushed away from him, and Chin flew from the ground without taking his eyes off his eyes. The black serpent noted how the young owner's view was transformed. The time has come, and the name of the triumphant of this clash should be opened. There were many blows around China, like a whirlpool. The cow's black snake carefully sought the slack in defense of his opponent. His black sword filled with demonic energy cut air. It seemed that he would now impress the goal, causing a sinister smile on the face of a black snake. However, the sword missed only by cutting the air. The black snake realized that he made a mistake in this critical moment. However, the eyes of China glowed with the true force of the chakra, and his sword created several energy rings around him. It seemed as if before the eyes of a black snake had not one, but a whole 3 blades. He was lost in guessing how it turned out that one blade split into 3. In no way he would be able to hold back these 3 blades, and like an incredible blow, all 3 blades broke into his body. It was an unexpected defeat at a level. The power of this blow forced the black snake to kneel. Before his death, his only desire was to find out the name of his opponent. Chin calmly put his sword in the vagina. He said in a calm voice, "My name is Chin." The black snake, having frozen with his mouth, heard the answer, and then he could no longer. He did not have time to say a sound, as his breathless body fell to the ground. The match ended as rapidly as the twilight absorbed the daylight. Those who survived after the battle were to summarize and heal their wounds. Some of the local were injured, but they were immediately offered medical care. Most soldiers were fighting, so their remains required a thorough inspection. None of the locals died, although many were injured. However, the blue wolf disappeared, and no one knows where he is now. Recently, she went to look for him, and no one even reproached her for it. They all had to hurry up until the daylight remains. The girl immediately jumped to Chang'un, who carefully explored the body of the enemy. The only thing he had with was a small wallet and an envelope. He did not find anything that could reveal the person of that person. However, the envelope was skillfully hidden under his clothes. There could be something significant. After jerking the envelope, the young man read the letter and was stunned. When asked by a girl, he reported that there were no hints in the envelope, only mascots were found. Once he opened the envelope, it released a striking, dark energy. The girl retreated, unable to endure the flow of dark energy, and asked to remove it away. In response to the question of her reaction, she explained that she felt the eerie energy that came from this sheet. She could not find words to explain, but her skin was covered with ants, and she felt some reflective cold. On the paper, mysterious characters were visible that excite the concern in it. Chang'un did not feel any disgust to the amulet, while the girl clearly suffered his sinister influence. He could not understand her reaction, so he decided that he should seek the advice of a single cloud. She expressed her sincere gratitude, because thanks to his efforts, everyone achieved a significant victory without any loss. But this is only the beginning. They have to turn to the Muri Union to obtain permission to self-defense and official rights to own the valley. The cloud assured them that everything would be fine, because the peace of their lives in the valley continues. After that, the young man attributed the envelopes found in the villain to his place. The envelopes found in the coat of that villain from the previous day caused a great horror in the blue wolf. This aroused interest in the young owner, so the cloud decided to view the envelopes. The owner explained that the true purpose of the valley was not at all the gold. This was only a masking with the intention to expel the tribe from this territory. The cloud noted that this mascot, a 5-level black magic artifact, impregnated with dark forces. Now it became clear to her what these people really wanted. When asked about the nature of the mascot, the cloud was not answered by a word. She explained that this spirit could not materialize before them, but his presence was always felt in this valley. It was he who was able to open the souls of their warriors and ignite the flames of inspiration in her heart. It is an integral part of the nature of this region, and at the same time constitutes its whole nature. Once upon a time, this spirit was their ancestor, and his descendants became natives, whom he raised, passing on to them his wisdom. He conveyed to them knowledge of life in harmony, which is dominated by happiness and mutual love. Because of this, they do not want to leave the valley, because the presence of their spirit always accompanies them. She learned that in these lands, this phenomenon is called spiritual being. In her native places, there were legends about people who are able to live in harmony with nature. They are trying to reject their principles and lifestyles. They intended to improve their so-called martial arts. The scoundrels had such an initial purpose. The task of the mascot was to bring the spirit to the earth and cause him suffering, using dark forces that wounded the soul and imprison. So it is not surprising that the blue wolf felt pain. She was aware of her fate, to become the heir to the cloud, and the young master knew that the girl had understood it. After all these events, the tribe began to celebrate. They ignited a great fire and settled in a fascinating dance around it. They perceived every flame's tongue as the beginning of a new life that brought joy. The young owner watched with interest everything happened at a distance. He brought this sinister amulet to the fire, burning it to the bottom and leaving the ashes in the air. The amulet was superfluous in the life of the tribe because its presence prevented the spirits. Soon the child approached him and was interested in whether Changon was planning to stay. Changon reported that he had completed his mission. A child, full of curiosity, said, "You are a real traveler. Your home is a path, your sky is a roof, and you are a pillar like a pillar that stands alone. It is exciting, that's what's the matter." The young master was surprised when he heard these words, because he did not notice who said them. But the boy just laughed, and on his face appeared an unspeakably interesting expression. However, the young owner noticed that the boy comes from some mysterious power, felt even in his communication manner. In his eyes, all the wisdom of the travelers seemed to be reflected in them, as if they were the history of the whole village. He may have even suspected that this guy was likely to be the same spirit. The spirit appeared to express gratitude to the traveler for protecting his descendants by destroying the amulet without any harm to friends. Changon explained that he expected that he would constantly carry this medallion with him, and now everything has changed. On this, the spirit noted that the traitors would never be honored, and those who have committed this will not gain human recognition. The guy stretched out his small palm, on which he was a gift for a good soul, because good people deserve a reward. At first, he wanted to share his feelings as he did with his children, but realized that the young master could be inappropriate. Therefore, he prepared this special gift for him. He advised the guy to immediately hide the gift in his pocket. It resembled a charming pill or elixir, and to the question of what will happen if you take it. The spirit began to disappear, dissolving on crumbs of dust. When the young man looked around, the spirit has completely disappeared. The spirit was no longer visible. It disappeared, as if it did not exist. The young master realized the value of this gift and decided to take advantage of it. The guy expressed his gratitude to the spirit for this valuable gift. People gathered to say goodbye to Changon. The girl rushed forward on a full jump. The young master just left without leaving farewell words. He was not even going to tell them farewell words. He calmly saddled his horse, waved his hands, and jumped forward. He did not turn his head to look at them at least once. However, people gathered together, radiating genuine joy, and did not take away the passionate views. The girl felt a deep sympathy for this person. Her gratitude for his actions was boundless. In the future, their roads may cross again, and she will be able to personally express all her gratitude. In the meantime, Changon continued his life path. Representatives of the Battle Alliance soon appeared to find out the circumstances, because the Kanar is suspected of killing Kanchung. The Sun Kavak, the head of the department, emphasizes that they found unfair agreements against the locals. It was obvious. It was not necessary to have special abilities to understand it. He tried to hide everything, but his plans were torn. Of the 30 swordsmen, only one survived. It seems that the village of local residents remains unharmed. Mrs. St. Yu still cannot grasp how they managed to defeat the swordsmen and blame the Ren's clan. As a leader, she turned to Kavak to find out if he really knew anything about it. If he makes a mistake, it will turn to him, because Kan Ren, such a traitor, killed a friend from his hometown and escaped taking money. There is no evidence of bribery of swordsmen. He noted that he did not expect such actions from Kan Ren. If he was aware, he would immediately grabbed him in the village of Kansan. If his actions are regarded as ineptitude, he will accept this condemnation. The lady believed the words of the leader. If so, you need to detain all the swordsmen and return to the village. Merchants from the guild should be informed that the compensation for their actions against the inhabitants has been prepared, as well as a document on recognition of land rights with the seals of the head of the department. The quack was surprised, but promised to do the document and control the whole process himself. The partner turned to Sen, asking whether she was planning to leave everything as he is. After all, a book of bribes in the safe of Kan Ren is not revealed, and it must be delayed. She was aware that if they release it now, it would greatly complicate the work of law enforcement. To allow this place will quickly become easy prey for any scoundrel that may be nearby. She decided to take advantage of the good moment and leave everything on the dumplings, because she expected that after the arrival of the general inspector, all the issues would be resolved with the new branch leader. By the way, they found the name of the person who assisted them. They say that the one who stood on their side was a real defender. After examining the enemy, they found that he had a demonic art of possession of the sword. He knew for sure that it could not be the Tang clan. It has been a century since the Imperial Army has destroyed the Tan dynasty, and everyone expected that it would end it. However, it was during this period that a new world was opened, and it is clear that some people were able to escape across the ocean. Is it possible that someone really thinks that this dynasty and clan were able to revive? She looked at the body of the deceased and realized that they had a new motivation. The story of the damned Tan clan may have inspired them, so she took up the report. It carefully organizes everything you need to prepare for this significant event. Ms. Sen carefully monitored the swordsmen they were detained. And another factor worried her soul: the dead bodies, which slowly removed from the battlefield. The image of the owner of Chang'an constantly occupied her thoughts. They lagged behind him again one step. Somewhere in the mountainous area, the young owner decided to take a break for rest. He was so exhausted by all this nonsense that he just lay, not able to do anything. He swallowed the same pill again and did not stop wandering through the cave. The spirit of the tribe was presented to him by the Yangan, the crystal of unhearsled energy. However, this powerful crystal also contained a dangerous toxin that it could not neutralize on its own. If he is able to neutralize the toxin, then powerful energy will spread throughout his body, forming protective layers. If he fails to do so, he will not even get a part of this powerful power. Squeezing his teeth, he cried out of unbearable pain. He shouted, trying to overcome the incredible force that raged in his insect. From his soul, a flame of pure energy broke out, illuminating everything around and floating the body with a mysterious glow. Each cell and every muscle of his body were impregnated with a powerful energy of the pill. He felt free from the past and got new energy. Now all you have to do is direct this force and dissolve it in its body. In order for this energy not to weather disorderly, it was necessary to direct it to Qi Jin and 12 meridians of his body. In the middle of the young man, a striking, vigorous spiral fell, which awakened a new understanding in him. It seemed that he exploded from overcrowding energy so powerful that even his horse felt its influence. Energy raged from the cave, filling it with an incredible aura. He was subsequently managed to master this process. Immersed in meditation, he heard only a calm and uniform sound of his breath. Finally, he gained what he sought for so long. he was able to merge the right amount of energy. Finally, he was able to control the residual energy that settled in the center of his creature. It was a striking accomplishment, and it would not take a long time to absorb residual energy. He approached his horse, who patiently waited for him. Together, they had to go towards the war, having managed to find shelter before the dusk. If the horse is obedient, it is certainly waiting for a delicious reward. The young man worried that his body became extremely easy. This amazing pill significantly increased his well-being. With newly found power, he was ready to move on to his journey. He soon got to a village named Chons. The evening covered the village when the boy, noticing the arrival of the traveler, turned to him. The young man asked if you could buy alcohol and food here, but the boy just smiled, saying that they were offering special recreation rooms. The guy sincerely advised to choose a compact room, assuring that the size did not significantly affect convenience. Changon plunged into the cozy and hospitable atmosphere of the village with pleasure, feeling the sincerity and kindness of its inhabitants. A young man who, not without pride, represented his village, emphasized with particular sincerity cheap white wine because honesty was his defining feature. I am grateful for my sincerity. Changon threw a coin to the care of his faithful horse, Joje. The young man harnessed the horse and led him to provide delicious feed. Meanwhile, the young master headed for Tavern. Dissolving the tavern door, he noted the almost complete absence of visitors. In the tavern at the tables, there were only a few men who slowly tasted their drinks. Several visitors were still completing their dinner, but the hour was late, and Taverna plunged into an atmosphere of peace and silence. The waitress welcomed him and asked that he wanted to order for food and drink. She noted that the hotel has two types of rooms, compact and special. She persistently advised to stay in special rooms because of their extraordinary silence. Although he was well aware of the strategies of local entrepreneurs, the young man decided to stay in the compact room and ordered white wine for dinner. The woman pulled out her hand, demanding a deposit, as such agreements provided for preliminary payment. The protagonist gladly tasted the dish he was presented with, and she made a pleasant impression on him. Suddenly, a boy ran up to him and gladly reported that he managed not only to ride a horse, but also to treat him with hay. The protagonist asked the boy if he had already found a place for a night rest. After receiving a positive answer, the hero wished the boy a peaceful holiday and advised to calm down and enjoy the dish. "Don't you want to rest a little?" asked the waitress, giving another portion of dishes to the table. She delicately put a glass of white wine on the table, completing the dish with an exquisite accent. The smile touched the waiter's face when she heard praise to her son for his smartness. However, she instantly specified that the boy was not her own son. She was amazed at this assumption because she considered herself too young to have a son of that age, so she immediately explained that the boy was her sister's son. She said that after the death of her sister and her husband as a result of tragic circumstances, it was she who took care of the boy. The protagonist engulfed curiosity, and he wanted to learn more about this boy's past. However, the waitress chose not to reveal the details of her personal life to a stranger. She quickly indicated where his room was located and then returned and moved in the opposite direction. John remained at the table, slowly filling his glass with wine, thinking about whether at least one person exists in Murim without his personal past. Subsequently, more visitors gathered in the tavern, and the hall was filled with a lively homon. The boy moved lively in the hall, without stopping food and drinks to visitors at the tables. Meanwhile, several men have already gathered at one of the tables who played cards enthusiastically, gradually attracting the attention of others. The girl was interested and watched by Agon, who at first doubted and eventually decided to join the game. She watched the game inseparably, carefully analyzing the strategies of each participant. Her experience made it possible to immediately understand which of the players was a real master and who was just as a beginner. Deep discussions began at the table that concerned the sale of land and consideration of important issues. The mustachioed man began to talk about how his grandfather was in charge of Rancho for more than 2 decades, and how the owner of the dream briefly went on a trip. It seems that his heart would not withstand when he saw a burning grandfather's house, he added with sadness. He further told, remembering the tragedy that happened to Mr. and Mrs. Ho. He apologized that he did not dare to call this murder, so this story was shrouded in darkness. However, the conversation gradually distracted from the card game, which was still lasted. Noticing the distraction from the game, Gon seriously urged everyone to return attention to the card battle and not to scatter into outsiders. At this point, it became apparent that Gon did not pay attention to their discussion at all. His focus on the game was so high that it exceeded his usual opportunities. Suddenly, a man appeared in the room, who turned to Gon, reminding that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. Gon immediately recognized this familiar voice and asked how things were going. Seeing a familiar figure, the recently arrived, he decided that it could be a brother Chan. However, Gon quickly reassured others, asking them not to worry, and explained that he would simply watch him for a while. It can't be. It is he. How did this guy find himself here? Gon's thought flashed when his gaze recognized his acquaintance. The man came closer to the table, noticing with a smile, "Why have such gloomy faces?" He tried to discharge the atmosphere, raising different topics for the conversation. Later, they found themselves on the street, enjoying the opportunity to communicate alone, away from stranger ears. The man confessed that he was ready to leave everything if he could not meet him by tomorrow. He asked this with sarcasm, whether he really promised such a great reward for him, that he was looking for him with such perseverance. However, the interlocutor immediately specified that the case was not in the reward. He needed a person who could be believed unconditionally. At the moment when Gon was drunk, his attention was attracted by a sudden offer to cooperate together. The matter was serious. In addition to Chan Han, there were 3 more, and even the older brother Gon would not have managed with them at the same time. Gon wondered why they needed another person if there are 4 of them. Gildon delved into thoughts about the origin of the martial arts, because his unknown techniques aroused interest. He suggested that Gon could be a student of a master of a royal secret army who feared meetings with patrols Murum. However, he decided to bypass these thoughts and move on to the substance. He needed a reliable person who could be trusted unconditionally. What new adventure did this cunning think? Gon wondered, at the same time asking to explain the situation in more detail. Their object of interest was a veil, loaded with gold and silver treasures. Gildon had some experience and understood that such crews are commonly used only by wealthy people. But this particular conduct was heading to Gamonson, which made it special. She was a personal property of Guan's dream and had to be transferred to Havana from the association. Gon had no idea who was the dream of a Guan, so Gildon explained that he was one of the 5 influential leaders of the Gamson Revocation Association. Although the family was considered a side branch of the Channel family, no evidence existed. The dream of Guvan was a man of great wealth and managed the association. Its possession consisted mainly of ranch and mines located in the region. Gon wondered whether the guards were really as powerful as the rumors. Don confirmed that the guards really have considerable force and explained that the ranch and mines are the man by the name of Yuiwei Lian, who was appointed the Dream of Guvan. Recently, Wuiwei Lian captured all the surrounding ranch, seeking to install a monopoly on pastures and rivers in the region. Don noted that because of our accomplices and his accomplices, dozens of civilians and farmers lost their ranch and homes. Unfortunately, some even died in the flame of their destroyed homes. Gon remembered how local residents shared with him these sad stories about tragedies. Gon wanted to find out what role the Muram Union played here. Don explained that the dream of the Huvan, the head of the local union Murima, covers all his activities. The heating Gon hit the flag against the table and asked the Don whether he really wanted to interact with such personalities. Don continued to cheer him up, assuring that he would go unnoticed if the Heen was in the hood. And if they are able to take away his wealth in the dream, it will open the way to their victory. A merchant without money is no longer a rival, Don emphasized. in mind that the dream of Guvan will be so absorbed by clashes with other warriors and leaders of the Union that he simply will not be able to find time for their persecution. Dawn stressed that they will be able to clear the area of this unnecessary, and their ideas will inevitably come to life. Raising, Gon asked an important question. Do we not need to take some position to achieve significant achievements and make money? Dawn assured that Gon has a chance to gain glory, depriving the treacherous merchant of his treasure. At that moment, Gon remembered his first meeting with Dawn. At first, he seemed to him only an ordinary excitement fan, a fraudster who admires playing in bone and drinking. However, Gon has now realized that Dawn's lightness is hiding a much greater danger. It all looked quite convincing, but the feat had doubts. Was it worth trusting? Dawn explained that neither he nor three others whom he managed to unite could completely rely on mutual trust. They are only united by one common goal: money. Gon also needed money, and it became his driving force in this dangerous adventure. For the residents of the area, the disappearance of this pack would be a relief, because their activities only created unnecessary problems. However, before taking the first step, the Goot had to decide whether it was possible to rely on a cunning person like a Dawn. Gon is increasingly leaning to agree because talking about money sounds more attractive. Dawn constantly emphasized, "We are obliged to make it. Let's join the effort." Gon barely smiled noticeably, as if he finally decided on his choice. "Hon Gil Dawn, it sounds intriguing," said Gon, reaching out his hand as a symbol of consent to participate in the case. After regretted with a handshake, they fastened their deal. Dawn expressed his gratitude, realizing that now their plan would inevitably come to life. They planned to go tomorrow. 3 of the comrades went forward to meet on the road near the carriage, and in the meantime, Gon and Dawn decided to stay here for the night to realize their plan at dawn when the preparation is completed. The comrades who were already waiting for their arrival were met. Gon was tuned to a new meeting with comrades, with whom he had to share the risks in this dangerous business. He was interested in learning more about these people. They were to take Gon and their companion Gimin Jongchan. The Gon brothers were famous for their fencing art, senior Pikyon and junior race, and their companion, Him Jun Chan, joined his ability to shoot skillfully from the bow. He had a hook gun made of a wild bull's horn from a new continent. This strong bow caused a trembling, especially during long-distance shooting, and was not a matter of expensive. It was because of this bow that he decided to deal with this risky task, because he did not want to risk loss, so it was better to avoid his unnecessary use. "Who came with him?" asked the brothers, seeing Gon. Dawn stated that a newcomer was present near him, their new sword, which caused the brothers to be surprised. They thought about whether they were too much for successful design. Chan stood quietly, watching the events, impressing everyone with his balance. Meanwhile, the dispute between them did not subscribe. Dawn insisted that it was his plan, and Payan's opinion should not affect the course of events. Pyon came closer, grabbing the Dawn by the collar, and began to express his indignation. He was dissatisfied with the fact that he had to wait under the scorching rays of the sun, which eventually put him out of balance. Pyon lifted his fist threateningly, as if he wanted to break the enemy's face, but Dawn had suddenly reached for his sword. The threat subsided, and the giant, silent, stepped back. As soon as the sword touched his neck, a huge man immediately lost all his threat and was forced to silence. Dawn reminded him of who really was, and emphasized that mutual respect should always be, regardless of the circumstances. "We are not robbers to attack random travelers," he said. The younger brother, along with the Vat, followed the events without interfering with the conflict. Dawn stood firmly on his own. This plan belonged to him because all the data were obtained with the help of his informants, thanks to his relationships and skills. And a huge man was only a paw in this game. Gon, while contemplating the scene, was surprised. He did not suspect that Dawn would be so determined. This did not correspond to the image of a gamble fraud which he was used to. Dawn returned to Gon and suggested that he introduce himself to the audience. Gon wondered, Perhaps this determination of dawn is his true essence, which still remained in the shadows. After a while, after the Gon made his presentation, everyone gathered around the campfire, delving into the discussion of the details of the next stage. The carriage had to come tomorrow about noon. In addition to Kucher, there will be 2 more passengers in the carriage, with 7 people together with 4 guards. First, the vat will release the arrow to eliminate the curl, and others will immediately ambush. Jan, Guy, and Don explained that if the vat continues to shoot, they would be able to keep everyone in a carriage without let anyone go out. However, one of the participants of the meeting was doubted. Is the Don sure that there will be no wizard of martial arts among the guards? Don expressed confidence that 2 passengers in a carriage would probably try to control the situation, but their actions will be unsuccessful. The real danger comes from 4 riders that you will need to face. In addition, Chan had to use his bow to neutralize the most dangerous enemies from afar. So, their task tomorrow was to first neutralize the 4 riders, stop the carriage, and then cope with 2 passengers that would remain inside. However, Gon interrupted Yana, emphasizing that the essence of the task is not to eliminate all, but to keep one remain alive, since it is an informant Yana. Yan confirmed this information. His reliable informant, Khan, decided to share important data in exchange for forgiveness of debt and money. Khan assured that after the task, he would repay his debt and disappear from view without leaving any trace. This was the agreement that was to be taken into account when performing an operation. After that, Chan wondered what further actions were planned after the successful completion of the task. The giant also did not suffer to find out how the distribution of money will take place after the mission is completed. Yang noted that after neutralization of 6 guards, they would head south. There, when arriving, they planned to divide money during the day, and then everyone goes with their own way. He noted that the dream of Guvan, the head of the Gamsan Union, would probably be addressed with other leaders of the Union, which is why their pursuers will not be able to follow the group for a long time. The brothers laughed, noting that this case looks like a light promenade. At the same time, Gon wondered, although the task seems simple on paper, he was worried that they did not have accurate information about possible masters among guards. Insufficient information about the informant has caused him serious concern. In the morning, after the fire was extinguished, they began to prepare for their plan. With caution and determination in the heart, the whole group went on the road to accomplish an important task. Everyone was already sitting on their horse, ready for decisive action on the edge of the hill. Jan, looking forward, was convinced that the events unfold exactly with his plan. Everything went at the chosen course. He stressed everyone that everyone is responsible for their own life, and it is not necessary to count on the rescue from others if the situation is not planned. The brothers confirmed that they would not have been here if they did not understand this obvious truth. Chan and Gon only nodded silently, without any objections or comments. After Jan made sure that everyone was preparing, he suggested going down to start the task. Suddenly, Gon raised his hand, calling everyone to stop for a moment. "What happened?" asked Jan, a little surprised. Gon showed a distant rocky ridge and asked to focus carefully on this place. Having switched their gaze in the direction, they saw riders that came down from the mountain, holding the swords and axes in their hands. Their faces hid the masks, adding even more mysteriousness of their appearance. "And what are they for one?" Yang said quietly, embarrassed by the sudden appearance of strangers. It became clear that these riders also aimed to intercept the carriage, and their number was quite significant. One of the brothers with anxiety in his eyes addressed John. "Yang, what is happening?" "You probably know what is happening here." Jan suddenly interrupted him, ordered to silence because he was in a difficult way, not realizing what was happening. Their strategy suddenly collapsed. Looking down, Jan saw a carriage suddenly changed her route, which significantly complicated the situation. This became a real problem, because if they continue traffic in this direction, Kim Jun-chan will not be able to aim with his arrows in Kucher. Meanwhile, the earlier riders were not behind and increasingly reduced the distance to the carriage. Jan and his comrades could not allow these unexpected pursuers to be ahead of them. "Forward!" he ordered. The victory will be the one who will first get to the carriage. He appealed to Chan with an order to join their attempt, because it would be unacceptable to lose the target where so much wealth. Jan Star had escaped without waiting for others and called for them to move as soon as possible. It seemed that their plan broke up before he had been put into practice. The carriage was rushed everywhere, and after it was already driven by other robbers, strengthening chaos. Yana's team noted that someone else began to move behind them. Closer, Jan heard a question from one of the riders. "Who are you?" But Jan also sought to find out the answer to a similar question. There was a dispute between them, whether their rivals know whose carriage they attack. "Didn't anyone hear about it?" answered John with sarcasm, calling them non-lethal, and ordered, "Stop the carriage immediately." However, in response, John heard only a cheeky challenge. "We're not as crazy as you are." For a few minutes, they did not stop the pursuit of the carriage, and at the same time, there were disputes between them. Meanwhile, Gona carelessly bounced behind, squeezing his sword firmly in his hands. Gon was amazed at the absurdity of the situation, without finding words to describe it. Jan instructed a vat to release arrows to sow even more chaos among enemies. The vat was lightly snatched the arrow from the cover, pulled the bowstrings of the bow, and prepared for the shot. He looked intently into the crowd, seeking the most optimal goal for an accurate shot. Suddenly, the bowstring released, and the arrow, whispering in the air, quickly went forward. One of the bandits got a good blow to the back and fell to the ground, not even having time to realize what happened. Both gangs could not understand who was actually against them, but it was obvious. First and foremost, we needed to get a carriage. One of the key questions remained unresolved. What will they get by capturing a carriage? Meanwhile, the arrows continued to whistle above their heads. Jan praised the accuracy of the vat, praising for a brilliant shot, and gave an instruction to continue shooting, focusing first on the guards. However, Gon had anxiety. His intuition insisted that this anxiety arose was not easy. Why did they still not understand that it makes no sense to chase us with the shooter behind? Are they having any plan? He thought. In the heat of the battle, one of the opponents fell with a wounded horse, lifting a thick cloud of dust. The bandit from an enemy flock, panting and coughing, with a cracked gap to the ground, and blood flowed from his mouth. The rest of the enemies shouted loudly, discussing the loss of two comrades. It was a clear team to act immediately, because if you delay, their team would be at risk of destruction. In this exciting moment, Chan carefully visited a new goal without distracting his close look from the opponents. Chan drew attention to the two robbers, which were slammed to the chest attached to the back of the carriage. From the hatch suddenly looked Hand. The man, manifesting his strength and skill, began to climb the roof of the carriage. Its high height was amazed at first glance, but it was even more impressed by the weapons behind the back and the incredible energy that came out of it. Yang was stunned by the appearance of such a striking guard. This appearance proved to be extremely unexpected. In front of them, the Jun was put in person. "Is he known to you?" Gon asked. "Yes, it is the son of a owner of a carriage," Yang explained. "This guy is extremely dangerous. They gossip that he has grasped the martial arts in the John clan," said Jan, obviously intense. Immediately, without hesitation, Jan gave a chanterelle to neutralize him. And suddenly the cry came, "Be careful, they come." So San instantly struck the height of the carriage. His blade was rapidly directed towards Chan. Seeing the blade was approaching, Chang felt that his speed was simply incredible. Fortunately, the vat managed to evade time, but he could not protect his sword. The blade only touched the vat's shoulder slightly, spreading the skin and leaving the bloody mark. Can a digger be so fast? They were passionate about the brothers, not believing the eyes of this incredible speed. But most of all, the vat worried not so much a wound on his shoulder as that his precious hawk, his favorite bow, was scattered on friends. From observations of the wounded vat, Gon realized that because of a shoulder injury, he would no longer be able to use his bow. "Here, that these braziers know their place," San said, pulling another spear from his arsenal. He intended to destroy them all, and, realizing the threat, robbers decided that it would be wiser to run in different directions. "Run immediately in different directions," ordered John with his subordinates. The brothers quickly and harmoniously retreated, moving one by one. The dance threw 2 more spears to the rider. Their speed was so frantic that the metal was fired, flying through the air. Although the trajectory of the spear seemed clear, it was absolutely impossible to avoid the blow. The blow of sand wounded another rider, this time deadly. The rider's body, along with a horse with a roar, fell to the ground. This deceased was Mr. Gu. One of the gang, seeing it, exclaimed his name, full of sadness. Gon immediately realized that this voice belonged to a woman. So, among the bandits was she. He immediately realized that these robbers are different from ordinary robbers. One of the fighters asked John whether they should retreat, because without an archer it would be extremely difficult to overcome such an opponent. Meanwhile, the carriage began to slow down, and the exhausted horses barely overtook her. San was steadily grabbing a spear and, being on the roof of a carriage, radiated true power. He exploded with a loud laughter, feeling the victory tilted the weight on his side. "You have no opportunity," he exclaimed. "Before the carriage stops, you will all be killed." Meanwhile, a sword armed with a sword, confidently moving forward, ignoring the pain of his wound. Despite the pain, in his eyes there was a steady confidence and determination. The act of Chan, who instead of a bow chose a sword to confront with the dignity, only poured the oil into the fire desire to win. He prepared to throw his spear, determined to the final result. Gon, looking back on their direction, noted the approaching danger. He was also aware that with a severe wound, there was no chance of confrontation. This was not part of the plan of Gon, but he decided to act immediately. Raising the Gon has easily stood on the saddle of his horse, ready for a decisive jump. Pushing from the saddle, he flew into the air with rapidly, demonstrating incredible acrobatics. In the air, he was accurate on the back of the horse Chan, maintaining the perfect balance. Chan barely had time to notice how Gon missed him over his head, unable to believe his eyes. The Vat was stunned. So rapid and confident actions were a surprise for him. In the air, Gon felt confidence, being ready for any trials until the spear was flying. Suddenly the spear changed the course sharply. This was due to the fact that the Gon in the flight cleverly shook the spear, skillfully changing his trajectory. San has widely opened his eyes with surprise, because he has not yet watched anything like that. Gon's eyes were determined, because he had a clear plan for his next steps. Pulling the spear in the air and having skillfully hitting it at the opposite end, Gon sent him back to the San. San with horror followed this incredible scene, unable to believe his eyes. The copier, which previously belonged to the dignity, now flew to his direction, radiating not red, but bright blue energy. This energy was the result in which Gon put his power, charging the blow. Fortunately, the spear only slid past his clothes without causing him any harm. The spears rode into the roof of the carriage next to the dignity, forming deaf metal strokes. San felt sudden uncertainty and confusion about his further steps. Gon was rapidly approaching riding on his horse, instilling a real horror in the Sana. His impressive skill has become a real discovery. This moment will remain in memory for a long time. The brothers were in surprise, exchanging exclamations, trying to find out where Yang found such an unsurpassed master as a goon. Jan couldn't believe his own eyes when he looked at this impressive event. Yang was absolutely surprised. How the Gon appeared here and where he had such amazing skills remained a great mystery. Enemy exclamations came from the battlefield. "Hold it immediately!" The bandit group immediately realized that their benches had almost completely split. Behind the goon effortlessly dealt with enemies, one of a stroke of the sword, dropping them from the horses. They flew into the air, not having to realize what happened, and fell to the ground with a crash. "Could he destroy them with his own hands?" said the leader of the enemy gang, impressed. The leader of the enemy gang was lost. Who is this desperate stranger? Where did he come from and what kind of military techniques he owns? But one thing was obvious. His eyes were burning with extraordinary energy. At this time, San was already ready, holding another spear in his hands to make the next throw. He raised the spears in his hands and aimed at the nearest riders. However, the main object of attack for the Sana was the Gon. He designed to throw both of his copies directly into it. In addition, Gon was closest, turning it into a perfect target. However, San did not calculate the incredible speed of Gani. The Gon stretched his hand forward, collecting all the energy in his palm. He did not even have to catch it hot with his own hands. He turned the spear in his palm and quickly sent him back to the San, which was placed on the roof of the carriage. The San covered panic when he realized that his plan was being destroyed, and he was in a difficult situation. Gon's energy increased sharply after he drank the elixir. Now, Gon was capable of mastering the technique of absorbing racks, which drew its inspiration from the combat techniques of the Valley tribe. San with horror watched how his weapon, now directed against him, flies back. Cold sweat treacherously drained on his face. "Will you be able to help you stop the carriage?" Gon asked, getting ready to throw the spear. The carriage was already lying on his side, throwing her passengers in different directions. The horse that pulled the carriage, now lying on the ground, crushed under the weight of the crossed out. The brothers, impressed with the incredible possession of the technique, enthusiastically ran to Gon, expressing their admiration for his skills. Yang was also impressed, though he tried carefully not to express his surprise. After all, Gon managed to destroy the carriage with just one accurate throw. Going closer, Jan suggested looking inside the overturned carriage to find out that she was carrying. But at this point, a group of riders appeared on the horizon, who strongly ordered them to get away from the carriage. "So Wei Ran attached gold and silver treasures belonging to the inhabitants of these lands," said the woman, proudly sitting on horseback. She specified that all these treasures, in fact, are the property of residents of the village of Jiangsu. One of the brothers roared that she had been crazy because they seized a carriage, called the riders with bandits, and asked if she wanted to die. "In fact, all the efforts made the goon," emphasized another brother, lifting his eyebrows. Looking at these people, Gon noted that their appearance did not correspond to the image of ordinary robbers. The girl, introducing herself as Su-yeon, said that her father is the offended owner of ranch, and her brother suffers from a disease that causes hemoptysis. She explained that they expel the bandits to return their family property. At first glance, they looked completely helpless. Su-jeon strongly emphasized that any attempt to seize gold from a carriage will turn to bloodshed for anyone who dares to resist. This was struck by Yana's detachment, because they realized that these people were local residents, not simple robbers. Gon noted that they removed the masks, boldly showing their faces without fear of possible detention. This unambiguously demonstrated their unbreakable determination. Yang, however, did not intend to give up after all experienced, believing that this brave demonstration was only empty bluff. He confidently argued that the attempted murder would just start. People around quickly changed their views. Gon stepped forward and suggested that he first find out what really is in the carriage. He noted that since ranch and mines in their possession, not all gold can belong to them. He also suggested taking only a reasonable part of the prey, leaving the rest in place. He emphasized that before acting, it is necessary to look in the middle and find out what they were faced with. The older brother joined the discussion, supporting the idea of Gon. Gon is right. It is worth looking at what hides the carriage. The people around the Sujona exchanged views, discussing a further plan of action. Along with the SU, the old man smiled warmly and nodded approvedly. Although Sujeon hesitated, she still decided to rely on Gon and agreed with his proposal. Gon understood that he had no chance to stop Sana, even if he wanted to do it. Suddenly the air cut the whistle, and the signal rocket flew rapidly in the direction of the mountain. Following the whistle, a powerful explosion came from afar. What is the sound? People with anxiety began to look around, sharing the agitated views. The carriage was surprised at the carriage. What is it for insidiousness, and why did the sky flood smoke? It was San. He gathered all his will and launched a signal rocket as the last hope. After that, the dance lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Pyeon, having reassured, decided that this loud explosion was futile because nothing happened. Chan contemptuously called him a fool, adding that it was a sign for calling a reinforcement that would soon appear. The dispute broke out between them, and the older brother immediately addressed Jan with reproach. "Why did you not announce the reinforcement? We had to search the safe, not to do quarrels." Everyone hurried to the carriage trying to find some value, while Gon constantly watched this fuss, thinking about how one problem entails another. However, he was aware that in their environment, there is a person who was able to find a way out of this difficult situation. The older brother looked into the carriage and found a man there. Jan immediately noted that he was his informant, Can, and suggested that he take it with him. They tried diligently to release the cannon's body from the carriage. At that time, Jan discovered a safe for whom they overcame such a long way. Jan's face shone with a smile when he finally achieved the desired result. However, Jan drew attention to the crack in one of the boards of the safe. Did this injury happen because of the fall of the carriage? He thought. The crack managed to look deep into the safe. But the most surprise caused the void inside the safe. Everyone was surprised, not believing that the safe was empty. Jan did not know what to say, and his older brother, grabbing him by the collar, demanded explanations. Jan pleaded to let him go. Jan pointed to the informant, emphasizing that he received all his information from him. All present swept the confusion, because they hoped for a completely different result. Gon approached Su Jon, sharing with her that there is one feature that distinguished this carriage among the usual means of transportation. He said that the carriage was conceived from the beginning as an intricate trap. All the views turned to him, waiting for his explanation. Gon continued. "We have already dealt with the attacks on carriages of So-Wei Rana, and this is definitely not the person who will calmly watch the robbery of his property. Probably this trap was his plan to neutralize everyone with one blow," Gon said. He added that it was only his assumption, but he could not find another explanation for why the safe was empty. Everyone blamed his anger at Jan, accusing him of betrayal, but he firmly assured that it was not true. At first, Gon was also suspected of Jan, but later realized that if he was really involved, he would have disappeared for a long time and would not stay here. The older brother was the most prone to panic, declaring loudly that they were threatened with death and insisted on an immediate search for an action plan. Gon was thinking that the whole situation seemed full of nonsense, and felt that he made a serious mistake when he believed this reckless man and decided to go with him in this adventure. In the end, he urged everyone not to waste time and to go faster to interrogate the informant and to find out the true circumstances of the event. Chan asked Gon to question where they have straight because they are now in the heart of the desert without a single shelter. Gon turned to Su-Yon, pointing to him as a person who should answer this question. Gon did not doubt that after a successful attack on the carriage, those who planned a place to hide in advance and asked directly from it. He also noted that they had no alternative but to act together. Su-Jon immediately reported that there is a camping, which serves as one of their shelves. Despite the dissatisfaction with some participants in her team, Su-Jon continued to provide detailed explanations about the chosen decision. She shared the information about the young man, who was called the son of So-Wei Ran, emphasizing his exceptional abilities that went far beyond the skills of ordinary guards. She noted, looking at Gon, that it was his intervention that changed the course of events. "Maybe today we would all be dead if it were not for his intervention," Su-Jon said. The goal acted mainly for mercantile reasons, while Su-Jon, quickly saddled his horse, recalled the need to take the informant with her. Gon rubbed his head and gave out a heavy sigh. In which mess I got into? He realized that he found himself in a business that turned out to be much more complicated than expected, and thought, well, a mess. Shortly after the evening, the desert was overwhelmed by the night darkness, and the sky fluttered with charming stars. The injured man, with a bandage in his eyes, suffered from unbearable pain. The sufferer was bowed by So-Wei Ran himself, the head of the Gamson Union, and Lord Rancho and Mr. "Was the task so unbearable that my son had to die?" asked So-Wei Ran, turning to two men standing nearby. "Did the elimination of Bandit's gang would have to become a fairly easy task?" he added, breathing heavily. One of the men replied that he had no excuses, for which So-Wei asked him to repeat what he said. When asked what happened, Another man said that suddenly another group of bandits appeared, which they had not met before. He noted that his son showed true courage when he fought bravely, protecting the carriage. So Wei strongly grabbed her husband for his head and asked, "Did the tragic defeat actually cause only that enemies dominated your expectations numerically? And did you really have not been able to trace the bandy fugitives? And do you laugh back home staying alive?" he asked, strengthening his grip. The man could not keep his tears, and at the same time asked for mercy, depressed by the iron clutch of Co. Wei. The second man, with a shade of the sum in his voice, shared that probably the information about the cargo was betrayed by one of the internal. The son in the carriage was accompanied by a security guard named Khan. Since his bodies were not found, we can assume that he had betrayed, revealing information about the load, and for this purpose, he seems to have attracted a very skilled specialist. Hearing these words, Wei smiled widely and satisfied. Release the man, he decided to delve into the discussion of this issue. Realizing that the failure of the operation was caused by an internal origins, it laughed even harder. This was especially pleasing in the context of the intention of eradicating the traitors who acted behind his back, like rats on his farm. After that, easily adjusting the golden hair in his hair, he looked like a man who had already had a clear plan of further action. So Wei said that the guilty would be punished for negligence in the control of their subordinates. However, at first he ordered the culprits and deliver them at any cost. He did not worry about whether to exterminate all the villagers or close the miners in their mines and set them on fire alive. "Bring me those freaks that killed my son," he ordered sternly, adding that if they fail again, he would break his hearts on his own. So Wei pointed his hand at the door and ordered immediately to go in search of and catch the culprits. He remained near his son's soulless body. Standing over the body, solemnly promised that he would make every effort to ensure that his son's death would not avoid just punishment. "I will join you in the other world," he whispered, contemplating his son's body. While this happened, in the desert, in one of the shelters, the interrogation began. Mounted on a pillar deep in the ground, Khan was in the spotlight of John, who personally led the interrogation to fulfill his part of the agreement. Jan reproached him because he knew from the very beginning about the trip of San in a carriage, but hid this information. In addition, he was aware that from the very beginning he was observed by reinforcements, but he was concealed that the safe was already empty. Yang, pushing his elbow on the channel's neck, asked him whether he really believed that he could escape after he was at such a danger. In full confusion, Khan could not realize what Yang hints at, and what is the importance of the empty safe. Meanwhile, Gon and Chan exchanged thoughts, thinking about how this night would be delayed. Gon asked for a vat whether his wounded shoulder was worried. Chan glanced at his deep cut and, lowering his shoulders, replied that it was just a light scratch. Gon, not agreeing with the vat, wanted to look more carefully and asked for permission to do so. Going to the fire, cautiously crossing him, he took care of the wound carefully. Gon noted that the vat was lucky. The blood was stopped immediately, despite the considerable depth of the wound. Gon also noted that the tendon seems not damaged, so he suggested that he raise his hand to see for that. After that, the Gon pulled a piece of fabric and gently pressed it to a damaged place on the shed. At this time, this decision was to help, and Gon recommended a vat regularly apply ointment to the wound. After that, their attention was moved to Jan when Su suddenly asked if he had just mentioned the name Kan Chanju. At first, she could not mention him, but now she confidently stated that she had seen him earlier, especially when Mr. and Mrs. Simho had died a few months ago. It happened the day when a terrible tragedy happened. Their terrible end came when the subordinates of the Wu wound set them on fire alive. Su recalled that Khan was one of the participants in this horrible attack. Kan began to justify, assuring that he did not intend to participate in such action, but was forced to obey because it was a wound order, and he had no alternative. He expressed that the couple could avoid the tragedy if they just agreed to give their land. At this point, the SU could not stand and jumped out of place. She suddenly cut off his excuse, showing her skills, and suddenly hit him with his leg, The Sioux was shot for the first time, trying to interrupt the heel with a thick heel. Her powerful strokes simply into the breast, so much that from the strength of the stick to which he was tied was broken in half. Having lost air, his lungs instantly became empty and the body fell to the ground. Sue exclaimed that Mr. and Mrs. Ho were a symbol of their hope. She remembered how, after capturing their ranch, they were isolated in the desert, lost her last hope until Mr. and Mrs. Ho rescued them. They shared food, water, and took their own. But these noble people were destroyed by fire only for being an obstacle to someone's ruthless plans. Gon focusedly listened to Su proclaimed that Khan would answer his crimes. Then the older brother interfered, asking, "Is the only thing you went to is the chaos of the chaos of the chaos?" After these words, everyone turned to his direction, and the smile immediately disappeared from his face. It was clearly not liked that they were called a chaos sect. Seeing the fire of indignation broke out in the eyes of Su, he noted in confusion that he did not intend to offend her and did not want to harm. Su quit. What is the difference between the Murim Union from what you call sects of chaos? Do you seriously think that rich and influential have the right to suppress cities and communities, masking it under justice? She asked persistently. She continued, "Why, in your opinion, were our ancestors ready to sacrifice their lives to get to the new continent?" It was not easy to answer it. Sumi replied, "Because they could no longer put up with impotence and did not want to be the object of exploitation." The heat of the fire cracked, giving extra tension to this moment. She suggested that he had previously said, emphasizing that despite their robbery actions, their true purpose was to return what was unfairly selected. However, their main desire was to restore lost justice. Although it was their only goal, the indignation overwhelmed her, and she could no longer restrain him. Jan, crossing his palms, urged everyone to stop the dispute because they did not have time for such discussions. The news of the death of his son has probably already reached the wound, and he was probably already traveling. He noted that their present place of stay is extremely dangerous and suggested that you disperse from that moment. His words sounded convincing, and everyone who heard them immediately began to collect their things. It was at this point that Gon approached Su with the intention of asking her an important question. He said that, having gone to the tavern in Chongshon, he came across a small child who worked there. Gon shared that when he asked the mistress of the institution, he learned that she was not the mother of a boy. She explained that she just cares for him, because his parents are no longer alive. Gon has not yet finished his story when Su, lowering her gaze, quietly agreed with his words. This boy is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Ho. He inherited their reasonableness and ingenuity, Sue confessed. In fact, Gon did not plan the exact question that was ahead. He was interested in why they did not start raising the boy themselves. Sumi answered this question. "We cannot force ourselves to raise a child who saved us in the art of theft." "And what if this baby is injured through our intervention?" she said with a feeling of deep pain. Gon understood her point of view and agreed that he heard everything he had. Having said this, he said goodbye, noting that it was time to go. The girl detained him, thanking him for the fact that it was thanks to his help that they were able to escape from the trap. She handed him the money, assured that these funds were won honestly, not theft. Gon did not take the money without a doubt, explaining that at that moment he could not afford to be demanding and agreed to accept them. They wished each other strength and agreed to stay in the shadow for a while. Both sides have agreed that it was time to go every way. The brothers again called John a scoundrel, noting that he had only because of some amount of money that a woman still gave them. Then John approached Gon, asking where he plans to go. Gon replied that he was not his business and asked only one thing. If they once met again, it is better not to touch the topic of work, otherwise his patience would not withstand. Jan smiled and noted that Gon would probably do the same as last time. After all, he also stated that he would no longer be engaged in this case, but eventually went to work again. Jan appealed to Gon not to worry, emphasizing that during their next meeting he would have a proposal for him, which he would definitely not be able to refuse. "It is extremely shameless on your side," Gon said. Then he quietly commanded his horse to move on and went away. After that, Gon went into his adventure. Chan tracked his departure, staying near January. Jan addressed the chanterelle to the question of what impression he had made on him after a personal meeting. Chan noted that Gon is undoubtedly an extremely interesting person. Despite the fact that he is not related to the Imperial Army, his ability to beat the blow of the San and directs him back. He demonstrates his skill, despite his young age, Jan said. Chan immediately guessed that Gon may have an origin from the demonic clan. However, he did not find any signs of demonic arts in Gon, although it is known that the demonic clan techniques have fewer side effects than other similar arts. Chan expressed the opinion that they can have an interesting opportunity on the new continent. The discovery of the naval path to the new continent has already turned 100 years. Chan noted, "The leader of the Union Marima was able to expand his influence through such methods. However, it should be noted that he had great power from the very beginning." Hearing this, John wondered whether the vat was hinted at the fact that Gon is only a beginner with great opportunities and potential. Chan, with a smile on his face, replied, "It is difficult to say for sure. Maybe he has mastered the arts we didn't know before." It turned out that Chan was in fact a secret agent, number 3 in the Imperial Intelligence Service. Yang was surprised by the technique that changed the musculoskeletal system, allowing you to transform the muscles and bones to change the appearance. Despite the fact that he saw it repeatedly, this ability has raised his admiration every time. Jan addressed the agent to the question of their further actions. She noted that even the current skills of Gon in the martial arts make his attention, so it is worth adding it to the observation list and starting to follow it. She emphasized that his original plan was to increase wealth thanks to his carriage. She also asked for permission to transfer this message to the headquarters. He was instructed to watch the race and pass on it all, even the smallest, details about his activities. At the same time, Gon, riding on a horse, said that if the news of the carriage had already reached them, then the adventurers are probably already in place. Therefore, the path to the village had to remain safe, at least before the onset of dusk. He had no doubt that no one guessed that a gang of criminals could be hiding so close to the village. Gon decided to spend the night in the tavern and continue his journey at dawn. However, as it came closer, he saw that light was shining in the village at night. Looking closer, Gon realized that it was not lighting, but something completely different. He accelerated the step of the horse, pushing on his sides, seeking to get to the source of the glow as soon as possible. Gon heard the desperate cries of the inhabitants, and the village houses were already burning in the flame. People stood helplessly and watched how their homes and fruits of many years of work were destroyed in flames. One of the waitresses was the victim of a frantic criminal attack. "What is going on here?" she exclaimed, hoping for salvation, but there were attackers with long swords in her hands. "Shut up!" one of the attackers exclaimed, adding that the peasants themselves were guilty of their troubles. One of the criminals asked, "We really thought that we would not guess that you are with the bandits." They accused it and the villagers, stating that it was a reckoning for having hidden criminals for so long. She was confused with their accusations and said, "Even if thieves and steals from your stocks, it does not give you the right to burn people alive." The tears flowed down her cheeks when she saw the baby she cared for and without a good idea on the ground. However, this did not stop the criminals, as they also suffered losses. The road to them, the son of their ruler, was killed. He even insisted that she should be grateful to him. They say, this boy was not her own, and she probably was already exhausted looking after him. Her body trembled from shock, and she could not realize that these words had been spoken by a real person. At that moment, one of the bandits appealed to the peasants, stating that it was their last opportunity to save the child's life. He urged them to confess to everything they know about the criminals they hid. At the moment he made his speech, the other offender saw the warrior approached in the distance. The horse was approaching quickly. A rider appeared on it. "Who is this guy? The hell take away?" They asked, trying to see him from afar. Before the logging, the rapidly approaching, a horrific scene appeared. a burning tavern, and a crowd of people who have accumulated around her. From afar, he heard a desperate cry of waitress, and her tears eloquently testified to the whole horror of the situation. However, among all this bustle, Gon could not see the baby, and his heart was squeezed from fear that the worst fears could come true. He was raised on the saddle of his horse, going to decisive action. When the Gon came closer, the enemies began to shout, calling him to stop the movement. Despite their exclamations, he ignored them and, cleverly jumping from the saddle, as if lightning rushed forward at a frantic speed. He swept over the heads of bandits who struck his heads, surprised watching his jump. However, the target of Gon was not a bandit at all. He flew into the window on the second floor of the tavern, breaking the glass with his body. The bandits whispered among themselves, "What is the guy? How did he manage to get into the middle?" "What was it at all?" said one of them with distrust, holding his breath from what he saw. From the depths of the tavern, a sharp roar broke out. Gon struck the door with his feet. What? The hell hears? Why is everything covered by flames? He thought, but his attention was attracted only by the body of the child, whose helpless figure lay in the middle of the room. Kyo was motionless, with his eyes closed, and the Gon prayed sincerely so that the boy was still breathing. As he was approaching, Gon felt the hot heat burned his face. Gon was aware that the building was about to move, which only exacerbated the feeling of tension. The flames raged, creating a loud crack that pierced the atmosphere. Suddenly, Gon noticed that heavy beams were hanging over the Kyo, and in a little second rushed forward. These heavy beams were already balancing on the border, ready to collapse at any moment and cover a defenseless punch. At this time, the bandits unsuccessfully interrogated the witnesses, trying to find out who this unusual warrior is. People only bred their hands, not imagining how miracle could the brings out to hire such a powerful defender. The bandit leader, disdaining people with insects, asked what approaches they thought. People did not have any insidious plans, except for the hope that Gon would save the little Kyo and give each of the bandits a good repel. The rage of Gon, caused by the image of Kyo's bandits, changed the expression of his face, filling it with cold determination. They almost did a deadly evil over this defenseless boy, and for such an act they must be answered. They should be responsible for the injuries caused by the body, whose body is covered with burns from the flame. Noticing Kyo, the waitress immediately hurried to him. She asked if she was fine with him, and Gona gently laid the boy's breathless body on the ground in front of her. She rushed to him, gently touching his face, and with relief found that the boy was breathing. "Wait a minute," said Gon, gently pressing his fingers on a few key points on the body of Kyo. At the same moment, Kyo took a deep breath. His eyelids slowly rose and his eyes began to open. Before his eyes there were a Gon and a girl who leaned over him with tears in his eyes. With joyful relief, she fell into a boy's arms, happy that he remained alive. Kyo turned to her, calling his aunt, but she immediately corrected him, asking her to call her sister. Everyone was brushed by the feeling of relief when it became clear that the Kyo was all right, and it remains among the living. "He survived!" Kyo Horan was able to get out of there. All present sighed lightly. However, despite the capture from the rescue of Kyo, there was a threat. The enemy was still on their land. One of the bandits, pointing to Gon, persistently demanded that he name his name. Gon confidently stood up and without doubt for a moment said his name loudly. Another of the bandits directed his finger on his finger and noted that he saw him a few days ago in the local tavern. "You are the one who played gambling terribly," he said, remembering Gon as a street assassina and emphasizing that he remembered it because of that. Gon looked at him as if a stranger was standing before him who did not understand what was going around. The bandits wondered if he understood that he had just done. Gon, raising his eyebrows, was thrown, "And you realize that you have just tried to set fire to the baby?" But the leader denied, stating that it, on the contrary, was a manifestation of mercy because he was ready to exchange the child's life for the safety of others. "In fact, you have to rejoice, because we are ready to close our eyes on this incident and make a lesson from it," said the leader, emphasizing the importance of our words. His words are too proudly sounded, Gon thought, looking at a tempted leader to justify his act of arson. Gon ironically asked why the Murim Union remains inactive until the flames destroy the whole city. Is there no representative of the Murim Union in this city? He asked, looking at the bandits. Hearing the mention of the Murim Union, the bandit only laughed and noted that this young man, apparently, did not yet realize the danger of. When the sounds of the drums are heard, the laws are silent, he said with an ironic smile. He explained that the mysterious Union of Murima, which he mentions Gon, is not presented in this city at all. The only law here is our own rules, he proudly said. The bandits have announced that they were delayed for interrogation, demanding to hand over their weapons and obey their instructions. However, Gon did not pay attention to their demands and confidently reached for his weapon. The ice tone of Gon warned them to review their decision before doing something. The enemy felt the change in the atmosphere and immediately commanded everyone to attack Gon. Gon confidently accepted a fighting position, getting his sword. Two attackers, preparing for the impact, were already waving axes right before the rush. However, these two soon went to another world to San. Gon one accurate blow to their bodies. Other bandits were stunned, unable to believe their own eyes. Gon immediately struck two masters with one sword. It only pushed them to a new attack, and full of determination they rushed again. Gon reflected their every blow with incredible agility, demonstrating sophisticated skills in protection. The workshops of Gon not only impressed the opponents, but also brought them out of balance. Then, with incredible accuracy, he struck his sword, cutting his opponents. The dissected bellies deprived their strength, and they, exhausted, fell to their knees, losing the opportunity to continue the fight. However, new attackers began to emerge from the back of the opponents, and these newcomers quickly went after their predecessors to another world. The Gon lightly cut off his head to one of the attackers, and the other, both hands that were still holding an axe. Gona covered anger when he thought of a young man who was defenselessly under fire on the second floor. The robber leader watched Gon. In a few seconds he destroyed his 5 fighters. Where did such an unsurpassed master come from? The leader thought, watching another opponent with the spear came into the arena. When the ghost approached him, the forehead of this fighter, if he could be called so, he was warned in fear of a blue shade. Without hesitation, Gon immersed the sword in the breast of the enemy, penetrating him through. But suddenly something went on plan. The sword of Gon was stuck in the enemy's ribs. At that moment, the leader of the robbers rushed sharply at Gon, deciding that it was his opportunity to overcome his opponent. It looks like a bad thing, he was aware of Gon. Suddenly, this scoundrel, shouting a desperate cry, brought his sword, hoping to strike the pursuit. He raised his sword, confident in his victory. However, on the ground, his eyes were not opened by the head he hoped to find. Gon, cleverly evading, suddenly made a jerk from below, going to a counterattack. He clamped his fist with such force that every muscle stretched, ready for a devastating blow. Not even having time to understand, the enemy grabbed the full force of the stroke of his fist. A strong blow tossed his blood from him, and she splashed out of her mouth. With the sound of the bell, the sword escaped from his palm and hit the ground with force. "You end the scoundrel," said Gon, angry with his bare hands. The kneeling failure could not grasp how a simple traveler managed to do so. He desperately cat on the sand, he pleaded, "Where do you have such skills?" Gon, speaking silently with his sword, addressed the enemy, "Is your boss still alive?" He further clarified, "Tell him that I have destroyed your detachment, and the next he will be. So let him get ready for the meeting." Trembling with horror and stuttering, he whispered, "Yes." Gon strictly ordered him to get out of the village instantly. He, almost losing his shoes, rushed to flee with horror, shouting. After that, Gon addressed the residents. "Do you really allow your village to burn to the background?" hinting that the fire should be extinguished immediately. With the onset of the morning, when the time passed, they were finally able to overcome the fire and extinguish the fire. However, the flames have already caused significant damage, destroying most of the settlement. The young man approached Gon and asked, Do you sometimes not a knight, one that protects the weak and resists evil? The young man was convinced that Gon was a real knight, because he defeated the opponents, defended them, and helped fight them all night. Having thought and closing his eyes, Gon replied, "Knights do not have such features as I have." However, the young man, scratching the back of the head, convincingly said, "In my opinion, real knights are just like you." Gon asked the guy, "Do you know where the wound base is located?" "Please take me with you if you need to overcome all the villains," said the boy fervently. But from the back, strict warnings came he should not even think about it. The guy happily blossomed in a smile when Azuma suddenly appeared behind his back. She strictly reminded him that she had repeatedly asked her sister. She strongly advised to stay at home and stay with risky actions, reminding that everyone would expect their return. After that, Azuma and Gon went together, traveling horseback, riding through rocky landscapes. She wondered if everything would really work. She was interested in the wound because they say that he has more than 20 soldiers and is a master of martial arts. Gon was aware that if he did not enter the battle at this stage, he could be wanted with a significant award. Therefore, he decided to come together with the wound now, until the latter has few fans. His desire to fight one-on-one has encouraged the girl to think that he could be a secret agent of the Imperial Army. Just not the Imperial Army again, Gon thought, annoyed. He wondered why she decided that he had to do with the Imperial Army. The girl noted that he is a young master who travels unaccompanied and also cooperates with Yan Guan. "And what is Yang related to the Imperial Army?" Gon asked. The girl explained that Jan was serving in the royal palace, making it information even among deserted residents. She noted that Jan's collaboration with the royal court made the impression that he had found a common language with them. From the outset, the Gon felt some mysterious atmosphere around January. Looking at retrospectively, Gon realized that Genova was surprisingly strange, and now he realized that Jan was a secret agent related to the royal court. The taverna mistress, known as Azuma, accidentally listened to their conversation and learned many interesting details. And so they reached the land of a wound. All these ranch actually belonged to him and the dream of a Quanta, because they deceived these lands from the locals. Gon, full of determination, expressed his gratitude to the girl with his eyes. He expressed her gratitude for her support and asked her to go back. "You will have to witness quite unpleasant events, so I want you to go," he emphasized. "Dear warrior, is it? The vat is going down." The girl turned, prompting him to turn her head in her direction. She thanked him with gratitude that he saved them with Kyo-Ho-Ron. And of course for what he plans to do. A casual smile appeared on Gon's face. With a smile on his face, he joked that the next time he visited, "I would like to get a luxury at a reduced price." The lands of the wound were occupied by armed detachments. However, Gon was confidently heading to the enemy. The wound, having settled on a chair, said he had already received a report from his subordinate, but could not even imagine that Gon would really appear alone. He noted that he was wondering who killed his son and subordinates. Now, looking at Gona closely, I realized that he was not just a casual traveler before him. Gon listened carefully without saying a single word. Along with the wound of the breathlessness were two young men who immediately recognized. Ran said that he had taken them yesterday when they just drove them. This case helped him to find out about the ambush that threatened him with his carriage, as well as to reveal betrayal. One of his subordinates was bribed by Jan. These were two brothers who were not lucky because they were in the hands of a wound, only passing by. The wound considered them parasites, but confessed that there is one thing he could not understand. He could not understand what led such an experienced master as Gon into this place, so he asked if he was not accidentally an agent of the Imperial Army or the detective of the Murim Union. Gon believed that it did not matter where he came from. After all, no matter where he came from, they were still destined to fight. The wound agreed, spreading his arms to the sides, and noted that from now on it was pointless to find out who the goon is. Ran noted that if their meeting took place in other circumstances, they might have become friends. Gon was surrounded by numerous armed soldiers. The order came and they all rushed at the attack. Gon skillfully slipped out of every blow, catching and sinking under the sword of the first attacker. After that, the Gon was lightly counterattacked, dropping the first opponent with one accurate blow. Already another attacker rose to him, lifting the sword. The hog again caught the blow, moving away. Gon was impressed with the unlawful left-handed air at his hand, planting directly into his chin. However, it was only the initial stage, because a whole army of opponents, whom he had to overcome, was waiting for Gona. He circled in the battle, reflecting the attacks with his hands and feet, leaving the enemies of any hope for victory. Some of the warriors of a wound, frightened by its supernatural force, began to be called a monster and retreated from the battlefield. It was worth trying to leave the battlefield, as the wounds were instantly put before him, saying, "Where did you go?" Even standing in front of his leader, the warrior acknowledged that they were not able to resist the pursuit and regret it. Ran with a cold smile assured that everything was fine, and he understands him perfectly. And then, without hesitation, he punched his chest with his own hand, struck by the heart. It may be for this warrior to die more honorably in an honest battle than at the hands of a wound with his horrifying smile. The last thing he saw was the ominous smile of the wound that suddenly appeared before his eyes. The wound, ruthlessly, pulled his heart out of the chest of a fallen warrior, lifting him in his palm in demonstrating his cruelty. Gon finished the battle how the last opponents were subject to his sword one by one. During the battle, he carefully evaluated the power of his opponents. This group was reminiscent of a chaotic horde of attackers who committed a raid to the village. Gon wondered whether wounds were really different among this chaotic horde. Then he noticed the wound held a human heart in his hand. It became even more spooky when he lifted the heart to his own mouth, as if going to swallow it. Some of the audience could not hold back nausea, and Gon only watched, trying to understand what was happening before him. The bloody chin wound trembled, and a wild laughter escaped from his mouth. He just absorbed his heart. The wound spread his hands, looked into the sky, and exploded with a loud laughter, surrounded by red energy that burst around him. His blood was beaten by a continuous flow, not feeling such a stormy emotions for a long time. His voice was so loud that it made a terrible impression on the side. Even his own allies looked at him with fear, shouting that he had gone crazy. Everyone decided to escape, not wanting to stay with him for a moment. However, the wound did not give them any chance to escape. He immediately rushed after them, catching up and knocking down. He pulled their hearts without hesitation, squeezing them firmly in his hands. As always, after the absorption of hearts, the wound became even more powerful. Gon thought whether or not there is a ritual of exorcism or something like that. The wound looked at his hand, exhaling. Finally, his voice gained a new sound, and in his hands appeared the power of demonic arts. He asked Gon for delay and offered to start a fight. With a speed that had no equal, the wound instantly raced the battlefield, forcing everything around to fly in different directions. A fiery layer burned in his hand, filling it with incomparable power. It was not just an attack by a sword, it was a blow to incredible power that swept everything in its path. Gona hardly managed to evade crazy blows, and even he was forced to admit that the mastery of the wound was incredibly strong. It was a magical combination of blood and fire, and wounds did not hide the surprise that the day he had to use it. He noted that the disclosure of his demonic art of the Union Marima can cause serious problems, so this technique remained unknown, even for Sana. Everything else lost importance, he said, and sending all his power, rushed to Gon. Currently, the wound continued to mention the tragic death of his son. He stressed that he should survive in order to pay for the death of his son. The wounds continuously struck a blow, leaving no chance on the expel. The blows of the wound swirled by the whirlwind, forcing Gona to barely have time to evade. One of the blades was culminated in dangerous proximity to his chin. The incredible amount of heat that wound was able to generate with his bare hands was astonishing. Gon did not even dream of seeing such incredible power earlier. The wounds frantically exclaimed that he would take revenge on his lost son and destroy everyone on his way. The Gon was cleverly and skillfully evaded all the attacks of the wound. The eyes of the wound were poured with deeper red, reflecting its relentless desire for bloodshed. It was not easy to keep the balance of attacks. However, Gon was able to find a stable base that made him rushing forward, causing his sword more than a dozen striking blows. From the wound, the fountain splined blood flying in all sides. The blade cut off his body again and again, depriving any opportunity for salvation. In the end, the fire buried in Wound's fists faded, and he kneeled down powerlessly. "What are you going to do after destroying everyone?" Gon asked, being behind the wound. He noted that the Murim Union would certainly send investigators to his search if he decides to such a crime. Ran, collecting his last forces, stood up and said that after the destruction of the trail, he plans to go to the Imperial Palace. After all, it was from the Imperial Court that he got this art, and he was convinced that he would honor his talent. Hearing this, Gon did not restrain himself and exclaimed, "What kind of beacon are you talking about?" And suddenly something unexpected happened. The wounds began to heal lightly. It was a real monster. His horrible laughter was even louder, and he was enthusiastically told about his power, which seemed simply incredible. Ran's self critically evaluated his abilities, but noted that his incredible force could even earn him the title of general. Pushing from the ground, he, without moving from the place, expressed his gratitude. The wound was convinced that only thanks to the pursuit he would gain the title of general. After that, his wounds boldly stated that he had already received the title of general. He did not resist it and called him a madman. Despite such words, the actions of the wound were quite consistent with this description. His sinister laughter was so loud that he brought to the rabies. Gon barely had time to repel continuous attacks. The situation was unfavorable, and Gon clearly understood it, carefully evaluating the surrounding events. The dangerous flame that burst around the wound and its hands made its attacks unrestrained and constant. It may have been a result of a heart eaten, which still pulled it in it, but its endurance seemed boundless. It was the most difficult opponent that the pursuit had to deal with. The worst was that his laughter annoyed to the edge. Its demonic speed made evasion of attacks an even more complex task. Suddenly, the wound staggered a rapid side strike through which he dropped back. Lying on earth, Gon discussed the ability of the wound to regenerate, looking at his sword, which seemed too fragile to last a long time. It was necessary to make the decision lightning. Gon wondered what a blow to choose to stop the wound forever, without leaving him a chance of regeneration. Gon felt that his skills were insufficient, but his thoughts returned to the same book again and again. He had to restore that memory, causing him at the right moment. Although it was just a theory, it had to be enough with excess. Gona gently turned his sword from the vagina. Having accepted the fighting rack, the Gon decided on a bold step. The wound just smiled, regarding this movement as a sign of defeat. He threateningly said that he would turn the Gon on the ashes, as it should, and immediately rushed at an attack at a frantic speed. Ganali breathed, filling the lungs with fresh air. Focusing, he began to direct the internal energy into the desired channel. In the hand of Gon began to flow blue energy, forming a graceful spiral around it. Gon focusedly directed his inner strength, conducting it through the joints. This resembled the thread exercise through the needle's ear, where accuracy and concentration were crucial. After Gon gathered with thoughts, he concentrated all the energy from each corner of his body and directed it from head to feet, conducting through his joints. By directing all this vortex energy into the tips of the fingers, Gon was completely ready for action. Only the clash with this villain remained unresolved. The released incredible energy launched a powerful wave around them. The wound remained adamant under the pressure of an explosive wave and energy flows, asking with a mockery, "Is that all you are capable of?" Could such an impact affect his body, saturated with blood and fire? However, the fiery energy began to slowly run out, gradually fading. The appearance of a blue glow forced the wound to change the facial expression. Its confidence began to disappear. His perseverance disappeared when he realized that his own energy had been transformed. The wounds lost all its power in contact with his Gon, and the powerful energy wave pushed it far back. The impressive skill and perfect execution of the technique became a clear signal for the enemy. It is better to bypass. Gon triumphantly stretched both hands forward, overcoming his opponent. He mentally noted that the result was quite impressive and even unexpected. At the tip of his finger, a tiny light flicked. Gon raised a fire to a cigarette in his mouth, setting it on fire, and said that the secret of fiery equipment was the skill in creating an unquenchable flame. It turned out that this is possible. It is only necessary to direct a large amount of energy into the appropriate channel. Obviously, because of negligence, such as a wound, you can burn your own energy flows, said Gani. Thanks to the wound, we managed to gain a valuable new experience. After falling on the ground, being on the verge of life and death, the wound was barely able to whisper, "What is the technique?" Now I mysteriously call this technique wind, said Gon. Winding is based on Tai's technique. According to legend, Zhang Sanfei had her perfectly and eventually turned into a deity. The wound realized the cause of his defeat. The Gon owned the legendary technique. Before finally fainting, he exhaled the last air and advised the rush to run away. As soon as the palace learns of its defeat, despite the use of demonic techniques, they will inevitably start hunting. The palace, which was mentioned by the wound, served as the residence of the true emperor. It was not just a clan who took the throne by force, but the true emperor is the only legitimate ruler holding demons in obedience. Those who have been expelled for centuries have been terrorized and mercilessly destroyed, again united under his leadership, constantly strengthening their capabilities. It was this palace that meant wounds. Although in their eyes he was only subordinates, in fact his power could not compare with the true masters of the palace. He warned Gon, as soon as the hunt is started, it is impossible to avoid death. Before his death, the wounds realized that all this time was only used. After the battle, Gon allowed himself to relax a little, tightening a cigarette. Thinking about the activities of a secret organization seeking to regain power, Gon decided to stay away from these events. Suddenly, he heard a voice. "You are much more powerful than I could predict." His older brother stood in front of him, gently clasping the younger body. He was aware that only thanks to a happy coincidence he was not surprised, unlike his brother, whom fate did not pity. Thanks to the victory of Gon over the wound, he remained alive. He also acknowledged that even if Gon arrived earlier, it would not change the situation, because the wound remained unconscious since last night. The older brother warmly thanked the persecution for competing for the death of his younger brother. Gon recommended that you go to Chonsuchkon and remember his name. This will help to organize a funeral. Gon also proposed to find a certain person capable of bringing this chaos in order. Gon noted that he was aware of the relationship of this offender with the imperial palace. He stressed that when they learn about Murima or at the imperial court, the order will be immediately restored. "And what are you going to do?" Pion asked. But at that moment the Gon was loud, using 2 fingers. At the call of Gon, his horse was rapidly approaching, ready for action. When he was approaching his faithful horse, Gon only noted that he went on another trip. Pion pulled out his hand and promised a reward for the information about the thieves, but it had no importance for Gon. Pion was amazed that after all that happened, the Got was just going to leave, as if nothing was. According to Pion, Gon looked like a real hero, who himself overcome the wound and his accomplices. For such courage, the Union of Murim would have to reward him with a medal, but Gon just went on his way. However, Gon again stressed that it did not matter to him. He expressed his condolences about the loss and said goodbye, leaving Pion himself with the body of the dead brother in the arms. Although it was difficult for Pion, he perceived it as a kind of relief. Gon was always different in that he chose the path of righteousness, without needing any rewards. After a while, the events are transferred to the Gamsan Grand Palace. A quiet evening silence reigned in the palace. The girl under the moon glow held a piece of fabric that she just got. She worked in the rank of the 3rd agent of the Emperor's Secret Intelligence Service. The fabric that lay in her hands was exactly what Gon once tied her hand. Feeling a little look, she immediately hid the fabric. The room included a colonel of the Imperial Army, known for its strict character as a squeezed tiger. With his head cut off in his hands, he reported that the mission was completed. The result was exactly the way she expected. A clan ma stood for a dream. Most likely, it is a matter of hands. Either a libus is a gun or a mong. She wondered if demonic art was used. The colonel replied that most likely not to be one of the guards who defended Kwan's sleep. Probably the clan ma here and sent them. The colonel explained that this is not all. He also eliminated all the subordinates of Guan. It turned out that the dream was protected by at least 30 guards. Did he really kill them all and remain unharmed? She said with surprise, asking her request to the colonel. Subsequently, she wondered what fate was befell son. The Sona was detained for interrogation. He was held in custody 12 and 17. As soon as he realized that his people were being destroyed, he was urgently succumbed, the colonel said. From the beginning, he has lacked competencies, so he left his noble race and went to the merchant on the new continent, he explained. However, the Slavic tiger could not imagine how a dream, living in well-being due to the mercy of His Majesty, eventually fell into a trap of these failures. Who could assume that the heir to one of the most influential aristocratic houses could act like that? Did he really think that he could hide from other people's eyes? Gamsan is a huge city where the competition for the supremacy in the Union is extremely fierce. Even if he stated that his decisions were dictated by the desire to protect his position, such a step seems at least reckless. The slim tiger stopped suddenly as if he remembered something. "Did you come across an impressive martial arts master on the way?" he asked. He thought, trying to remember the name of that legendary master. "It seems his name Chan Gon, if I'm not mistaken," he replied. She acknowledged that Gon was extremely skillful, despite her young age, but noted that there was nothing particularly outstanding. The colonel began to feel uncertainty. Why did you then have to appoint a secret agent and attract special resources for the martial arts master if he had nothing exclusive? The colonel had nothing to listen to anything except for confirming that she hides the masters who may be threatened to the imperial palace. She only answered that it was certainly a great misunderstanding. She spoke of His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor himself. She also noted that the Emperor introduced an imperial secret intelligence service that operates regardless of the imperial troops. She stressed that even a squeezed tiger has no right to interfere with their affairs on the new continent. She noted that she did not mention Changon in their conversation, indicating that the colonel was investigating through her own resources without notifying it. She wondered if the colonel would not be opposed if she would bring this question to senior management. The colonel, known as a squeak tiger, answered loud, laughing. He was amazed at what sense of honor she did her work, and so he decided to go with her to Yu. However, he emphasized that her firmness and confidence would remain unchanged only if the Emperor support. After completing the conversation, he noted that he had to leave, leaving her alone. At the same time, he asked for the impeccable to replace all the traces of the presence of imperial troops. After completing the conversation, the colonel left, leaving it himself with his own thoughts. She did not even decide to protect the gun. The matter was that Gon showed a great deal of martial arts, and despite the fact that he had no education, it would be advisable to report on the need for an additional consideration of his situation. However, in her mind, one obsessive thought did not rest. She could not understand why she was so strongly trying to protect him, even if this means a clash with the colonel of the Imperial Army. She rejected the burning torch, and the raging flames instantly absorbed everything around, destroying everything in her path. Behind her back, the flames widespread, destroying everything in its path. She was heading the street, despite the crowds of people who ran out of their homes in panic because of the threat of fire. A real chaos unfolded behind her back. People with screams warned not to approach, as the situation became a threat to national security. In her magical eyes, the echo of the flame which she left behind. The only thought did not give her rest. Where is the ghost now? Meanwhile, Gon was thinking about the palace, the same one in which the real emperor lives, not a clan, who took possession of the throne with the help of force. Only the true emperor has the power to control the demons and is a real ruler. In his reflections, Gon constantly repeated to himself that he did not intend to interfere with the affairs of the imperial army or palace, and should stay away from Gamsun. In front of him was a majestic mountain, whose snow-covered pepper glowed with white beauty, and her slopes carefully covered the winter cover. The horse stepped confidently and rhythmically, his hoof deftly reflected the tact of movement, carrying the rider further. Gon, trying to warm up the horse, reflected whether it was necessary to change the path. However, his decision to avoid the place where the headquarters of the Merviv Union is located forced to follow the chosen route. A small town that seemed perfect for him to relax was spread ahead. He decided to find a tavern to stop there for a few days. But something suddenly interested him and aroused him doubts. In his eyes, a public execution took place in his eyes. Criminals were punished for hanging for their misconduct. The parchment man proclaimed the sentence. The accused was sentenced to death for armed robbery and the murder of 3 people. A rope was thrown at the girl of the sun. She was accused of poisoning her own husband. Gon, hiding his gaze under the brimmer, silently watched the deployment of dramatic events. The crowd, with a roar, demanded the acceleration of death, despite the attempts of the convicts to justify. The head of the crowd called for silence, noting that all disagreements with the sentence can turn to the gates of the Black Dragon with his complaints. Gon heard the order, "Start the execution," and he witnessed an event that he may not be destined to see. The fortress of Yomcho in this region was famous for the lake, which naturally produced salt. In the tavern, the bartender spoke about the popularity of local salt, noting that it is known not only in the native region, but also highly valued abroad due to its unique taste, which is given to it due to the special conditions of the new continent. The bartender scattered a little salt on the table, noting that it has an unsurpassed aroma. Gon dipped his finger into the salt and tasted it, but for him it seemed less salty than ordinary salt, and did not impress with anything special. The seller, gently wiping a glass, continued to praise salt, claiming that it was like that to trade in water instead of gold. The bartender noted that this salt is available exclusively for the imperial court, but some shopkeepers are secretly selling it in the vicinity of Sinsahon. If the imperial court learns about these secret sales, it is unlikely to be admired. You never know when the emperor can change his plans and start the colonization of the new continent. In this case, tens of thousands of soldiers on ships will arrive here, the bartender warned. After that, the bartender wondered in Gon if he managed to find a job. "Are you an experienced warrior? Why not try your hand at the Black Dragon's gates?" he suggested. Suddenly at the bar sounded sounds of creaking door, which immediately paid the attention of Gon and bartend. The stranger entered, asking if you can have a snack and relax here. He was welcomed to go inside. There was extremely cold weather. Squeezing the jacket from the snow, the stranger went and sat down for the bar. He began to share the tests that the snowstorm brought him. The bartender suggested that the stranger relax, promising to bring a hot paw soon while Gon remained wary. Watching this man, Gon suspected that he was not just an average visitor. This man seemed to be a rather unusual guest on the still unknown continent. Shortly after he was eating well, the stranger thanked for the treat. The stranger left several coins on the table and, before leaving, asked the bartender permission to ask an important question. Having introduced himself as a San, a stranger told that he was in search of one particular person. Its purpose was to find a woman named Jan Su, who is rumored to live somewhere near the fortress of Yomcho. Although she is not a child for a long time, the man emphasized that the connection with her disappeared many years ago. The bartender thoughtfully scratching his beard, trying to remember the details. Although he was not sure, it seemed to him that he had already heard that name in the outskirts. Although he could not offer more details, he noted that she may have had a daughter who was seriously ill, and her husband, they say, is a regular worker. The bartender noted that without additional information to look for someone in the area is extremely difficult, and wondered if this woman had disappeared from our visitor for a long time. "Yes, that's right," he replied, emphasizing that it was his long-lost sister. Von San got a bag of money after the bartender noted that he had no more information. Gon, watching this, came to the conclusion that the man had a plenty. However, the bartender confessed that he could not help, concluding that it is best to look for a woman on her own, since the couple changed their names. He urged not to lose hope, and expressed confidence that he would eventually reunite with his family. As soon as he was about to leave the room as Gon turned to him, "It looks as if you would need support if you really decided to look for them on your own." It happened that Gon was in search of work while he needed an assistant for his investigation. Gon proposed cooperation, noting that they can find a solution that would be profitable to both parties. Vaughn did not expect someone to want to help him and was pleasantly surprised by this proposal. Thoroughly evaluating Gon, he concluded that he was also a stranger in this city. Vona tilted his head slightly as a sign of gratitude for Gon's suggestion. However, before leaving, he noted that he would prefer a reliable person, a local man. "The appearance can be deceptive, but I can find people perfectly," said Gon with a smile. After that, he suggested that she sit down and tell more details, gently calling him his young friend, Shaolin monk. She surprised when Gon called him the Shaolin monk, but he reassured him, assuring that he was not going to reveal his secret. Gon was convinced that she had its reasons for mystery, and commented that he just seeking to show his competence in this business to make a little money, and no more. Gon also noted that if he does not trust him, he could safely leave, assuring that his true personality would be secret. One was puzzled and could not understand whether the Gon was bluffing. After all, it seemed incredible that one of the new lands could recognize the Shaolin monk so much. In the end, he dared to ask what the grounds had a Gon for such a conclusion. "With great joy," Gon replied. "At first your body is honed to perfection that is simply incredible for an ordinary person, because not everyone will withstand such exhausting workouts. Your hands are so powerful that they can crush stones without any tools, and the calluses on the palms indicate the ability to use weapons effectively. It is likely that you have a spear, although most likely it is skill in using the headquarters. Only in a few places they teach the art of battle, both fists and six. However, the most important thing that said Gon, the Gon gave a hint, twice tapping his index finger on the temple. Your bandana looks extremely, the Gon added with a smile. Gon gave up so much evidence that he simply could not help but believe. Gon said all this even during the meal. When asked if he made mistakes, he answered briefly, "No." Vaughn asked Gon to introduce himself again and revealed his real name, Chizin Cho. He confirmed that, as Gon noted, he is really a Shaolin monk, and what exactly before her admission to the Quran. He confessed that, as a practicing Zen, he was ashamed to recognize his difficulties in finding a companion of life. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he appealed to Gon to help him. Gon also introduced himself to a traveler and promised to make every effort to help in search of this woman. He was barely interested in paying how a bag of money was lightning in his hand. The monk stated that these funds now belonged to the pursuit, honoring him as a Chang master. His only request was that Gon would find this woman for him. Subsequently, when he was on the street, Gon wondered what this woman was named. Gon also asked the monk to share the details about this woman, but the monk hesitated a little since it had been 10 years since their last meeting. However, he remembered one essential detail. The woman had a birthmark on her left cheek, next to her nose. He remembered that she always embarrassed through this birthmark. The monk considered her incredibly charming, especially when she laughed, and the birthmark on his cheek seemed to come to life. This is what so much attracted him to her. A noticeable birthmark on the cheek has significantly reduced the list of possible candidates for search. However, Gon noted that the expression of the monk did not resemble a person who misses his close heart. Gon realized that the monk, apparently, was a master of martial arts. There is no doubt that he has overcome a considerable distance to a new continent in search of a woman who is now married and has a daughter. It is clear that he had good reasons for such despair. Gon proposed to start a tavern search, which he just pointed out. They were located at the table with half filled with glasses and ordered a glass of strong liqueur. Gon enjoyed the taste of the drink, slowly bending the glass. The monk, waving, gave up the drink, explaining that he had never consumed alcohol throughout his life. Gon, joking, suggested that the monk change his tradition and taste alcohol, but he could not understand how it was related to their search. Then Gon began to question the monk about the man of the woman who worked as a laborer in the fortress of Yamcho. Most of the workers, 9 of 10, are employed in salt mines. After a hard day of work, workers usually come here to eat and drink. So Gona has the idea to ask those who have already relaxed with the drink. This is the most effective way to get the information you need. Gon stressed that it is important to emit alcohol aroma in order not to cause suspicion of people. "Protect us, the merciful Buddha," the monk said before taking a sip. His eyes were instantly rounded out of surprise. He began to cough and spit the drink on the floor, not believing how to drink this disgusting liquid at all. Gon noted that he was drinking not for pleasure, but to relieve tension and easier to get to the necessary information. "Now that you tasted, you can start searches," he turned to the monk. They approached each table trying to talk to others. Then they moved to the next table, asking the same questions again and again. Most people replied that they did not know anything. However, when they excluded the interested interlocutors, they did not stop and approached new people once and once again. The fourth tavern has become their next search point. Gon noted that their efforts had not yet had the fruits, and suggested to complete the search today by moving on a new day. However, the monk, already well drunk, and with difficulty saying the words, insisted on continuing the investigation at least a little more. They were approached by an elderly man with a glass of beer and interestedly asked what purpose they would ask about such things. Gon immediately felt that he may have finally met the one he was looking for. Gon explained to the old man that he was misinterpreted. Gon explained that they came here through a friend who remained at home to care for a sick daughter, and their task was to help him. Gon, recognizing his helplessness, added that he has nothing left to ask people. The old man confessed that he watched them for a while and came to the conclusion that they were in search of someone. Judging by their discussions, he realized who they were looking for. The monk smiled widely and asked the old man to share all the information he had. However, the expression of the elderly man remained serious. He made a request that they would leave the place, although the monk did not understand his intention at first. The elderly man warned them what to go, because even if they find this woman, they are unlikely to like what they will find. What can it mean? Gon thought, feeling uncertain. Their growing volume attracted the attention of the rest of the tavern visitors. Everyone in Taverna drew attention, noticing that the tension between the boys was growing, as if a conflict would be about to break. The monk repeated his request once again and appealed to the old man, emphasizing how important he is to meet with Sue. The old man immediately realized that this man was looking for her. This did not affect the decision of the old man, which again called on the monk to give the retroactive road. Hardly the old man returned to go, the monk grabbed his hand and pleadedly asked for help again. The old gentleman released his hand from a strong grip of the monk and told him to remove it. At this time, everyone in Taverna turned to their scene and began to get up from their seats. The monk, looking around, realized that the situation was not quite unfolding as he planned. Gon, instead, realized that this old man is an influential person among the locals because he was respected as an elder. The elder strongly pulled out his hand from the embrace of the monk and walked back. He urged everyone to enjoy the drinks and advised to leave this place as the tomorrow sun rises above the horizon. He also warned everyone against interference in the case, stressed that it does not apply to them. The monk couldn't just retreat. He asked the old man to allow at least to see a woman with her baby, at least from afar. But here the monk suddenly appeared one of the locals and said that they should obey the elder and leave the place immediately. However, his careless gesture when he put his hands on the back of the monk was a serious mistake. Gon squeezed the brazen, urging him to calm down and emphasizing that the situation did not allow conflicts. However, the careless opponent decided to attack, confidently believing that his street technique of fist battle would give him an advantage. However, Gon effortlessly avoided his clumsy blow. The first unsuccessful fist stroke followed the second, but Gon could easily avoid him. After that, Gon confidently grabbed him for his wrist. He did not even strike, but only lightly put his palm on the enemy's back, forcing him to calm down. He sounded a painful cry when Gon was skillfully turned the attacker's hand. Gon, while maintaining restraint in his voice, reported that he had not resorted to excessive force and urged him to stop such an inflammatory reaction. The crowd in Taverna was worried and began to shout that the fight had begun. People began to close the door, complaining about foreigners who boldly violate tranquility in their territory. Gon immediately realized that this situation was reminiscent of a more chaotic mess than a real fight. At the same time, one of the girls watched the events closely and addressed his partner with the question of whether he noticed how this man was moving, to which he advised them to leave this place immediately and be careful not to become part of this conflict. Her eyes lit up with admiration. Gon made a deep impression on her. The girl thought that he was probably the master of the distant continent she had been waiting for. Another tried to strike his fist, but it turned against him. At this point, the crowd was loudly thundered, accusing the foreigners of horrific behavior and urging them to punish them. They, without getting a better idea, decided to attack together. The Taverna hall plunged into full chaos. That's what was worth waiting for a drunken crowd. The monk did not seek to fight and humbly asked the master of Chan to help manage the situation without the use of force. Gon was urging him to give up defensive tactics and move to the attack, because it was these people who were the source of aggression, not them. The monk was embarrassed, considering this community civilians who can seriously injure violence. However, these so-called peaceful inhabitants did not restrain him in trying to offend him, calling abusive words and constantly challenging him without stopping attacking. Then the whole asked the monk to strike at least a slight blow, even a minor, but it was worth trying. The monk tried to strike without tensioning his hand. The monk cautiously hit the enemy on his head, but how much this cautious blow was so for the enemy was a different thing. For the enemy, this blow was not so weak. He fell down so that he almost stopped the floor tile. After that, the Gon heard the outside of the buildings. Gon immediately told the monk that it was time to leave this place as soon as possible. The detachment of the Black Dragon, having learned about the riots inside, was already heading to the tavern. Gon assured the monk that he knew the way to find the old man again, but at first they need to get out of here, because in the case of captivity, they can have serious problems. He explained that this chaos is easily able to develop into a political complication, because everyone knows that the Black Dragon skillfully creates such situations, why the monk was well aware of. The lady instructed her Jane guard to watch them because he could not understand what she thought. She immediately answered his question. She stated that she would follow this person, a Gon. At this time, the Black Dragon had already sowed panic on the streets, holding everyone who got to their eyes. The monk hurried into the escape, and Milady, invisible to others, followed them, hiding around the corner. They made every effort to catch up with the monk and Gon. The guard asked the lady what her intentions, because she did not have a clear plan. However, for her, these people were exactly who she had long sought to find. Jinch's guard watched them competing with a group of drunkards and could not understand how his lord could make a decision only on the basis of it. Milady noted that the martial arts master can be recognized by his posture, not just by shock equipment. Jinch warned her mistress of a great danger and constantly convinced her to return to Hawaii. The governor of Hawaii was increasingly worried about her mysterious disappearance and made every effort to find her. For goodbye, she only left a note in which she wrote, "I go looking for adventures on the new continent." Despite any obstacles, they continuously followed the monk and Gon, preventing them from disappearing from the horizon. The Lord explained that it is extremely important for her to meet the real martial arts master from a new continent, who is now just before her eyes. She was very interested in the history of relationships between these two men. One, with bandana, resembled the Shaolin monk, while the other, armed with a sword, looked like a typical city mercenary. In her imagination, she awakened various scenarios. Perhaps the Shaolinsky monk escaped from the monster, and a warrior from the new continent hurried to his aid. Her fantasies were painted with bright, dynamic plots. Jinch, her defender, argued that these stories were more reminiscent of fictional plots from novels, and noted that the Lord had a tendency to exaggerate. In her eyes, these people were real, heartless creatures. Suddenly, Jinch stood in front of the owner, protecting her, and persistently asked to retreat. She instinctively reached for a sword that hung behind her back. The reason for this reaction was that a man who followed them from above appeared on the roof of the building right in front of them. A smile capable of fascinating anyone shone on his face when he raised his hand in a friendly greeting gesture. However, Jinchi's face did not reflect such a friendly smile. Her look remained tense and careful. The Lord who was behind radiated joy because they were greeted. Jinch sought to convey to the Lord that may not be avoided. The man pushing away from the roof landed smoothly in front of them. Gon noted that their views did not break away from him from the moment of arriving in the tavern. At first he tried not to pay attention, but the constant presence of these people forced him to review his decision. He decided to ask who they are and for what purpose they are persecuted. The awareness of their presence and the fact that he paid attention to them caused even more surprise in the Lord, who could not take his eyes taken away from him. The Salt made apology, emphasizing that she had not intended to offend them and assured that their intentions were quite friendly. The fact that these people watched them at night and at the same time assured that they had no evil intention, it seemed suspicious. However, he decided not to raise this topic too acutely and delicately asked what purpose they were tracking their actions. The Lord proudly called herself a Salt, and pointing to her companion, introduced them to her name, Jinch. She explained her presence on the new continent. Her purpose was to find martial arts masters to gather their life stories and then publish them in the book. Such an idea seemed very exciting. However, Jinch just sighed and hit herself on the forehead without dividing the passion with which the Lord voiced her idea. The monk also felt some confusion. "What is the benefit for you?" Gon asked. Salt explained that stories about the new continent are gaining fierce popularity in Junyuan. She cited several examples. Pek Sol, a student of the head of the Union Marima, known for his victories over numerous thieves and jinn. Gam of Hun Sleep, a traveling righteous who went from New Sichuana to the Gamson Palace. And an unknown righteous from the east who selflessly saves people. The Salt intended to gather similar stories about martial arts masters of this region and publish them in Junyuan. She confidently assured the boys that this idea would be a real mega hit. Thanks to her, she gets rich, and Gon, as the main character of the story, will gain glory and prosperity. It was surprising that after observing their fight in Tavern, she chose to follow them to learn about their life stories. However, oddly enough, it turned out to be true, and the girl was literally glowing with pleasure, confirming the assumption of Gon. Gon finally realized his mistake when he believed that someone was pursuing them. He told the Salt that there is a tract near the main entrance to the city. He advised to look for a 3-story building, which is hard not to notice, and added that they planned to stop there. Gon reported Sol that he had urgent cases this evening, so he asked to stay until the next day. The Salt waved them goodbye to wish them success in fulfilling their important tasks this evening. Monk and Gon were frankly surprised and a little confused because of the unusual behavior of Salt. The Gon made an apology for the fact that he pulled him into this atypical meeting and took a little time, but he smiled together and assured that he should not worry. However, the monk noted that this visit only fueled his desire to meet the Sioux as soon as possible. He was particularly affected by a sincere smile of Salt, and he hoped that So-So also retained this ability to the same smiles. Gon noted that he usually avoided interference in other people's affairs, but this time he could not contain his curiosity. Gon noted that a woman named Sue did not look like a regular monk. The monk laughed and admitted that there was no need to hide the truth now. The monk confessed that at the time of joining the temple they had mutual love. However, when the monk learned that the SOS was in a difficult way and needed support, he decided to leave the temple and come to her aid. The monk expressed his sincere repentance, noting that he did not want to be dangerous and sincerely asked him to apologize. He added that he probably sent his messengers to track and detain him. The monk prayed, hoping for the mercy of the Buddha for their fate. Meanwhile, another monk was already standing at the entrance to the room where his friend was, thinking whether he was really the same place for which he left the temple and went into such a distance. This monk arrived here to return his friend. He was sent from Shaolin's temple for this purpose. He was named Majin Guion, and he was famous for his task to restore Shaolin's property. Cho and So's grew up in one village, becoming friends since childhood, although their families have been poor. Even the years passed, no other impressions could be compared to the joy of children's memories related to CH and SOS. Undoubtedly, their hearts found each other, and they cherished hope to become a family, but this idyll quickly faded. Everything turned when the parents of Sue decided to marry her for a wealthy man from the city. Then she pleaded with her to escape to the mountains to start a new life free. However, Cho did not have the courage to take such a risky step, doubting whether the Sioux could make the Sioux happier than the rich city man. After all, she became the wife of that wealthy husband. Cho could not forgive his indecision, and even thought about jumping from the cliff, completing his existence. The life of Cho would be broken irrevocably if it was not for the monk who accidentally found himself at that moment. In the end, Cho decided to leave his home and join the Shaolin monastery. He received news of her through letters when she was in a different land. Finally, before her departure to the distant continent, she visited their village and learned that she had chosen the path of the monk. From now on, she began to write letters to him. These were simple letters in which she shared her new life on the distant continent. She fascinatedly described the cities that she appealed to her and reported that she became the mother of a beautiful daughter. Letters that were delivered once every few years became its support. He was very grateful that she lives happily and felt an indivisible connection with her through every word written. Difficulties appeared with her last letter she sent to him. Unlike previous letters, her handwriting was difficult to legible, and the words reflected the difficulty of her life. She wrote that with age, it became more and more difficult, and her daughter has been sick for a long time. She also mentioned that her husband treats her and mercilessly mocks her. Shaolin doctrine encourages to abandon worldly ties to achieve enlightenment, but after reading this letter, Cho could no longer concentrate on training. Cho shared this story with his story, and Gon immediately realized why he left the Shaolin temple and went to a new continent in search of Su. However, Gon could not understand why this story made hunters persecute Cho. The monk explained that it is not only in this story, but there are other reasons for their persecution. Unfortunately, he is not able to answer this question so far. He realizes that his behavior may seem shameless and asks for an apology. However, these treasures are of great value and are under extreme protection, so any discussion about them is extremely difficult. Gon became interested in what treasure from the Shaolin temple became so important. However, he decided to refrain from further questions, realizing that he was in another difficult situation. Hearing about a considerable amount of money, Gon realized that care should be taken. The monk frankly confessed that he did not try to defend his actions and regrets that he did not express his thoughts from the outset. He later announced that he would continue to travel alone. However, having lit a cigarette, Gon stressed that now a woman named SOS was in danger. Because they are persecuted, time to act immediately. He suggested meeting his first lover, pass these treasures and admire her charming smile. Other aspects, according to Gon, may be discussed later. Smiling, the monk nodded approvingly, recognizing that the moment for the action has come. Meanwhile, the city's elder expected, being among the city bustle. He was fond of a fresh wind that pierced the space around. However, he was convinced that someone would come to him soon. The elder felt that Cho and Gon were nearby, although he tried to warn them away. However, they were not stubborn to retreat. Gon told that they found this location when they returned to the tavern and accidentally heard how the locals called the old man Master Yom. The name Yom is translated as salt, indicating that the old man has the art of creating salt furnaces. Having studied information from workers, they effortlessly learned where it was. The old man agreed that the boys in the salt business were too talkative. Cho immediately approached the old man and asked to tell everything again because the Essos was his longtime girlfriend. Although they have only communicated with letters over the last 10 years, it remained expensive for him. Therefore, he asked to tell where she was now. The old man asked not to interpret his words incorrectly and stressed that he was reflected from the disclosure of details, not because of distrust of them. Gon watched how he urged the old man to share the information, and at the same time, an unclear feeling of anxiety increased inside. The old man confirmed that the SOS has a sick daughter, and her husband earns a living with hard physical labor. In addition, the Sioux has a birthmark on the left cheek, isn't it? It was also noted that her name is John Soso, but in this place she is known as the Dream of an Ion. The monk, lightly stroking his chin, thoughtfully said, "What a beautiful name. I will definitely remember." The old man noted that there was no need to remember this name. Gon remembered that he, sitting on a horse, stopped at the entrance, just arriving here. The monk recorded this movement, turning to Gon with an interesting look. And here the old man suddenly said, "This girl has already left this world. She was accused of killing a man because of poisoning, and by a sentence she had to be executed because of hanging. For Cho, it became a real catastrophe, as if the earth under it had turned." The host asked the old man not to hurry with the conclusions and wondered if he was confident. He sought to understand whether the old man was mistaken, believing that this dream John is exactly the person they were looking for. Did the old man go wrong, confusing her with another person? Cho held his breath, hoping that it was just a misunderstanding. After that, the old man asked, "Isn't her husband named Jinjan?" And if such words were not convincing, the old ones had other equally important evidence. The girl has no relatives or close friends, so she deprived her husband's life. No one took care of her burial, so her body is still in the Trunar. Deciding to see with their own eyes, they went to the coffin. The old man noted that if it is not the person they are looking for, they can always return and express his disappointment. With caution removing the sheet from her body, Gon still kept hope that the old man could make a mistake. As soon as he stopped his eyes on her, his eyes were involuntarily closed, and a salty tear suddenly slipped on his cheek. Feeling incredible pain, he could not hold back a loud cry, with tears in his eyes, trying to break his clothes in despair. However, he never felt her breathing touch his lips. This spectacle was not easy to endure. Gon went outside, smoked a cigarette, and, leaning his back against the tree, tried to streamline thoughts. Subsequently, they returned to the old man who told them about the girl's husband, Yan Gun, stating that he was worthy of nothing and got what he deserved. He was not just an ordinary laborer, he had his own stove. Despite the lack of experience, he managed to hire workers, promising them high salaries. This scoundrel was known for its contempt for women. The nights spent in a pub with other women, later turned home, where he shouted curses and brutally mocked his wife. Once, in a rush of anger, he cleaved her clothes and brutally brought out of her home. The monk, hearing this story, barely held back his despair. He asked the old man why the government did not intervene to help her. The old man said that this scoundrel had considerable money and influence in the detachment of the Black Dragon, making it possible to avoid fair punishment for his inconvenience. Gon wondered, what was her daughter's disease? The old man replied that no one ever was able to find out that she had encountered this disease. This disease struck the baby's body, making it sluggish and immersing it in a long sleep. Even the court doctor was unable to find a way to cure it. However, later Guyang, a drink, thought of the abominable act. This dishonest scoundrel tried to get rid of it, which finally brought the Essos to despair. Sue, trying to protect her daughter from Jan, risked her own life. It was then that she decided that it was time to put an end to his existence. She was not particularly difficult to poison him because he was light-hearted and was often influenced by alcohol. The person who gave her poison is no longer alive. The detachment of the Black Dragon, angry with this case, sought to find and punish the killer, although everyone knew her tragic history. However, due to the strong influence of the detachment in the region, it was immediately sentenced to death. At first, he was convinced that a detachment of the Black Dragon was a dedicated fighters of the Murim Union, but now he realized that his vision was false. The gray old man said that these warriors stood on the guard of the fortress of Yomho from the very beginning of its existence. Initially, they were an exemplary group, but over time, wherever the power was present, they were touched by corruption. The gray old man noted that he could not but feel sympathy for her daughter, who remained alone in this world. At this time, an evil monk woke up in the heart of Cho, determined to destroy a detachment of a black dragon and erase it from the face of the earth. Soon they walked together on a snowy path. Their journey took place in a silent atmosphere. Gon was confused, not knowing where to start talking to support CO in such a difficult situation. Gon only carefully asked if he was feeling well. Cho assured that everything is fine with him, just does not want to afford to focus on one problem. Cho added that I am grateful to the old man for the opportunity to get acquainted with his daughter. However, Gon felt that CO was not quite good, even if he claimed the opposite. Subsequently, they were in front of the place where the daughter of Su was. It was a place where she found her shelter. They finally entered the premises. They came across a man who suggested that they take them to SOS's daughter, inviting him to follow him. He explained that they were worried because no one had come to her for over a week. The man who accompanied them was a monk and asked the Buddha to ask for mercy, as the situation was alarming. Gon kept in memory that the daughter of Su was now in the temple east of the city. From the moment the detachment of the Black Dragon confiscated all the property of Guan, his assets were arrested during his daughter's life. How could it happen? It really looked silly. What else could a baby do? What most of the day she had to lie in bed? The temple actually had no choice but to accept it. Despite the fact that it was called the temple, this place was actually a shelter for sick and orphans, and therefore the conditions were far from the ideal. Gon wondered how much strength left in this child to withstand such difficult conditions. Finally, the monk brought them to the door behind the girl. When the door opened, a child with heavy breathing appeared in front of them. They approached her bed, looking carefully at the girl. At first glance, the girl seemed quite healthy, and he involuntarily wondered what trial could wait for her. He could not understand what disease could hit her. The monk, trying to wake her up, called Miss Jean several times. Cho just looked silently, realizing that it was difficult for the girl to wake up, and the periods of waking up as if they became shorter every time. Gon asked and carefully approached her. He gently ran a hand on her face and carefully opened her eyes. Subsequently, he cautiously touched 2 fingers to her wrist, trying to feel the pulse and determine the girl's condition. The uneven voice of the monk, standing behind, stressed that it is impossible to touch the body of a young lady without her consent. At that moment, it began to remove the bandana from the head, preparing for something significant. Cho turned to the monk with such an expression that he immediately realized, what belongs to them? He said, "O Buddha, be merciful to us," and then turned to a young monk, asking him for help. The monk immediately apologized for not recognizing him before and asked what could be useful. Cho urged the treatment immediately, because the girl's condition was threatening. He also asked that no one went into the room until the medical process is completed. He noted that even the court physician could not determine the condition, but he realized that it was not an illness, but an hereditary disability. The monk realized the importance of the assistance provided and assured that he would provide silence so everyone could focus on the process. Cho also asked Gon's help, explaining that internal energy should be used to treat the girl. Cho noted that Gon plans to combine the use of medicines with his internal energy for the treatment process. Cho was aware that only elected, including the Imperial Army, had had the art of energy healing since ancient times. Gon confirmed his intention to use his energy for treatment, but admitted that he would not cope. He appealed to the monk with a request to help with pressure points. The combination of tablets and internal energy of 3 people can be risky. If the energy comes together in one body, it can disrupt blood circulation. Gon was in doubt about whether to use pills in this situation. The monk wondered whether he had experience in medicine. Gon acknowledged that only a little familiar with this industry. The monk said that the ailment is called 9 ominous yan blood. This disease was called so because of its ability to block 9 critical pressure points, disrupting energy flow and causing the whole body. The girl was born with this rare disease that gradually depletes her vitality. Given his seriousness, her chances of living up to 20 years are very small. Cho found mention of this ailment while staying in the temple. He accidentally came across them when, tired of studying, he was looking for something new and interesting. Gon wondered whether the records were mentioning the cure for the disease. Cho got his hand out of his pocket and, smiling, confirmed that such records really exist. He pulled out a pill, which was called a large elixir and used to treat this disease. Gon mentioned this pill from novels. It was created from unique healing plants, and each of them gave the drug to magical properties. Noticing how the goon changed in his face, the monk realized that the young man guessed it was an artifact. This artifact, born of Bodhidharma, absorbed all the good deeds and vital energy accumulated during its existence. It was much more than just a precious trophy. Monk noted that it is not surprising why this artifact has been so attention, but emphasized that the value of human life is far superior to any treasure. According to the records he viewed, it is necessary to enter the tablet for the patient and correctly direct the flow of energy into his body to restore the broken balance of vitality. However, before starting treatment, Gon decided to first examine the girl's condition. Taking the girl by the hand and closing his eyes, he realized that his premonitions were true. Its energy reserve was almost exhausted, and the general condition of the body was extremely weakened. Gon realized that, although the records of the monk and accurate, but such a fragile children's body would not withstand this process. The Gon warned the monk that an attempt to direct energy in a girl, as suggested, may be fatal. Her body will not withstand tension, and the veins can break. The only way out was that the monk decided to entrust the transfer of his energy until he focused on the protective arts to ensure the safety during this procedure. Despite all the risks, they both realized that there was no other choice because time was relentless. Gon cautiously accepted this invaluable artifact from the monk. The monk unconditionally believed the perseverance, knowing his decency. He had no doubt that he would not attribute the artifact and would not disappear with him. Gon could go because he found a cod, but he remained because he was sincerely worried about the girl. Gon asked the monk to provide reliable guard so that no one could enter the room or approach them with the girl. The monk expressed his gratitude, emphasizing that he could fully entrust him with this difficult mission. Then Gon gently touched the girl's clothes. With one hand, he cautiously touched her waist and the other lightly to his neck. He began the process of transferring his energy to the girl's body, carefully absorbing her circulatory system. He was to find deformed vessels and carefully direct the renewable energy of the artifact to these zones. He was still disturbed by the question of whether Bodhidharma is really the purification and repair of damaged energy. The gradual introduction of energy was sufficient to scatter stagnant states that prevented blood circulation and restore the vessels to their natural state. The transfer of such a large amount of energy to the child, while remaining intact, was a difficult task. Despite all the difficulties, Gon was able to successfully heal the girl, almost perfectly. Now the girl will be able to run and play like peers. "Have you already completed?" Suddenly the voice of the salt came, which suddenly arose behind his back. What does she do here? She fell asleep with questions, wondering how he managed to carry out such energy treatment, calling him a true master in this case. The salt told how she found herself here, emphasizing that they were so absorbed by the process that they did not even notice her arrival. Within 4 days of continuous effect of energy on the girl, Gon and Salt were so deep into the process that they did not even notice how the time quickly erupted. "How did you find yourself here?" "What happened to a monk?" Gon asked again. Before his Gon stood a completely different monk, and remembering the words of Cho, he realized that he needed this person. The monk addressed the Master Gon, asking to clarify the situation. "Did you actually give the temple treasure to the baby, forcing him to absorb him?" asked the monk with a serious facial expression. The salt shared its story about how it appeared in this place, and each word was saturated with mysteriousness. She pointed to a man who introduced himself to the Aaron from the Shaolin Temple. His presence gave a special weight. At this point, the Archon directly turned to Gon, asking if he really used a powerful elixir of combat energy to heal. Gonov was already aware of this elixir, because the monk had previously shared with him such information, which only complicated the understanding of the situation. Welcoming Gon, the Archon showed a girl lying on the bed, and her condition needed special attention of all present. He said that the elixir was fully absorbed by the child, which led to unexpected consequences. The power of combat elixir not only restored the impaired internal energy, but even after the cure of blood ailment, the girl acquired unique internal power. Thanks to the new power obtained from the battle elixir, the girl will be able to quickly reach the level of the master in the martial arts, which was quite impressed by Gona. During treatment, Gon received valuable lessons. In particular, he learned how Shaolin's traditions oppose the energy of chaos. These events could have serious consequences in the future. The Archon asked Gon whether he realized that this girl recently absorbed one of the most important relics of the temple, the significance of which could not be overestimated. Gon immediately confessed that his anticipation had forced him to take action without waiting for the approval of the Brotherhood. The Archorus, when he heard it, asked Gon why he decided to continue treatment by learning about the true situation. Gon said directly that he could not leave an innocent child in danger and was convinced of the need for his rescue. The Archon was aware that the foreigner had no connection with Shaolin. However, despite this, he still took this difficult step. Then the Arcana slowly extended his huge hand, which could turn into both blessed support and a serious threat. At this point, the Jinch standing behind immediately grabbed her sword, ready for any circumstances. The Ghoul also remained alert, following each gesture of the Archaean, ready for unexpected complications. However, the Arcanal only connected the palms of the palm peacefully, demonstrating the lack of aggressive intentions. He bowed low, apologizing for his younger brother's actions, which caused surprise among all those present. Treatment of a small patient and counteracting the power of a powerful elixir were difficult tasks that the Archon was fully aware of. To save a child, even at risk, it is the highest manifestation of kindness. This path will certainly bring you blessings in the future, said the Archaea, turning to Gon. Hearing the words that the rescue of a child is a noble act, and the relic is only an object, Jinha carefully hid her sword behind her back. However, the Archaean had more words that again sowed tension among those present in the room. The Archon asked Gon to listen to him, reaching out of help, hinting at the possibility of something more. Gon was interested in what help the Archaean needs, anticipating that the answer could be quite difficult. The Archon began his story that revealed the unexpected truths in front of the persecution. During the last 3 days, while Gon was engaged in the treatment of the child, the younger brother of the Archaean left his duties, instructed them to another woman, and committed a terrible act. The younger brother decided to resort to retribution and did it with such ruthlessness that even those who knew it were stunned. His hands were filled with blood, dozens of bodies were scattered around, and in his hand he tightened his head. He made his way through the protection of the Black Dragon, destroying their leader and numerous masters of martial arts, thereby leaving an unforgettable imprint in history. After the herd, Gon approached the window, trying to find answers to the stormy thoughts that raged in his mind. His mind raged from thoughts, neither of which shed light on which way to choose. Gon remembered the words of Cho, who always advised not to stop at something and to move forward constantly. From contradictory emotions, Gon clenched his fist so strongly that the joints had arrived. After a few minutes of silence, Gon finally asked the Archand, "Where is he now?" The Archon explained that it still remains at large. After the tragedy, he went to the west, and is already hunting more than 100 trail from the gates of the Black Dragon. He also added that due to the injuries of CHO, he is unlikely to be able to escape. Gon did not resist and asked what action the Arcan was waiting for him in this difficult situation. The Arcan said that not only did the treasure attach to the execution of an important mission, but also committed murder, neglecting the path of Buddha. For such guilt, he will certainly be removed from the martial arts, forcing the rest of the days in the Hall of Shaolin. Finally, Gon realized that the Arcan intends to save Cho from the inevitable death that the warriors of the Black Dragon may be caused by him. The Arcanal summarized the situation with the words, "What is the property of Shaolin should remain within it." After that, the Arcanal reached out to the inner pocket, and this movement broke the emotions of all around. After that, the Archon turned to the Soul and Jinch, making the situation even more mysterious. The salt bag suddenly came to the hands of the coins, which emphasized its importance in this design. Gon asked them to look after the child, assuring that staying in the city would be more in favor of staying here than staying here. The salt agreed to what Gon, a slightly bow, expressed his sincere gratitude for her help. When Gon suggested that he would be able to give more money if necessary, the bag with coins unexpectedly found himself in his hands. Salt did not feel the need for money because she had plenty of them, as evidenced by her carefree facial expression. She only asked Gon to return without harm and later share with her all the experiences that would happen to him on the way. Gon approved her request, but the seriousness remained on his face, as if the difficulty of the decision made still burdened by his thoughts. When they were determined, they, along with the Archie, went to the door, preparing for the challenges that were already on the doorstep. The Salt and Ginha remained standing, conducting their eyes and sincerely wanting a happy road, although their words were painted with light sadness. The Salt laughed. I was convinced that in the future there are many exciting stories for them, because this trip will probably not end easily. The story of the Shaolin monk, who dared to steal the treasure to see his lover, unfolds ahead. A mysterious ally goes next to him, and his older brother is preparing to exercise his own justice. Yes, it is a living story about a new continent far from our city, by the sea, said Salt thoughtfully, feeling that this is only the beginning of a huge adventure. Jinch agreed, adding, "This is a story that I like. But will he avoid the persecution of hundreds of trail?" The Salt, with a gentle look, approached the girl lying on the bed. Her heart was full of compassion, because the little survived much more than it seemed. Then she turned to the Jinch and asked, "Is it true that this baby remained an orphan?" And she remained without inheritance through the malicious masters of martial arts, who destroyed her family, leaving the child in loneliness. With the gates of the Black Dragon, which would maintain order in our city, such a disaster could never be, the Salt thought, feeling the bitterness of the injustice that enveloped them. How can it exist in such an environment? She thought, watching this disorderly city that lost all sorts of principles and moral guidelines. In a city where weapons with arms in their hands dictate their rules and unceremoniously appropriate someone else's property, the question arises, do they really seek to create a new world and new opportunities? Whether it is simply a declining place that may have surpassed even his native Junyuan in her disintegration, the Salt has never been answered. Jinch assured her that not all the new continent that might seem at first glance. This place is full of picturesque corners, and most of those who settled here were encouraged by the desire to find their land and begin a new life. At least it was their conscious choice, even if the road was thorny and full of risks. However, this child was not able to choose. If her opinion was important, she would probably have opted for a completely different place. For this reason, Jinch warned the Salt more carefully to pick the words so as not to attract unsuccessful consequences. Jinch also advised to reduce the voice, fearing that the child could accidentally hear and misunderstand their discussions. The Salt was thinking about how to convince those in the temple to give them a baby to give her a new chance for a living. Meanwhile, the monk and the Gon rushed on horseback, rapidly shortening the distance to their destination. Suddenly, Gon noticed something ahead that alerted him and made him look more closely. Stretching his hand forward, he asked the Archon to stop to better evaluate the situation. The traces indicated that the pursuers parted in 3 different directions, trying to surround their goal. Gon recognized this strategy immediately. The persecuted can try to disguise their traces if the mountains or rivers reach, and the Black Dragon's gate will undoubtedly do everything possible to allow him to escape. The Black Dragon's gates were given to their purpose and are ready to make every effort to achieve the task. However, as Gon warned earlier, the danger was always present, and now it has become even clearer. It is dangerous, because their goal perceives the world not with their own eyes, but looking through the prism of revenge and hatred. Gon, watching the bodies scattered on the ground, commented on the situation of Archon, feeling the weight of this ruthless cruelty. They hunt for someone who is guided by the thirst for revenge, blindly following her without the slightest pity, he said, pointing to the prince. Moving forward, the warrior did not spare anyone, leaving only traces of destruction and death. The older brother, staring at the disorder, wondered one and only questions, seeking to grasp the meaning of this tragedy. He asked himself, "Brother, what did you do? How could it come to it?" The use of Shaolin's martial arts technician was contrary to all their commandments, and he could not realize it. This innocent monk, who could not even clutter up on someone before, performed a mass murder in one day. How could that happen? Arakan asked himself once and once again, his older brother, continuing not to believe in what he saw. It may be too late to change something, and this path leads to hopelessness. They soon reached the next point, but like last time, they arrived too late. Understanding the speed of events, Gon was aware that their detachment was at risk of death, and the number of dead would only increase. Watching the footsteps, he thought whether he had been injured, as most of the victims died from one devastating blow. Then Gon asked the monk with an important question. He wondered what relationships were between them, as between the older and younger brothers. Gon sought to understand what a man was Cho and how his older brother perceived him. The monk noted that there is no place to delay at this time until it has been stopped, which can cause even more harm. Gon asked this question standing on a hill when the Archon joined him. Before them, a sword stretched into the ground, like a silent witness to a terrible reality. Before their eyes, a spooky scene appeared. The victim's blood formed a hieroglyph, which symbolized retribution for sins. This picture did not give the persecution, because Cho looked not that kind of person. Archon realized that he was in a state of despair. Instead of leaving his torment behind, he allowed them to reach themselves. The inner torment turned him into a true monster. This became apparent when the pain due to the loss of a loved one triggered him with anger to pick up the lives of many people. Gon could not look away from the terrible scene that appeared before him. It was obvious that he saw his thoughts and soul into the abyss of despair. Suddenly there was a hum of knocking horse hooves behind them, which further exacerbated the intensity of the moment. From the rotation of the head back, they found several riders, pursuers belonging to another group of residents. Gon addressed the Archon to the question of what actions he plans to do in this difficult situation. The Archon was aware that meeting with CO would not bring anything good, would only cause new losses, and they need to be stopped at all costs. The riders were approaching close and reported that they were looking for a criminal who had an attack on the Black Dragon. They also drew attention to the breathless bodies left behind them, which apparently belonged to the guard of the Black Dragon. One of the riders reached the sword, demanding that the Archon immediately explain the situation. The Archon restrained and confidently asked them to keep calm, showing that he was controlling the situation. Right golden energy began to form around the Arcana, which immediately forced everyone present to hold their breath. The pursuers, struck by the radiant energy around the Archon, immediately stopped their horses and listened carefully to his explanations, realizing that he was determined. The Archon, while maintaining even more peace, asked them to calm down and listen to it. He stressed that he wanted to share the truth Shaolin. Those you persecute have mastered the demonic arts. Ordinary masters of martial arts will not be able to win them, Arcan said. Gon stared at the arcana, realizing that energy was a true lion's roar, which exceeded all his own attempts to imitate him. It was quite different than the lion's roar, to which Gon tried to imitate. If you learn how to manage the combat spirit and get rid of the energy of chaos, you can master it to the fullest. Gon finally realized this through his own experience, and was convinced that he would be able to use this roar next time. The riders, listening carefully to the words of the Archon, realized that the killer was actually a follower of Shaolin. This did not surprise them, because earlier they paid attention to the fact that this incredibly powerful person had a shaved head. That man, realizing what the matter, asked Archon to help find the killer responsible for all these melodic events. The Archon refused, inviting them to pick up the bodies of his comrades first. He also advised to return with reinforcement, as further searches could be a dangerous business. He firmly promised that he would be caught in person and punished for all his crimes without any hope of forgiveness. Suddenly, the metal bell came down. It pulled the sword from the vagina, increasing the feeling of tension. The edge of the sword stopped literally in front of the Archon's nose, and a bold request was heard. "Do you have a brazenness to laugh at me?" The man was anger, because this killer deprived his life not only of the faction leader, but also destroyed more than 30 masters of martial arts. He did not plan to retreat for anything. He loudly declared this shame for his honor, assuring that it only strengthens his determination. But his outraged exclamation was quickly interrupted. The sword suddenly crumbled into the little ones in his palms. The man was surprised in his hands, only the sword's arms, trying to realize what had just happened. Scales of the sword immediately flew away, and no one could understand what happened. At this point, Gon intervened, calmly noting that the monk is not alone, and they work in the team. Gon became famous for his skill, allowing energy to create an exact shot that has broken the sword immediately, and easily added, "There are 2 of us." The man could not realize what had happened. An unknown power was lightening up his weapon. Gon, together with Archon, expressed an understanding of how difficult it is to take such a situation, but emphasized the importance of saving life and called for reasonable actions. The man looked at the coin in the hands of Gon and realized that it was the use of it to be incredibly apt throat to stretch the sword in half. Is he really not using real weapons but only a coin? The man could not believe his own eyes. Is this young man a master of such a dimension? He flashed in his thoughts, and he could not embrace all the skill of Gon. The Archon, sorry because of the misunderstanding, assured that after detention of the CHO, he would return to apologize and compensate for the harm caused. His promise convinced the pursuers, and they agreed to retreat. Once in 2, Archon noted the exceptional ability of Gon and asked if he had some special equipment. Gon confessed that he did not master this technique purposefully. He only once watched as one person demonstrated his skills and was passionate about his skill. However, the monk, having heard the confession of Gon, noted that it was not just an imitative exercise, but a manifestation of real skill. Before their eyes, a new continent was fascinated by its incredible beauty and grandeur. Previously, they did not face the crystal-clear landscape that opened before them after the snow melted and exposed wide spaces. Although the situation demanded their attention, it was unfortunate that they could not fully enjoy such fascinating landscapes. However, the wedge asked the Archon to wait a little. Raising his hand to the forehead to protect his eyes from a dazzling glow, he stared at the horizon. After a short pause, Gon whispered quietly, "I found him." Having shown his hand to the northwest, he stated that they almost caught up with Cho. Although Gon could not see his face at such a distance, he was convinced that it was Cho. In this boundless desert, there was only one person who could arrange such a massacre without any weapons in his hands. Squeezing his teeth with pain and rage, the Archon tried to hold back emotions, realizing that his brother was again guilty of murder. It caused him unbearable pain. The Archaon struck the ground with anger on the ground, thereby expressing gratitude to the warrior of the vat for his support in performing this difficult task. He asked Chan to stay still, noting that the further path would be extremely dangerous. After that, the Archon strongly rushed to the side, ready to meet his brother. Gon unexpectedly felt deceived, realizing that he had been drawn only as a conductor, although he was assured for another purpose. He was aware that this meeting of the brothers did not promise anything good, because what was now standing over the last living member of the Black Dragon. The man trembled, praying for a mercy, and even fear could not save him from a terrible destiny. The thirst for revenge, which consumed Cho, deprived him of any sympathy. She completely conquered every act of him. Cho, with all his cruelty, grabbed the victim by his face with one hand, while the other had already prepared for a fatal blow. But suddenly, an Archaon appeared above him, who shouted his brother's name with a loud cry, stopping him. The Archon stepped on the ground with such force that the snow flew on all sides, forming a curtain between him and Cho. The last inhabitant of the Black Dragon looked with full despair at this unexpected intervention, not believing his eyes. Before the Archaea, a monk was set, soothingly ready for battle to protect everyone from new killings. The Archon addressed Cho. "What do you do when you do such nonsense if you are a student who master the teachings of the Buddha?" The hands of the Cho were blood, and he called him his older brother. He confessed that by this point he thought that he was heard only the distant echo of the voice of the Archaea in his own imagination. Cho was puzzled, not realizing that his brother could bring him so far. "Indeed, Archon is sure that I am talking because of deviation?" asked Cho, with notes of call in his voice. Then he asked in response, "Do you understand what wrong state you are now?" The Archon nodded to this question. "Yes, it is difficult not to notice when your inner strength returns against you, distorting the essence." He felt his energy of life mixed, turning into something more powerful. The smell of blood seemed attractive, and anger and hatred were lit in his mind with new power. Now he did not see anything strange in his deviation. It became part of the natural course of events. He believed that he rightly answered what had happened to Sue, and it was the only thing that really had importance to him. The Archaea, calling on the respects to the dead, could not understand how these people were involved in the death of Sue. "It cannot serve as an excuse for such horrific murders," the Archer insisted, trying to realize how a man who followed the Buddha teaching could take such actions for more than 10 years. However, there was only one true motivation for Co, the loss of his beloved, and that was enough. Looking into the expression of Cho, the Arcanal realized his brother was immersed in an infinite abyss of pain. Cho exclaimed her name, Sue, as if hoping to return her from nothingness. Again and again, sobbing and boiling from rage, he repeated to his elder brother that she was no longer with us. Cho could not understand why the Archon justifies the person who was mocked for more than a decade, because she was only trying to protect her little daughter. These abominations hung her up like a soulless animal and killed it. His voice will be heard from indignation and hatred. There is no sympathy or comfort in the exercises he has learned the decade. The mercy that the Buddha preached, he now seemed to be hopeless and meaningless. Squeezing his fists to the white, then with a T in his voice, demanded from his brother the answer, where, to the mercy of heaven, is the Sioux? Listening to this frantic cry of his younger brother, the Arcanal tensed, seeking to maintain self-control and remain calm. Nevertheless, he felt gratitude to the Archaean for being perceived as a brother. He understood that the Archon considered him and the Brotherhood of Masters his family, so he was given a chance to study among them. However, there was one truth that Cho could not cross out of memory. He thought of Sue throughout these 10 years. He has never been able to cross her out of thoughts. His consciousness was constantly returning to her memories. Cho held, only imagining her happy somewhere far away, where the danger could not find her. However, the truth was that the Sioux could not find happiness. Now she was dead, and did not know who to blame for her loss. Suddenly, Gon said, asking, Do you think of destroying everyone because of the guilt of her dead man? Gon tried to understand whether he had the intention to punish innocent, instead of focusing on the search for a true culprit. Cho returned to Gon and said with a barely noticeable sad smile, "Apparently, it was because of you that I was found in this endless wasteland." Getting closer, he said the name Gon, remaining indifferent. Even despite the Archaean's request to stay at a distance, Gon did not conquer and still went closer. He approached Gon. He asked his affairs and said, "They have not seen themselves for a long time." It was surprised by Gona. "Is it all that did you have to say?" "Aren't you interested in learning about your baby?" Gon asked, trying to understand why he ignored the most important thing. It seemed that Cho only mentioned the child who was talking about. Only now did he ask how the treatment was undergoing and whether it was possible to heal the baby from her illness. Gon laid out all circumstances in detail. After listening to the explanation, the cold in his voice asked Gon to retreat. His gaze was pointing somewhere behind. Cho noted that he should deal with those behind his back. 2 members of the Black Dragon were located on the snow cover. Gon, puzzled, asked, "Is that all that you are interested in? And nothing more?" He said cold-blooded, "If she recovered, then that's enough." The Archaean became clear that it is not fully aware of the complexity of the situation, so he noted that this baby is a daughter John Soso, a woman he loved so passionately. Cho only said, "That's right, and she is also the daughter of that scoundrel." Cho believed that, using a large elixir to save the child, he already fulfilled his duty to Sue. The Archie, trying to remove his brother from this chaos, urged him to finish this nonsense, return to Shaolin, and stop the bloody fight. Teachers and brothers eagerly expected him to return, ready to forgive him the theft of a great elixir, because her motive was saved. The Arcanal persuaded to return to heal old wounds. However, he confidently stated that he did not intend to do it and did not go back to the Temple of Shaolin. He discovered his intention to go to the fortress of Yomcho. Cho decided to move to the fortress of Yomho with the intention of destroying all the bandits hidden under the name of the Gate of the Black Dragon, and their bodies hang around the fortress as a warning for those who follow their crime. The Archon raised his hand to his face and, whispering quietly, he said, "Namubitabel." He was aware that the atrocities, committed by the Gates of the Black Dragon against John Soso and her daughter, were truly terrible. Without trial and consideration, they deprived the life of a woman, took away her child's inheritance, and threw her on the street. Are these crimes so serious that they can be justified by mass destruction? The Gon asked the Gon, hesitantly. He could not imagine that even those who avoid battles deserve death. He pulled the sword, ready to act. Despite everything, they provide order as martyrs. Without their presence, the fortress of the Yomho can turn into a deserted wasteland rather than remain as prosperous as it is now, Gon said. The Archon called Gon not to rush. "I am sure that Shaolin's problems should be solved under the roof of the monastery and should not be involved in outsiders." He believed that this problem should be solved exclusively within the walls of the temple, although he recognized the unbreakable determination of Gon and his desire to help. "Are you able to cope with this on your own?" Gon asked what the Archon said with confidence. "I am an Arhan Shaolin," emphasizing his responsibility. In fact, his words hid a different meaning. It was an internal conflict that needed not only physical strength. In fact, the Archon already understood that the situation was much more confusing than it seemed, and further events only emphasized it. What spoke forward, addressing the Archae? "Can you sacrifice our 10-year-old fraternal friendship for the sake of clashes with these pathetic robbers?" In response, the Arcanal only urged him to stop despising the teachings of the Buddha, demonstrating that further words were in vain. Realizing that this conflict did not settle in words, the Archon asked to prepare for battle. Now he was about to punish him not as an older brother, but as an Archaean Shaolin. A smile glowed on the face of Cho, testifying to his determination to come into a clash. At first he raised his bloodied hands high up, and then, sharply lowering his hands down, he took a fighting position ready for the final confrontation. They came face to face in a gorgeous place, which contrasted sharply with the tension that prevailed in the air between them. Cho demonstrated a demonic force because his hand burned with purple energy. At the same time, a golden energy sparkled in a firmly compressed fist of the Archaean, emitting the power and tranquility that he was inherent in Shaolin's warrior. Without losing a moment, he decided to a decisive jump towards the Archaean, seeking to take the initiative and dictate their conditions. He rapidly struck a series of lightning blows, any of which could be crucial. However, the Arcanal, isolated by following the movements of the enemy, thanks to his experience in the martial arts, was perfectly read every blow. He constantly put his hands under each blow, reflecting the attacks with his unwavering defense. Even when the blow took off from the bottom target, the Arcanal was able to respond in a timely manner. However, an unexpected blow to the Archaea's surprise, and his attempt to defend himself was not fully successful. The Archon was back, but was able to keep balance, demonstrating unbreakable endurance. However, it was extremely difficult to compete with such an opponent, because it was not only speed, but also relentlessness. The power of Cho has increased many times. His hands became steep, as if lightning, and the dark purple energy that changed around him testified to the incredible force that overwhelmed it. The blows fell so abundant that the blood from the Archaean flew in all directions, like drops in the rain. The Arcanal could only cover his head with his hands, not having time to repel powerful attacks. At this time, did not refrain from sarcastic ridicule. "And are your limits of opportunities? Didn't you boast that you can stop me?" mocked CO, leaving no the Archie to answer. "Did you hope that I would stop at my own will if you delay this fight?" He continued to make fun of Cho, increasing the attacks even more. After these preschool questions, the Arcanal delved into the inner world, increasing its spiritual focus, and began to accumulate even greater energy reserves. His eyes sparkled with a saturated yellow glow, and the power accumulated in his fist, which exceeded all the previous levels. With one powerful blow to the chest, the Arcanal put a point in their fight, fundamentally changing the course of the battle. The strength of this blow went through Cho, letting him know that the Arcarus is no longer going to play. The power of this blow was as if the millennial wisdom of the Buddha, which rejected it back, like an unrestrained wave, which mercilessly sweeping everything in its path. Cho flew far from the snowy field, without any opportunity to keep balance or slow down. Now the Archon was ready to answer all the questions Cho. He clearly had no place for doubts or fluctuations in his heart. Cho, rubbing his hand through the blood, tried to stick to the snow, feeling the forces gradually leave his body. Having collected the last crumbs of power, he hardly kneeling and managed to ask, "What do I do?" How did I fought with disappointment, asking, "It was necessary for me to just put up and endure the unjust death of Sue." To which the Arcanal, while keeping peace, replied, "It is not our case to raise a trial over sinners. You had to choose another way to achieve justice." Cho silently listened to the words of his brother, but they did not move his heart. In his mind, there was no place for a just punishment. Everything he saw in front of him was only a thirst for revenge. He did not realize whether it was really a fair punishment and whether it makes sense of pain he now feels. Watching how he competed with his experiences and suffering, the Archon tried to persuade him to stop, seeking to keep him from further falling into despair. The Archon warned Cho that if he does not stop, his path would be a point of non-return. Cho, filled with the incredible force that now managed it, sharply pushed away from the white cover and disappeared without a trace. Suddenly he found himself directly above the Archaean, raising his hand for a decisive blow. "I have no more road back," he exclaimed, overflowing with despair and determination. However, the Arcanal, gathering all his forces in his fist, was ready to withstand this powerful blow and counterattack. In this critical state of the Archaea, the words older brother were remembered. He resumed the image of Cho when he was still a novice immersed in science and felt a deep gratitude in his view for everything that was done for him. However, reality changed. It was preparing for a decisive blow, and this moment became decisive for their further events. A powerful blow to a lightning speed rejected the Archaean back, demonstrating all his power. Despite the flow of blood from the nose, the Arcanal managed to stay on his feet, clutching his hands into the snow so as not to fall. Lifting his head, he looked forward and realized he was standing in front of him, ready to strike the next blow. Opposite the Archaean stood Cho, full of determination, ready to kill. His eyes shone with anger and hatred. Unexpectedly, the sword of the clippers under the belly of Cho, forcing him to retreat quickly, evading the threat. The sudden movement forced Cho to retreat. Perhaps it also saved the Archaea from death. He sat down quickly, and at this moment the Arcanal, breathing in exhaustion, realized that he was on the hair from death. Only the intervention of Gon saved him. Gon was approaching, keeping a serious and focused look, and asked, "What if you didn't escape this blow?" After that, Gon paid attention to the mistake of the Archaean, emphasizing that his delay at the last moment almost became fatal. Gon confidently approached his sword, grabbed his sleeve firmly, and pulled it out of cold snow, demonstrating his willingness to fight. The Archon tried to persuade Gon to show condescension and understanding, defending his younger brother. He noted the chase that it was covered by despair, which gave rise to these dangerous emotions in it. However, Gon steadily stated that his younger brother had deprived the life of 50 people in 2 days, and such a fact cannot be ignored. The Archorus, having heard these non-appellation words, glasses his head even lower and punched his fists in the snow, powerless to find a way to save his brother from the inevitable fate. At this time, Gon, having pulled his sword, was ready for any development as the tension continued to increase. Gon confidently clasped his fingers on the sword's arms, demonstrating his focus and determination. Once again, he glanced at the Archaean, checking whether he could maintain the stability at this intense moment. He then slowly hid the sword in the vagina, demonstrating that he did not intend to apply it in this conflict situation. Gon, with thoughtful facial expressions, joined his fist with his palm at his chest height and said with a bitter smile, "It seems that my fee was excessive." Cho smiled slightly, considering it funny because he thought that Gon wanted to resist him without weapons. Unsupring the neck, Gon warned, "You will die if you go to the sword," clearly hinting that the battle will be decided without the use of weapons. This gesture made Cho think that Gon perceives Shaolin's martial arts as nothing other than entertainment. So Cho decided that it was time to demonstrate the true power of Shaolin's fist technique that has accumulated wisdom and art for centuries. Gon, focusing all his attention on the coming duel, began to gradually enter the battlefield, focused on preparation for the fight. He turned away from Cho-chats and invited him to come closer to solve everything in a duel. Seeing how the Gon was in a battle stable, he realized that he really mastered the technique of fist battle. Interested, he wondered whether he had studied the martial arts of the Imperial Army or similar disciplines. Gon, slightly surprised, confessed that he could not understand why all his opponents always remember the Imperial Army, because he developed his own fighting equipment on his own. He was embarrassed. It seemed incredible that Gon independently developed his military equipment without any external support. No one knew about the incarnation of Gon, about the books he read in his previous life, and the skills he learned. If it was possible to find more accurate words, Gon's consciousness would look much brighter, but he could not express everything that happened in his thoughts so easily. Without spending time for unnecessary words, Gon invited Cho immediately to start a fight, realizing that this match would be crucial. The monk unauthorized proposed to start a fight, eagerly wanting to see the skill of Gon in active action. Cho rapidly attacked, seeking to evaluate the power of Gon's combat skills with his own eyes. Gon, having accepted the fighting position, confidently put his legs wider, ready to meet the offensive of Cho with unbreakable confidence. In this world, martial arts are mostly simple and linear, focusing on strong and effective blows. The basics of martial arts of the Imperial Army set emphasis on destructive power and speed. In reality, where the moral principles gradually lost their meaning, duels often ended only after one exchange of blows. The technique of Shaolinsky's fist, which he now showed Cho before the Gon, was characterized by a special approach. The basis of this technique was a series of fast and accurate blows, which effectively neutralized the enemy. For Gon, this technique was quite sufficient to overcome the enemy without the need for difficult decisions or alternative strategies. Gon closed his eyes for a moment, trying to remember everything he learned to get better for a duel. However, when mentioning martial arts, Gon realized that they hiding more complex elements that exceed usual confrontation. From the first approaches to fencing appeared styles such as the use of a heavy sword or illusory sword. Here, the technique of movement exceeded the simple speed and could have seized the enemy so much that he made a fatal mistake. There were even techniques that looked almost like magic, for example the Jan Hot Palm or Icy White Divine Palm. Some martial arts made it possible to achieve something more than just physical movements, putting emotions and deep thoughts in blows. Of course, many of these martial arts remained only fantastic fictions that existed only on the pages of books. For Changon, finding themselves in the world of true martial arts, these imaginary fantasies were realized. This has turned from abstract ideas into real knowledge that could be used in a real duel. Thus, Changon was able to embody these fantasies and stories into his life, turning them into his own reality. Initially, his ideas were only concepts, thoughts that seemed far from realization. However, he decided to reproduce these techniques on his own, despite his initial doubts about their expediency. No one could understand a person who invented such incredible things in loneliness, and others considered him as a madman. He also had doubts whether these imaginary ideas were possible into something tangible, something that could be useful in real battle. However, in the evenings, in the light of candles, he constantly carved his ideas on paper without stopping at a moment. Over time, encountered many trials, he constantly improved his skills. Despite the many difficulties and failures that happened in his path, he did not lose the strength of the spirit. Despite all the obstacles he had to overcome, Changgun steadily went forward, steadily holding the course for a goal. He tirelessly improved his skills, gradually moving from one task to another, even if at first glance it seemed routine. Time passed, and at first he mastered simple techniques such as voice transfer, punching through the trajectory, or the real flame of samadhi. Subsequently, he moved to the creation of a technique that deserved to be called enlightenment. After that, he consistently formed powerful martial arts, including an illusory sword and a spiral rack. However, in his mind, there were many combat technicians who were waiting for his embodiment, and he sought to grasp much more. Changon, without listening to other people's orders and seeking recognition, simply sought to put these martial arts on his own. For a person who was revived in the martial arts world, this world became the embodiment of his aspirations and dreams. It was a monument created by his own hands, in which his body became the basis for the realization of his dreams. And now, in this confrontation, it is finally able to show all their efforts and realization of dreams. He exceeded his former limitations by reaching a new level, using every chance that appeared. Flexibly avoiding lightning blows that even experienced craftsmen could not bypass, Gon demonstrated his new skills. He captured speed, finding the perfect moment for attack, skillfully using every second. All these points were preserved in his memory, serving as an echo of the past experience, which now became the basis of his actions. In a critical moment, Gon cleverly grabbed Cho for his clothes, stopping it and overcoming control of the situation. His movements were impressed with his smoothness and perfection, if he achieved complete harmony with himself. Even on the slippery surface of the ice, which died under his feet, he maintained the balance, completely controlling the situation. It has become a monument to his past, which now supports him, giving his strength and self-confidence. The monk faced the ice with his back, causing a powerful splash of snow and splashes of water that flew in all sides. Gon exceeded his previous restrictions and climbed to a new level in the martial arts. Only a collision with a more powerful opponent contributed to the achievement of such a breakthrough as the Gon was well aware. The true power of Taizachan's family was revealed in all greatness, filling his body with energy and giving him an unbreakable mice. The Archon watched closely at the events, surprised. Even the members of the Black Dragon were unable to hold back a genuine surprise on their faces. At this point, the monk, clamping his teeth, felt both rage and embarrassment through the unfolding events. The knee falling was accompanied by spreading sideways and a cry that escaped from the heart, expressing unrestrained emotions. However, the monk could not grasp what happened, and constantly asked himself, "What did I just see?" His blow, as if dragon's claws were racing to the vulnerable place of Gon, was unsuccessful. Suddenly, it seemed to him that his attack seemed to be absorbed from the inside. Despite the fact that it was clearly aimed, the result did not bring the result. The monk was surprised by Gano if he was the same attack he had mentioned earlier, because she made such an impression on him. He acknowledged that Kulak's technique, demonstrated by a stag, is truly impressive. This technique can be proudly called family heritage. However, the monk, full of determination, has decided on a new attack, thinking that Gon would not be able to withstand his blows for a long time. Gon only suggested calmly to check his hand, patiently waiting for a new step of the monk. A proud expression on Gon's face annoyed the monk, who, collecting all his strength, was preparing to strike a new blow. Elastically pushing away from the earth, the monk flew up rapidly, like lightning, immediately being over the head of Gon. However, Gon gunned lightly to the side, cleverly evading a direct blow. The monk only managed to notice how Gon was left to him, once again impressing him with his lightning speed. With the exclamation, "I'm not giving up yet," the monk attacked Gon once after, trying to break his protection. However, the Gon skillfully reflected every attack, remaining unharmed due to his perfect technique. His movements with his hands were impeccable smoothness and accuracy, as if he knew in advance about every next step of the monk. This brought the monk to despair, since his own powerlessness before the flawless technique of Gon only fueled his growing anger. The fact that his strokes could not hit Gon only strengthened his rage. The anger of the monk was even more ignited by the fact that the blows not only did not get into Gon, but also reflected in the opposite direction, remaining without any results. At this moment, the monk felt true desperation when Gon grabbed him by his face. How is such a skill in martial arts is generally possible? After the Gon grabbed his face, he made a powerful shot with his foot, and then pressed the monk to the icy coating. The monk found himself clamped in the ice surface, feeling bitter humiliation, while Gon kept cold-blooded restraint. The Archie, watching the duel, expected a man to be a skilled fighter, but never imagined that he would master the skill of such a height. The Archon always believed that the martial arts of their temple was the pinnacle of skill, but now realized that its assessment was not deep enough. However, the Archon understood that the physical superiority was not enough to overcome the monk. The monk climbed out of the icy trap and asked Gon with the question, "Do you really think that my point of view is false? Was I not obliged to hold them accountable for their actions? Didn't it be known for Su?" insisted the monk, addressing his difficult questions. "Do you really think I'm wrong?" the monk asked, seeking to understand Gon's views and his understanding of justice. When Gon lifted his head, he noticed that his face radiates not only physical power, but also something deeper and unusual. Unable to withstand an intense look, Cho turned to Gon. "What does your view mean? Why do you look at me so much?" Then, lowering his head, he saw his reflection on the melted ice, which prompted him to think deeply. His gaze changed, and at heart a shadow of doubt was born. His gaze slowly switched to his bloodied hands, which he once saw him as a tool of justice. It was at this moment that he remembered the question of what Gon asked earlier. Is it not interesting to know about the child? This thought penetrated into his consciousness. Why was I never interested in learning about this child? Said C.O., staring at his reflection. His thoughts were absorbed by the treatment of 9 fatal ailments, but he should also be interested in how the baby feels. He reasoned, did my concern for this child are just because she is the daughter of that scoundrel who hurt the Sioux? Of course, it is likely that, but was it really necessary to steal a powerful restorative pill from the main temple? It would be much easier to simply protect the Sioux from her unworthy man. At that moment, he realized that all his actions were not caused by the care of the Sioux, but by his own selfish needs, which he masked under the nobility. If it were possible to heal the incurable disease of her daughter, he hoped that SOS would again choose him instead of that scoundrel. However, this dream was vulgar and dark. Under the authority of this fervent desire, he decided to betray his brothers and mentors, abducting a powerful restorative pill. From that moment on, he lost the status of the Shaolin monk and became only a pathetic person who tried to regain old love in despair. Upon learning of the death of Sue, he realized that even this failure, he disappeared from his life, as if the sand slipped through his fingers. Now he was thinking, was it really revenge for Sue, or is the avoidance of cruel reality? Reality in which he lost all that had importance with the loss of Sue. At that moment, realizing that he betrayed the daughter of Sue, which she sacrificed her own life, he asked himself the main question: who am I now? Having lost his respect for his teacher and brothers, and not even showing his elementary sympathy for a girl who was in a difficult position, he thought, overflowing with a sense of deep shame. I am just a terrible monster, he said with a bitter awareness, realizing that he was governed by selfishness and a criminal past. Suddenly, realizing his current state, he exploded with bitter laughter, pressing his hand to the forehead, feeling the endless meaninglessness of his actions. He laughed so strangely and frantically that the listeners caused true anxiety. Surprised by the creepy laughter, which was parted by the cold air, all the views were turned to him. However, his passion faded a little like a flame, which loses its brightness. He seemed to gradually find peace and silence, as if some changes were taking place in his soul. Even the sunlight began to lie on his figure, reminiscent of the possibility of a new beginning. However, he remained silent, immersed in his reflections without saying no sound. Suddenly, Gon heard as Cho said, "The gate of the Black Dragon, you are all doomed." It was only silence in front of the storm, and the words heard became the herald of a new wave of violence. He rushed forward, remaining relentless in his desire for destruction, walking along the path covered with chaos. Two sitting nearby prayed sincerely for salvation, hoping that there would be someone who could stop the Cho. At that moment, an Archaean appeared before them, resolutely interfering with the defense, ready to stand against his brother for the second time. Again, with hope in his voice, he addressed his younger brother, "Please stop." The monk again hit his older brother, shining with anger and unwavering in every movement. The Archon only closed his eyes, without a desire to answer the blow. The forces left him. He no longer dared to face his brother in the battle. There was a loud shock, similar to an explosion, from which a wave of powerful energy spread all over, as after detonation. Sprising invisibly from behind his back, the Gon cleverly lifted his palm to the ribs, causing a well stroke. Cho slowly rapped his head, astonishing that he had experienced an unexpected blow. And only then did the blood rush from his face, decorating white snow with bright shades. This blow became the last for him, and he fell face into cold snow, powerless to resist. Everything happened in the eyes of his older brother, who could not believe that the situation had gone so far. The Archaeon dropped on his knees, desperately shouting the name of the younger brother, hoping to bring him back to consciousness. The blood flowed from the mouth, and his breathing was difficult and painful. Each breath was given with great effort. From the last forces, he found the courage to say, "It was brilliant. The master is going down," recognizing the opponent's talent in his last minutes. Gon was silent, just looking at him with the thoughts, "What did you do? How?" The awareness suddenly came. Something intentionally went to death, preferring death in battle. The Arcanal lifted his younger brother in his arms. Tears dropped on his face, and he desperately pleaded with him, hoping that he could hold a little more. Gon, watching nearby, gently said that it was too late for Cho. His time has fallen. In his last moments, Cho felt his ki again, the same force he had once released. From the beginning, he deliberately chose this path, preparing for death. The older brother began to apologize for all the former difficulties and asked with bitterness, "Why did you decide on it?" Cho, barely kneading his lips, whispered, "Gon said everything. I cannot put up with the fact that for some 2 days he shorted life of more than 50 people. How could I continue to live carrying such a shame?" he added with a weaker voice. "You were blind," the Archaean said quietly, bowing his head in the sign of his brother's torment. Then Cho asked, "Did someone tell you what kind of name is the daughter of Su?" He became more difficult to breathe, and the blood flowing from his mouth deprived the ability to language, but he still collected the remnants of strength to say something. "Her name is Soha, Jin Soha," he whispered with tension in his voice, trying to keep his breath through the pain. The first word means true, and it is closely intertwined with the fate of Cho. It is also the name of the villain who took Su, as well as the Buddhist name himself. His daughter Soha also bore this name, and it was in him that he found his own essence. He was shaken by shame for all deeds, and now he could no longer hide his face either from his brother or from Gon. He burns with shame, realizing that he cannot avoid the views of those who are left around. Ashamed, he asked the brothers to ask him to take care of his daughter, who is now an orphan. The Archaea, supporting his bleeding body, which coughed and fought for life, firmly assured that they would fulfill the promise unconditionally. He choked with a cough, spitting blood, and once again repeated the name of his daughter. This name was the only one he sought to leave in the memory of others. Before his eyes, he put his dreams, a young Su, a living flame and a cheerfulness. She ran to him, reaching out her hand as long ago. "Didn't I leave her behind?" said Cho when his eyes closed forever. This is how the monk's life story and his last words ended. A few days passed, and his funeral took place, decorated with fresh flowers on the grave as a symbol of the last farewell. Above the grave stood the Gon and the Archaea, absorbed by thoughts and unspeakable sorrow. "What did you tell him recently? What was Cho in Shaolin?" asked the Gon at the Archaea. The Archaean calmly replied, "Cho was a noble and extraordinary man. He stood out with his unsurpassed talent in the martial arts, reaching such a level that the great monk Hidexinin I chose him as a successor as the rector of the temple. Still, for all his abilities, he remained modest and often avoided attention. However, it was for this feature that he was extremely revered by the students." The Archon continued. Fortunately, they also received a monetary reward from the Black Dragon Gate, which provided the daughter of a carefree life and well-being. The practices of the survivor gave all the captured property of Gan in the form of a cash check, the value of which exceeded the usual funds 3 times. Apparently, because of the echoes of war or fear of the unknown, these funds were of great value for those who remained alive. Although this did not bring complete redemption for their sins, the death of the head of the school and the loss of half of the key members indicated that the beauty of the future gate of the Black Dragon would now remain only a memory. The Archon addressed Gon to the question of whether he would be fine after all these events. He asked about the financial affairs of Gon, because after the expenses for the funeral of Cho and another person, he probably did not have savings. Gon reassured the Archaea, replied, "Don't worry about me, I will be able to give myself advice." At this point, the woman, waving her hand, attracted the attention of Gon to herself. Princess Sok and Jinch appeared in front of them, ready to reach for help. The eyes of the So, despite her young age, were impressed with the unusual beauty, radiating wisdom and strength. Gon sincerely thanked Miss Saul for the support she has provided to them in the last days, expressing her deep gratitude. The Arcanal also did not remain in gratitude, realizing that without the support of others, the fight against the challenges facing them would be much more difficult for him and the Gon. Princess Soho was also grateful for the opportunity to help and provide support, especially when it concerned the So, which she supported in all endeavors. Gon tried to unravel why Soho was silent after arriving at the temple, because in the city she was always frank and speech. However, he knew that the reason was not in her illness. It may have been a consequence of shock caused by recent events with her parents. Gon believed that she would get a peace of mind again. It would be fine if it happened, he said, but now we can only monitor her concessions. The princess addressed the Jinch, asking whether everything was prepared for departure. Jinchi's answer was confident. Yes, everything is ready. They finished packing luggage and worried about cars. Now they could go to New Sichuan without delay. The carriage was already waiting for them before entering. The next day, following the promise, Gon brought the body of the monk and told the Salt about all the events that took place recently. She took a bone and a book with a nervous trepidation, listening carefully to every word. When the story came to an end, tears appeared in her eyes. Having expressed the desire to support Soho during the trip and stay near the departure of the boat to the Central Plains, she settled at the hotel. She took care of everyone, from Soho to Gon and Jin Gon, paying for their residence, food, and journey to New Sichuan. As for Gon, he had no reason to give up a generous gesture of this kind woman from a noble family. She soon urged everyone to take up a carriage in a carriage, and they went on a way to the majestic port city of the New Sichuan, the most significant on the new continent. Next to the carriage, riding on his horse, jumping a hill from time to time, looking out the window. Gon, looking through the open window of the carriage, asked her real name, because earlier she called only her name, Salt. He carefully reminded her that she forgot to specify her name completely. She was confused for a moment, not knowing how to answer, and began to speak something uncertain. At first she said something like Sul Mi Gim, and then cheerfully added, Golden Rabbit. Gon barely realized what she meant. The Archie, having heard the mention of the Golden Rabbit, reacted seriously, stating that this phenomenon was really unique, which caused surprise to all present. She later told her that her real name was Sol Mio Jim, although it was only a nickname. Jinch, managing her horse, realized that the name Sol Mio Gim was only fictional, and in fact, the girl was called Yu Sol. While the conversation lasted, the So admired the beautiful landscapes outside the window, which opened before her look. Admiring the majestic nature that was revealed before her, she was amazed, because she has never met such a spectacle. At this time, Sok remembered how the Salt represented her pursuit, pointing that he had healed her body. His serious facial expression was constantly in her memory, and she could not throw that moment out of her head. She seemed to feel him when he gently ran a hand on her hair, explaining all the events that had happened. He stressed that he could not heal her on his own, but there were others who reached for help. At the same time, he shared that there was someone who heard about her from the remote continent, bringing the most valuable medicines in the world. He went on a long journey with her mother, which again brought Posy's feeling of loss. It took a few days, and at the bar where Gon first saw Cho, there was a restless atmosphere. The bartender was informed that a girl who was chained to bed for so many years was recovering, but he had a hard time believing in this miracle. It seemed incredible to him. Strangers in the masks hardly questioned the bartender where the girl disappeared, and did their best to find out the truth. They sought to find out where she was and who was near her, because her sudden absence caused them anxiety. The bartender shared the information known to him and received a generous reward for it, which left him deep in thought. After leaving the bar, they began to persistently look for any signs of where the Soha could disappear after they learned the details from the bartender. They suspected that the girl may have been seized by Imperial soldiers, but did not retreat from their ambitious plan. One of the men ordered urgently to convene all members of their organization and to establish a connection with the main palace, because the body of 9 yin, in the veins of which treacherous blood flows, belongs to them, and it must be returned. In dry, water is almost inaccessible to the desert. Travelers decided to make a break. Gon was ahead of the way, followed by his new satellites, tired of a heavy journey. He asked the owner of the visiting yard to give an overnight stay for 5 people for 1 night. Salt, standing behind him, also asked them to serve hot tea and a nutritious dinner. Soon the Salt was comfortably sitting at a table with a cup of tea in her hands, reached out and noted that the trip was truly exhausting. Jinch also enjoyed tea, and they plunged into a leisurely conversation, sharing the impressions of the journey. The Soha was spinning a warm cup of tea in her hands, trying to warm up and calm down. With smiles on their faces, they jokingly remembered which of them faced the greatest difficulty on this difficult road. The Salt cast her gaze at Soho, noting that anxiety was red on her face, obviously caused by some events during their journey. Salt, with a cheerful mood, lifted the kettle up and, joking, loudly turned to the owner of the visiting yard, asking for tea because she felt dry in her throat. At that moment, her thoughts were immersed in reflection on some questions that have worked her for a long time. Suddenly, she turned to Gon, asking when he would make her promise, and gave her an interview. Gon was somewhat confused, trying to understand what it was, because, in his opinion, he had already shared his story. However, the Salt meant another promise, to find out about the heroic adventures of the warrior Chan on the new continent. Gon was convinced that he had already shared this information, and noted that he was just a traveler and not such a prominent hero to deserve a place in Miss Sol's book. Like many inhabitants of the new continent, it was only one of the people of the Central Plains who got here to realize all their opportunities on this majestic land. Mio sighed and, lowering her head on the table, expressed doubt about Gon's words, assuring that he was silent more than she was talking. Jinch spilled hot tea to all present, watching this endless witty dialogue full of hidden hints and jokes. Then Mio wondered in Gon, "What do you say about the nameless crabster? Do you not know about him?" She remembered the mysterious hero of the continent Murim, whom they discussed during the first meeting, the same fearless warrior she wants to meet. The Arcan was surprised to hear the name that seemed exceptional. Salt explained that it was just an epithet, which was awarded the hero of people. This is because such people are distinguished by extraordinary modesty. They prefer to remain unknown, not to disclose their names, and they do not seek rewards for their good deeds. The Arcan laughed, pointing out that it is more reminiscent of fictional characters from novels. Gon again assured that he had never heard of such a brave warrior, which was a little upset of the Salt. The Archon plunged into reflections, assuming that perhaps this hero is only the fruit of a fantasy created from the combination of stories of several brave people, because that is so often legends are born. Salt disagreed with Archaean doubts, emphasizing that if you look at all the well-known stories about the heroic actions of the nameless crabster, it becomes obvious that it exists. At that moment, the waiters gave them a variety of delicious branded dishes from the local hotel, which they had previously ordered. After a while, everyone was saturated, leaving only empty plates. After completing dinner, the Archon was secluded in the corner of his room to immerse himself in peace and harmony. On the street, Gon looked after his horse, carefully wiping it, while the Soha silently watched this calm action, doubting whether something was worth saying. In her room, the Salt stretched with a satisfied smile, telling what a delicious dinner and how pleasantly it was. Feeling truly alive after the first time a full meal, the Salt sighed. Above it, on the edge of the bed, is a Ginha, watching the Salt carefully. At first, Jinch turned to her with the Shipying milady, but then quickly corrected and called the princess. The princess, slightly annoyed without even rotating, grunted and asked what she wanted. Jinch said without hesitation that it is time to go on the road, because the delay can force the Vice-King to go to the Central Plains on its own. She still noticed whether the princess was aware of how many people could suffer because of their delay. Mio breathed heavily, said she was aware of the situation, and got out of bed, assuring that she would consider this issue when they got the new Sichuan. She further noted that the governor of Hawaii Islands, Ion, would not ask for help from others, provided she was able to resolve the issue on his own. However, her language suddenly interrupted. Jinch gently touched her lip and asked the princess to lower her voice. She made it clear that discussing such issues in this place is dangerous because others can hear them. As soon as these words broke from her mouth, They knocked on the door suddenly. "Who is it?" Mio asked, looking at the door with a slight distrust. From the door, a voice was apologized for breaking their peace. A loud male voice came from behind the door, notifying the urgent need for conversation. "Could you give us a minute?" he added persistently. Meanwhile, without realizing the events that unfolded in the house, Gon calmly took care of his horse in the yard. Soha did not look away from Gon, watching his actions carefully. Suddenly, a man who brought him a bucket that was ordered earlier approached Gon. Gon returned to Sok to explain that it was a bucket and what he needed. Gon opened the bucket, showing a juicy carrot, and noted that it was a feed for his horse. He noted that in recent days, he had put excessive demands before the horse, which is why the animal became gloomy and disobedient. "Sometimes you need to take care of him just that," said Gon with a smile, lifting carrots to his horse's nose. The horse, without delay, grabbed the carrots but suddenly grabbed Gon's hand, swallowing it with a treat. The horse roared loudly, and Gon tried hard to release his hand, persistently addressing the horse to release it. "Let go, stupid horse, thankless bastard!" shouted Gon, fighting with his faithful friend. The horse was grinding loudly, as if intentionally laughing at the pad. Gon glanced at the Soho, which could no longer hold back laughter. Holding her stomach from laughter, she could not take her eyes off this unspeakably fun sight. She laughed heartily, and for the first time in a long time, her face was shone with genuine joy. Noticing her joyful laughter, Gon also smiled, despite the fact that his hand still remained in the teeth of the horse. Suddenly, this peaceful moment was broken by the roar of the hoof, which was strewn with sand nearby. At this point, the Soha tried to treat the horse on her own, bringing carrots to him. 2 convocations were quickly mounted behind, while the rider on the horse was overtaken by them. The rider was approaching Gon with a quick jerk, and his horse became a deaf, scared of Soho. She immediately rushed to Gon, hiding behind his back, looking for a shelter from an unexpected threat. The man was in a hurry then, having rubbed the back of his back, he apologized to them. The man said that he was in a hurry to get to the shelter, because he had not seen a cozy place for rest for a long time. Gon assured the man that there was no excitement because he did not feel any annoyance. Looking closely at the man, Gon suggested that he was probably a merchant, and his road leads to New Sichuan. The merchant specified that they are directed to sell the skin purchased in the castle of Gowan, and this is their annual tradition. After that, the man focused on a small girl who tried to hide behind Gon's back. Dipping on one knee, the man asked Gon whether this girl was his daughter, noting that she is incredibly charming. The merchant reached out, kindly trying to congratulate the girl. But his hand suddenly froze because Gon immediately grabbed her and delicately kept. He told the merchant that the girl was shy to strangers, so it is better not to insist on interaction with her. "She does not like when strangers touch her," Gon said gently, carefully removing her husband's hand aside. The man lifted his head and once again apologized for his not very successful attempt to say hello. The man also noted that he also has a daughter of the same age, so he is well aware of how difficult it is with children. Behind the votes responded, "Good news," reporting the completion of cleaning and readiness of their response. The man turned to Gon, noting that it was time to leave, and finally wished them successful journeys. Before leaving, the man smiled, while Gon, remaining thoughtful, stared in his hand. This feeling swept it at a moment when he firmly kept the wrist of the merchant. He felt the influx of a strange, unbridled energy that an ordinary person would not have. It was a dark and ominous energy that Gon has repeatedly felt in the past, and she forced him to be alert. He remembered the warning of the wound that it is best to stay as far away from such persons. Gon was seriously thinking about the possibility that these people can start pursuing him. But here his attention was distracted by So, who stood nearby and did not realize what had happened. Gon looked into her eyes, filled with pure innocence and mild surprise, and his anxiety dissolved for a moment. Touching her head easily, Gon wondered if she had froze in this place. After that, Gon offered to go back to a building where it was much warmer. Striping to the hotel, Gona gently explained the Sok, which in front of them awaits many things, and therefore should be careful. At this time, there were two men in the princely, whom she did not expect to meet. At a difficult moment, Jinch noticed two strangers and, without delaying, grabbed the weapon from behind her back, ready for any threat. She asked who they were and stressed that if their business is really important, it is better to wait below than to invade the room without permission. One of the men stated that they could not afford it because the purpose of their visit should remain a secret from other people's eyes. He then turned to the princess, honoring her name with special respect. The princess asked them to name their names and explain the purpose of their visit. One of the men introduced himself to a member of the detachment of hidden dragons and reported that they arrived on behalf of the Vice King of Hawaii, John Han. He appealed to the princess to give them an audience right now until they remain invisible to prying eyes. The princess agreed to their arrival, but warned the need to behave quietly and carefully. She warned that any noise would not be acceptable, as it can lead to risky consequences. They barely crossed the threshold. The door was slightly closed behind. Men have already bowed their knees in front of the princess, expressing their respect. One of the hidden dragons addressed the princess, and on their clothes could see a variety of numbers that pointed to their act. The princess apparently was forced to restrain her emotions from an unexpected visit, asked with the obvious dissatisfaction, "Why is a detachment of hidden dragons, which usually serves as the eyes and ears of the imperial court, is now dare to interfere in my affairs?" The man explained that he was executing the assignment from the Vice King himself, emphasizing that he was acting at his instruction. Before leaving, the princess left a letter explaining in detail her actions and causes of escape. She asked the men asking if they received the order from the Vice King order to turn it back. One of the warriors noted that their mission was only to support her and create comfortable conditions so that she would not face any inconvenience during the road. These men followed the orders of their captain, without any intention to resort to force. Interacting with them, the princess immersed in reflection. What guilt could reach for these men, and what pushed them to accomplish such tasks? Suddenly something significant came to her, which changed her perception of this situation. She, who escaped with perseverance, sought at least once to meet the brave hero she heard so much. Realizing that such an opportunity may not happen again, she apologized to men. The princess noted that they should not spend their efforts on this task. She warned them that the task would be difficult and explained that she would continue her trip with the satellites regardless of their consent, planning to return only after its completion. She assured that she would definitely return and urged them not to worry, but to go back to the Vice King. The men looked up, weighing the meaning of her. They asked the princess and asked for permission to accompany her in this trip to guarantee her protection. The princess asked if there were special reasons for their offer. The man specified that he recently learned about subversive activity near the castle of Yamcho. In particular, an unknown group pursues the lonely girl who is hunting. Jinch expressed the opinion that this may be about the imperial princess, but the man continued to teach events. He explained that the girl they wanted is a small child with expressive bright blue eyes. At the entrance, a man was located, on the shoulders of which the dove sat, watching carefully at everything around. Overlooking the picture depicting the Soha, the man decided that he was looking for this girl. He pressed the door handle and entered the room. Suddenly, behind his back, a voice came. The guest house worker asked him about his impression of this institution. Having paused in conversation, the man only exchanged friendly smiles with the interlocutor and ordered a generous breakfast. After this short meeting, the employee departed, and the man with a dove on his shoulder was constantly returning to his business. Opening the door, he saw a group of armed people who were already ready to meet him. All these people were in masks, and the man asked them whether they finished the investigation he had instructed them. The man knew how the Red Snake Van O, and he was one of the most influential figures in this outskirts. A palace representative, known as a Black Snake in One Hak, assured that their mission was successfully completed. They learned from the taverna owner that the group, as planned, left the castle of Yomcho. Now they knew for sure that it was the girl with the treacherous blood of the 9 yin, which they searched, went to the place of the appointed meeting. They also said that among those whom they tracked was a monk who seems to act as a guardian of the temple where they left the baby. The problem arose because of a mysterious sword who was constantly near the girl, and they could not understand who he was and where he came from. At this time, Van shared the news that had just received news from the true court. He also reported that the new Sichuan will soon come to the Imperial Army ships, which indicates that the Imperial spies had already taken their mark. The Hook immediately realized that this may mean the situation is becoming more difficult. Yes, in most cases, this scoundrel is an Imperial soldier hidden under the guise of a simple traveler. Red Snakes expressed his assumption. The Black Serpent agreed with the danger of the situation, especially if the Imperial troops have already started interfering with their plans. However, the Red Serpent assured everyone that there was no grounds for concern. According to newly received news, the Murong clan sent reinforcement, and tomorrow they will be joined by an expert of the White Snake level. Red added, emphasizing that the main task is to gain a treacherous blood of 9 yin and purify the territory of all possible dangers. 12 specially trained fighters are already in place and are nearby, ready for action at any time. The Red Snake smiled cunningly, convinced of safe. With such reinforcement, even a couple of Imperial soldiers are not afraid. This evening, their task was to destroy everyone in the hotel, except for the child they planned to take with them. Their strength has already taken positions in front of the hotel, carefully preparing for the storm. This mission has become a key part of the large-scale plan of the Imperial Court, where the blood of 9 yin played an important role. Initially, they were ordered to eliminate the cursed monk, who was in a separate room, as well as a sword that accompanied the child. But unexpectedly, a bold, mocking remark sounded nearby. The voice urged to start with him, openly calling them scum. One of the special agents immediately identified his voice and exclaimed, "This is he!" Gon, despite their stunned appearance, said, "I finally returned to the tractor after a long break, and you do not even give me a rest here. You, fanatical scoundrels." Gon aimed his sword on the opponents, feeling the ominous and alarming aura that radiated from them. The Red Snake was unable to hide indignation and rage, squeezing his teeth. He, pointing to Gon, ordered his fighters to immediately attack this bold browth. Without seconds, the soldiers rapidly rushed to him. Gon effortlessly made the first attack without rotating and struck the sword behind her, struck the first attacker. Another enemy rushed forward, waving the sword in the air, but it was also not a serious threat. Gon, without delay, coped with the next attacker, concentrated the inner force in the fist, and struck powerfully, penetrating the energy directly into the enemy's stomach. There is another enemy behind Gon, hoping to attack by surprise. Without looking back, Gon virtually lifted his sword behind his back, skillfully fenced away from the attack. He only looked at the attacker with one rapid movement. The speed and accuracy of the strokes of the Gon left the opponents without any hope of victory. The incredible skill of Chan Gon was impressed by demonstrating the perfect performance of combat technicians. It was really the art that opponents were straying one by one. Now it's time to remember what happened a little earlier when the princess told the persecution that their real target is a girl named Sok and enemies intend to seize her. The princess said she learned about the search for a girl with blue eyes in castle possessions. Given the circumstances and time, the princess came to the conclusion that that mysterious girl is probably Soybean. The arcane noted that the description of a girl with blue eyes is very rare. At the same time, he suggested that it could be a side effect of 9 yin treacherous blood. This remained only an assumption, but they were thinking about the possibility that the pursuers were trying to take possession of the reward she received from the gates of the Black Dragon. After all, this young girl really does not oblige anyone and did not feel anyone. The archon was angry because the pursuit of the girl was intended to seize the inheritance of an orphaned child. Gon plunged into reflections, assuming that the pursuers may actually be kissed in 9 torn yin clans. In this world, traditionally believed that the disintegration of 9 yin clans is a difficult and incurable disaster. However, in the martial arts world, a familiar persecuted It marked not only the disease, but also a hidden power. The most important thing was who exactly and for what purpose he searched for these legendary 9 torn clans. The image in the head of Gon was gradually clarified. He did not think that the red snake was pursuing him because of soybean or Weiwu affairs. The true intentions of the imperial court were not only in the desire for inheritance or reward, but in some ways much deeper. At this time, Gon was fighting with the enemy, demonstrating exceptional skill in evasion of his blows. He instantly struck, cut the body of enemies, and leaving them any chance of salvation. Ninja fell one after the other, their cut bodies were hatching on the ground. None of them was able to withstand him properly. Gon acted lightly and ruthlessly. The tension in the red snake increased with every minute, after all, reached its climax. He was forced to put his claws under Gon's sword, trying to repel a powerful blow. The claws were extremely strong. Gona's sword could not punch them. Gon immediately mentioned these claws, tiger claws, which were used in exceptional combat equipment. The most amazing was that the energy of the red snake caused a strange, painful feeling. Han recently met with energy of this kind, and now he clearly realized who was standing in front of him. The red serpent activated his inner strength, urging his warriors to discover the potential of the divine arts. He proclaimed that the one whom everyone was considered to be an imperial dog was in fact usurped by the ruler. The red serpent insisted that the Gon would see with his own eyes the true art of the true imperial yard. The red snake loudly proclaimed that this power is peculiar to a real lord. At this moment, the red snake accelerated sharply, turning into an even more dangerous opponent. Gon realized that he had encountered the master of demonic arts and decided to postpone his sword. Gon took a fighting position, stretching his hand towards the opponents prepared for the attack. One of the opponents has already taken off into the air, intending to attack Gon from above. But something went wrong. Instead of hitting the target, he rose past and, like an ostrich, put his head into the ground. He probably hit the ground well, which may have made him think about his false actions, although it cannot be asserted for sure. Another attacker rushed forward that his surrounding aura would give him an advantage. Gon, without deviating from his path, directed the enemy after his companion, forcing him to face the ground again. Gon's movements were striking and accuracy, allowing him to fully control his actions and skillfully maneuver opponents. Easily admiration, he split the body of the enemy, thus knocking down the next opponent. The blows were deaf when the bodies of the opponents were roaring on the ground, like heavy bags. The victims could not breathe, deprived of air, powerless resistance. One of the opponents finally coughed and opened his eyes, but saw only a firmly clenched fist of Gona, ready to hit. Applying the technique of winding, Gon hit the opponent with such power that the floor under them split into pieces. Gon's energy has steadily increasing, becoming more and more powerful with every new blow. There was nothing left for the opponents than to watch the growing wave of power that covered them helplessly. At that moment, the blood floated from under the mask of the enemy, forcing him to fall on the ground. The red snake watched closely at the events, but was in no hurry to interfere to help his subordinates. Gon realized that the red serpent remained the only opponent who was still on his feet. Gon, standing over 2 fallen opponents, turned to a red snake with a question whether he intended to continue the fight. He turned to the red snake with a proposal that he just explain that they, these freaks, refer to the yard. The red serpent smiled through a cough, calling Gon sparse as a proud dog, which is always high. From his expression, it was easy to guess that he did not intend to speak. However, contemplating the disinfected bodies of his comrades, the red snake realized that he underestimated the ability of Gon. Nevertheless, the red serpent warned Gona about the danger if it neglects the seriousness of the true court. He also warned Gon that while he stays here, his comrades may die, and they would capture a girl with the treacherous blood of 9 yin. Gon suddenly paid attention to the room in which the girl was located and focused his gaze in her direction. Inside the room, the Jinch was already exhausted, with the sword ready, prepared for the battle. The Archon was already alert, feeling the approach of opponents. Several opponents have already been overthrown. The princess held a girl with blue eyes in her arms, protecting her. The tension has reached its climax, and Gon realized that the time for decisive action was constantly approaching. About 6 hours ago, Gon told others how 3 times he won in battles with demonic people. However, there was no opportunity to discuss at this time, as circumstances were becoming more threatening. At this time, Gon did not take into account that demonic people could be in Hotel. This discovery stirred Jinch, forcing her to realize the threat that she hanged over the princess. He said that only one of them got into his field of view, but it could only be part of a greater threat. It is likely that they all cooperate as a single team. In the worst case, they can all be demonic people, and should be prepared for their possible reinforcement. This news became a real shock for the Archaean, because he did not have the idea that a whole group of demonic people pursued them only for the sake of Soha. He quickly told everyone to immediately pick up the girl and leave this place to avoid threat. His words became an unexpected revelation to all present. However, he noted that their silent behavior and suspicious actions indicated the possibility of a night ambush. Gon decided to stay and go into battle with opponents personally. Jinch wondered him that specifically he was referring to this moment. She could not contain indignation, asking if they really put all the responsibility for him and just escape. She considered it unacceptable to just leave him alone in this battle. The princess raised her hand, expressing respect for the decision of Gon, but asked if it was really the wisest decision in current circumstances. The princess continued, noting that, despite the fact that it is only a guest house, the place remains a hotel, and their presence here is probably already known. Gon noted that the escape is a better way out than an inactive waiting. He warned that they are underestimated if they are considered only a chaos or ordinary robbers. In fact, these enemies resemble real monsters who do not obey the usual rules of martial arts. The Arcanal supported this opinion, seeing it a logical meaning, because a common struggle is a better way. The princess noted that the danger was threatened not only by the monk, but also by her and Jean's. She assured Gon that they would take care of the protection of the Soho, and asked him not to worry. The princess said she would stay with them and take the battle because it is the only way forward. Gon realized their decision and advised them to keep caution. It was at this point that the monk and the Jinch were first encountered with demonic creatures. During the battle, Jinch quickly realized that opponents are strongly confident and excessive aggression. The monk has not yet recovered after the injuries, so his situation remained difficult. Despite the fact that they were in front of demonic creatures, Jinch, as an officer of the Imperial Army, was convinced of their ability to overcome them. However, the combat skills of these demonic creatures were imperfect and ill-considered. Their exceptional aggressiveness and impulsiveness exceeded all the hopes of Jinchi. The opponents were completely different in level compared to the Chaos Sect. One of the demonic warriors remarked in the direction of Ginchi that they are actually only simple travelers, not considering it a special threat despite her combat skills. They were faced with a mysterious figure, a black snake O. He asked the question, "Who are they?" Arkan and Jinch were quickly realized that they were facing a truly skillful specialist in their craft. The black snake was impressed because they were lightly counterattacking, as if they knew in advance about the ambush. The man noted that the monk, whom he considered a simple student from a distant temple, was a master of martial arts, Shaolin. The woman he perceived as a regular guard had the art of the drilling sword of the imperial court. The black snake suspected that it was not just a body in the veins of treacherous blood of 9 yin. He asked if they were their secret, hinting at something much more difficult. Then he ordered his warriors to capture the nobleman and the girl alive, warning, in the case of resistance, to cut off several limbs. The Archon decided not to allow this and prepared for battle, firmly intended not to let the enemies pass. One of the demonic warriors, jumping up, challenged, warning that the monk would not be able to hold them. The Archon realized that he could not betray his principles and should act according to his duty. He was determined. Even if it requires the use of all his spiritual strength without residual, he will not retreat for anything. The earth suddenly trembled, and a voice appeared that called the Archaean to retreat. A sword appeared in front of the Archaean, ready to come to the rescue. The only wave of energy was scattered around the sword. The power of the sword was so powerful that she rejected the attacker, despite his attempts to stay with the spears in his hands. It was an agent of 31 of the Detachment of the Dragons, a secret intelligence organization of the kingdom. He apologized to the Salt for his late appearance. The 24-4 agent of the Dragons asked if the situation had caused her. She smiled, thanking the defenders for his help, and noted that they had saved her. The agent from the detached dragon explained that their late was due to the need to eliminate the 5 guards who were chatting near the guest yard. Now there were only a few enemies that were already on the verge of defeat. The agent from the detachment of the drawn dragons used all his power in the attack. His blow was forced by the enemy who was barely standing. The black snake could not understand who this mysterious stranger was interfering with the truth of the true yard, and persistently demanded his name. The closed dragon lifted his sword and answered that asking such a question is in vain. His name was not intended for such a demonic subject. Hearing these words, the black snake was anger, and from the sudden release of his energy, the body was fired. Its capacity has multiplied, and the speed turned into something incredible. At the time of collision of their weapons, the sky illuminated a dazzling outbreak. At this point, the Gon, while on the street, reflected the attacks of the enemy, skillfully protecting himself from blows similar to the tiger claws. There was too much attack, so the pursuit had to lightly put your sword to avoid. The red serpent was increasingly exacerbated during the battle. Its strength increased with incredible intensity. His power and speed seemed to grow with every moment. Gon noted that his enemy was becoming more powerful, but realized that this lift of forces would soon run out. The red snake jumped rapidly, waving his claws, is ready to immediately strike a deadly blow. Breathing deeply, he ran a sword smoothly on his sword, prepared for a new occasion. The red serpent held his breath, realizing how the power of Gon penetrates into his body. At that moment, the energy around the red snake almost disappeared, significantly weakening it. Gon was amazed at his ability to cope with a demonic opponent in the eastern mountains, based only on instinct. The red serpent realized that he was hinted at his involvement in the murder of a black snake named Tan. Now Gon watches the red snake sow chaos around and asks about the true meaning of their plan. He asked for what purpose they wanted to steal a girl whose veins are treacherous blood. The red snake grunted, explaining that the treacherous blood of 9 yin is a terrible curse that does not allow a person to survive to the middle age. Since this blood has become a valuable resource for a true cult, it has become an integral part of their power, said the red snake. This is the real fate of this orphan, he explained, and called on Gona to pass the girl without delay. However, Gon, directing the sword to his opponent, stated that today he would make him ask for another, a merciful death.